Knights, often celebrated for their martial prowess alone, led multifaceted lives beyond the battlefield, deeply intertwined with feudal responsibilities, courtly culture, and the pursuit of chivalric ideals. In times of peace, they managed vast estates, administered local justice, and served as patrons of the arts, contributing to the culture and economic development of medieval society. Of course, their daily routines included rigorous training to maintain physical fitness and mastery of skills, participation in tournaments that showcased their valor and refined combat techniques, and engagement in religious observance, which reinforced that moral framework of chivalry. It's through the diversity of these roles that knights not only upheld the social order of the feudal system, but also played a part in shaping the cultural and political landscape of their time. Now, today we're going to learn all about what knights were doing when they weren't charging headlong into the fray. If you like this kind of content, and if you want to learn more, like and subscribe, tell me your thoughts in the comments, and perhaps check out the Patreon if you feel the need to do so. But let's get nice and relaxed first. Go back to the Middle Ages for an hour or so. The image of the knight, wearing armor, charging bravely into battle. That's typically what we think of when someone brings up the topic. But it wasn't always like that. During times of peace, these warriors performed a wide range of tasks and activities, spending large portions of their lives away from the battlefield. In fact, in peacetime, a knight's day-to-day activities were anything but idle or frivolous. Knights maintained the cultural religious standards of their class, while juggling their roles as warriors, landowners, vassals, and of course, don't forget, family men. When there was no war to fight, a knight's days were filled with both utilitarian duties and also sophisticated hobbies. A normal day might consist of a hunt in the afternoon, administrative meetings by noon, weapons practice in the morning, and prayers in the evening. Knights, of course, engaged in courtly life, diplomacy, and local government, in addition to maintaining their physical health and fighting skill. As members of the nobility, they were supposed to be patrons of the church, leaders of their communities, and let's not forget, models of chivalry. So, over the following hour, we'll examine the various aspects of the everyday life in peacetime. What was it like to be a knight off the field? Ranging from family life, to cultural interests, to training regiments, and even their estate administration. First, let's talk about the physical conditioning and training. Knights continued, of course, to be committed to martial art training and physical fitness even during times of peace. After all, a time of peace, for a knight, is just a time to prepare for war. There's always another one around the corner in medieval times, that's for sure. They were aware that maintaining their combat skills was essential as professional warriors. Many knights practiced their swordplay in drills for hours each day. To prevent severe injuries, they used wooden swords or blunted weapons when sparring with partners, who were frequently other knights or their own squires. They improved their skills with swords, axes, and maces through these simulated battles. Horsemanship was equally important in a knight's everyday life. Group practice melees were also common, allowing knights to mimic battlefield conditions and maintain coordination when fighting alongside their comrades. In order to strengthen their relationship with their war horses and hone their riding abilities, knights would also practice this each day. On horseback, they rehearsed skills like charges, sharp turns, and leaps, tilting at quintain. A rotating target used to practice lance strikes was a common training exercise too. A knight would charge at a mannequin or spinning shield and attempt to strike it directly with his lance. The weighted arm of the device could swing around and knock him off his saddle if the strike was improper or too slow. Of course, it's one way to learn the hard way and encourage him to increase his timing and accuracy. A knight's ability to couch a lance and aim accurately at an opponent while riding at full speed was refined in these exercises. In addition to weapons drills, knights underwent intense physical training to increase their strength and stamina. To increase one's overall physical strength and close fight skills, wrestling and grappling were popular practices. Knights also trained in heavy armor to get used to it so their bodies wouldn't become too tired from the weight of it in actual combat. Hunting was a sport, but also a form of exercise for them too. A knight's endurances and reflexes were put to the test while pursuing a stag or boar on horseback, which served as beneficial war training. The habit of regular exercise was ingrained in knights since the majority of them started their combat training as boys. Knights made sure that they were always prepared for the demands of the battle by maintaining a rigorous training regimen during peacetime. Notably, this commitment to training started early. Noble boys joined knightly training as pages and squires, where they learned combat arts and discipline from an early age. This regiment of martial practice not only maintained their fighting edge, but also gave them a way to release their energy and competitive spirit during extended periods of peace, not to be too softened up by these times. A knight's daily workouts as an adult were merely just a continuation of his childhood routines, keeping him constantly prepared for battle. And of course, moving on from this, we also have the social duties, the proper conduct of a knight. After all, there were expectations. Knights were supposed to participate actively in noble society when they weren't fighting. Vassals carried out a number of social duties that maintained the feudal order as they were sworn to lords and, eventually, the king. Whenever called upon for significant occasions or councils, a knight would routinely appear at his lord's court, whether it was his king's palace or a local baron's hall. Knights were supposed to represent chivalry and proper conduct at court. The extent to which they did, well, that depends on the actual knight himself, as some found these codes to be a little bit too stifling, too many rules. At banquets and ceremonies, they wanted to adhere to rigorous protocol, which included using appropriate titles, bowing to superiors, and acting politely. Particular attention was paid to a knight's behavior towards women. He was supposed to be honorable, brave, and protective. As part of the courtly love tradition, he might, for example, give a noble lady a token of respect, or dedicate a contest victory to her. Knights were distinguished as civilized gentlemen, rather than just fighters, by their refined behavior. After all, anyone can beat somebody up, drag them off their horse, but it takes a special somebody to give them a hand up afterwards, and teach them how to do it better. It reminds me of being in a mosh pit at a metal concert, actually. It's kind of the same thing, perhaps not. Well, back to the topic. There was a practical aspect to court life as well. Knights would socialize with other nobility and form networks of friendship and loyalty by attending feasts, festivals, and other celebrations that their lords threw. These meetings provided a forum for local politics, distant news, and alliance building. By attending a neighboring lord's daughter's wedding or his liege's lord's festive feast, a knight was strengthening his ties of duty and allegiance. Being present and polite at these events was part of a knight's duty during a period when interpersonal relationships were the glue that held politics together. During peacetime, knights occasionally functioned as advisors and diplomats. A lord may designate a trusted knight to represent him at a far-off court, deliver messages to another noble, or negotiate a small treaty. Knight statuses allowed them to speak to other nobles as peers, perhaps not as equals all the time, but at least in the same or around about the same level. Their word also carried weight, as they were bound by honor. In local affairs, a knight could mediate conflicts between families or nearby landowners in an effort to keep feuds from turning violent. In addition, knights advised their superiors during councils or parliaments. The council of seasoned knights on matters of military or local concern was respected, but the ultimate decisions were made by a baron or king. Throughout these encounters, a knight maintained awareness of his honor and reputation. He would also witness charters and legal agreements, effectively attesting to transactions or settlements by the presence and sworn word. In a society where interpersonal relationships were valued highly, loyalty, respect, and keeping one's word were essential. Perhaps we can learn a little bit from that society. An insult at court or a diplomatic blunder could damage a knight's reputation, or even start a feud. Thus, maintaining knightly qualities of integrity, courtesy, and honesty was another way that peacetime social duties were exercised. After all, not getting on the wrong side of the wrong people, that is a battle in itself. Of course, in addition to being landowners, the majority of medieval knights possessed fiefs or estates, which were given to them in return for their years of military service. During times of peace, a knight's daily activity revolved around managing these lands. In actuality, a knight's main source of wealth was usually the money he received from his estates, which he used to maintain his equipment, provide for his family, and carry out feudal obligations. A knight's estate typically comprised of one or more villagers with peasants, serfs, or perhaps free tenants who worked the land. As a result, in the absence of war, a knight frequently served as a land manager, or lord of the manager supervising agriculture, finances, and justice on his domain. A knight would oversee the agricultural cycle, frequently with the assistance of a steward or a bailiff. On a daily basis, this meant making sure that crops were harvested effectively, that livestock were taken care of, and that fields were plowed and sown in the appropriate season. Knights were informed about crop yields, grain stocks, and any problems that affected plants or animals such as drought, floods, or disease. They had to decide how best to manage their resources, such as whether to clear new land for farming or when to rotate crops. Peasants performed the physical labor, but a watchful knight would ride among the fields to check on the work, be present, and answer any questions his tenants might have. The manor's economy also depended on livestock, including pigs, sheep, and cattle, so the knight also monitored animal husbandry. Since a thriving estate meant more money to support his knightly duties, he essentially served as an agricultural manager. Doesn't sound like much for a knight to do, but it's important work. Another important duty, of course, was financial management. The people who lived on the knight's land paid him rent and feudal duties. These payments may take the form of cash, livestock, other goods, or a share of the harvest. In times of peace, a knight monitored the accounts of his manor to determine the health of his estate. This included counting livestock heads, tallying grain in storage, or going over income and expense records. Illiterate knights might consult written account rolls, while illiterate knights would depend on stewards or clerics to keep track of them. So, in any case, the lord of the manor needed a clear picture of his finances to make plans for the future, whether those plans included funding a daughter's dowry or buying a new suit of armor, or getting ready for a possible lean year. Land ownership also came with administrative and legal responsibilities. Knights' estates had a manorial court. The knight or his designated representative would arbitrate disputes between the peasants and uphold the rights of the lord in these local courts, which were held on a regular basis, possibly monthly or seasonally. Common issues could be disputes over property lines, inheritance issues, and instances of small-time theft and misbehavior. To administer justice equitably, the knight needed to be knowledgeable about local laws and customs. Everyday problems were settled at the manor level, but major crimes might be reported to higher authorities. Maintaining the estate's infrastructure was another daily concern. By serving as judge and protector, the knight strengthened his authority, and ideally gained the respect of the people living on his land, or perhaps risked their resentment if he was perceived as unfair or harsh. Since mills, bakeries, smithies, and other crucial establishments were frequent sources of revenue or essential services for the community, knights made sure they were kept in good condition on their properties. If the knight lived in a castle or other fortified manor house, he was also responsible for maintaining it. This covered everything from fixing gates, walls, or moats to keeping enough food in storage. Castles required upkeep and a small garrison to be prepared for any trouble, such as banditry or local unrest, even in times of peace, because in times of peace, the banditry does not stop. His fortifications, and the men who guarded them, were routinely examined by a conscientious knight. Traveling between properties could be a regular occurrence for knights who owned several estates. They might spend a few weeks at one manor before relocating to another to see how things were going there. But not every knight was wealthy enough to own many manors or big castles. That's ridiculous. There were different kinds of knights, of course, and they were not all as well off as the other. Of course, the knight's estate also had to support his feudal obligations upward, and some only had a small manor house and one village under their lordship. Still not bad, but they largely had to run these alone. For instance, the knight's effective management of agriculture and rents allowed him to fulfill his obligations to his liege lord, who might have demanded a period of military service or a payment known as a scutage in lieu of service. A knight who practiced good stewardship in peacetime was able to support his household and prepare for battle when the time came, if the time came. Doing all this without placing an undue burden on the peasants. But of course, it's not all business. They gotta have a little bit of fun, don't they? In peacetime, knights engaged in a wide range of recreational pursuits. Despite their numerous duties, you must find time to relax. Of course, hunting was the most popular noble activity among them. In order to find deer, wild boar, or other game, knights would plan hunts in game parks and forests on their estates. They would frequently do this while riding horses and using trained hounds. Exciting activities like riding, tracking, and archery or spear throwing were all well practiced during a hunt. It was a source of fresh meat, too, for the table, and an exciting sport. A successful hunt was a source of pride. Hunting with trained birds of prey, or falconry, that was another esteemed pastime, and quite a skill on its own. In an exciting demonstration of skill, a knight may spend his mornings wearing a hawk or falcon on his glove, releasing it to swoop after ducks or rabbits. These outdoor activities were also social occasions, kind of like the modern equivalent of playing golf in our modern era. A lord could call nearby knights together for a large hunt, transforming the wilderness chase into a chance for friendly competition and camaraderie. While knights resorted to indoor entertainment and socializing on festive days or after sunset, feasts were typically to commemorate family holidays or holy days. A knight and his guests were treated to a sumptuous feast that included several courses of delectable food and beverages, as well as storytelling and musical entertainment. Can't go without the lute player, by the way. In the great hall, minstrels or troubadours performed romantic epics and sung ballads of valiant acts. Chivalric ideals that knights aspired to were reinforced and entertained by tales of noble love and legendary warriors, such as Charlemagne's paladins or King Arthur's Round Table, this kind of thing. Additionally, jesters might be there to lighten the mood and make people laugh with jokes. Following a meal, knights and women would dance together in stately medieval dances, which gave the knights a chance to show off their civility and grace rather than fighting skills. For more subdued activities, knights engaged in games and other entertainment. Chess was particularly well liked by the nobility, who saw it as a strategic exercise similar to warfare. Knights playing chess could be a miniature version of a serious intellectual duel. Other board games, such as backgammon and drafts, as well as different dice games, provided entertainment and opportunity for friendly bets on long nights. Other popular leisure pursuits were reading and listening to literature. If a knight was literate, he might read for his own edification from an illuminated manuscript, which could be a religious devotional, a romance, or a chronicle. Having a cleric or knowledgeable companion read aloud from books would be enjoyable even for knights who were illiterate. Professional entertainers like jugglers or acrobats may come to a castle on special occasions to perform risky stunts and tricks, enhancing the spectacle of the host knight's hospitality. That all sounds very wonderful, doesn't it? Jesters, musicians, all that, knights drinking and feasting together at the table, swapping stories. Fascination of a bygone era. Knights managed to strike this balance between their demanding responsibilities, leisure time, and cultural activities. In the midst of the routines of peacetime, this leisure kept their spirits uplifted and also their minds active. Now, of course, we have the mind, the spirit, and the soul. Of course, the church had their own obligations for knights. Medieval life was heavily influenced by religion, and knights were supposed to be both skilled fighters and devoted Christians. A knight's daily and weekly routine was interwoven with religious obligations and observances. A knight would frequently attend Mass and start his day with prayer. Within their castle or manor, many knights had a small chapel where services were led by a local priest or resident chaplain. If not, particularly on Sundays and significant holy days, the knight and his household would ride to the closest church. The knight would publicly display his piety at church by kneeling in prayer alongside his vassals and family. The year was punctuated by feast days and festivals of the numerous saints of the church calendar. Following religious ceremonies, knights frequently sponsored or hosted feasts for the villagers, joining their communities in commemorating important holy days like Easter and Christmas. Beyond regular worship, knights were expected to support and uphold the church and society. The knight strengthened his spiritual devotion and his ties to the community through these acts of worship and charity. They took an oath to uphold the teachings of the church and to protect the defenseless, which was regarded as a divinely mandated responsibility of knighthood. But in actuality, Knights supported religious organizations by providing funds or land to churches and monasteries, building chapels, or protecting nearby abbeys. Sincere faith, a sense of feudal duty, and the conviction that these good deeds would contribute to the knight's soul's salvation were the driving forces behind this generosity. Knights made time for personal devotion on a regular basis. They frequently prayed at specific times of the day and read the Bible or a book of saints' lives, or at least had it read to them if they were illiterate. Many would confess their sins to a priest to be absolved, and many observed fasts on specific holy days. Given the inherent violence of his line of work, a knight was frequently especially concerned with obtaining forgiveness and upholding his rightful place in God's eyes. During protracted times of peace, however, some knights made pilgrimages to sacred shrines in their homeland or overseas, in places like Canterbury, Santiago de Compostela, or Jerusalem. They did this in order to perform penance, keep their promises, and strengthen their faith. Most maintained close ties to local clergy and saw themselves as lay champions of Christian values, even though only a small number joined military religious orders such as the Knights Templar or Hospitaller, which required monastic vows. For instance, the knighthood ceremony was full of religious symbolism. A squire would usually keep vigil through the night in a church on the eve of being dubbed, praying for guidance and purity before he was officially made a knight. In medieval literature, knights were occasionally referred to as soldiers of Christ, implying that they would be defenders of Christian principles. In times of peace, you had to do this too, and that meant making an effort to be faithful, benevolent, and just, so their swords served both the realm and righteousness. And then we have the tournament. Taking part in tournaments was one of the most well-known manifestations of knightly energy during peacetime. Knights engaged in combat in front of spectators during tournaments, which were elaborate affairs. A tournament may be held by a king or a strong lord to commemorate a milestone, or just simply to let the knights show off their skills, blow off a bit of steam perhaps. Knights from far and wide would travel to the tournament field with their armor, war horses, and squires. They would frequently dress magnificently to leave a lasting impression. Of course, when we think of a tournament, you can't go past the joust, that hallmark competition of these events. During a joust, two knights in armor mounted on horses charged at one another with lances, each attempting to hit the other's shield or dismount his competitor. Points were given for strong hits, and they rode along a divider, the lists, to avoid collisions. Knocking the opponent off the saddle was the ultimate goal. Jousting demanded exceptional courage too, not to mention aim and horsemanship. Even though lances were typically blunted for safety, mishaps did occur. I'm sure you can imagine. But like any sport, it has its dangers. A knight could be hurt by splintered lances or an unfortunate blow. Occasionally it was fatal. The melee, a fictitious conflict in which teams of knights engaged in combat, or it was every man for himself, was another important component of tournaments. Dozens of knights may engage in combat with maces and swords in a disorderly yet regulated setting. It's kind of the same as what we have these days if you've not looked at that medieval combat they have in Europe now. I believe they might have it in the United States, but it's quite entertaining. Although they had marshals directing the battle and adhered to established regulations, the melee still gave knights a taste of the ferocity of battle. Knights could win by being the last fighter standing or by capturing opponents, who would then surrender and be ransomed in accordance with tournament rules. Tournaments were as much social and cultural celebrations as they were combat contests. Both nobles and commoners flocked to see the spectacle in great numbers. Announced by heralds and applauded by supporters, knights would frequently parade into the grounds with vibrant banners and heraldic shields on display. As a source of motivation and pride, they might wear a lady's token of favor, like a ribbon. A tournament victory carried a lot of prestige, too. A winner of a tournament would receive cash payouts, expensive weapons or armor, or exquisite horses as prizes. Certainly something worth fighting for. But more importantly, he gained respect from the general public and recognition from his peers. A successful knight would frequently receive invitations to significant courts, or attract attention of aristocratic families seeking eminent sons-in-law. Another obvious financial advantage was that, in accordance with chivalric tradition, a knight who unhorsed a rival during a joust was entitled to the rival's armor and horse, unless the opponent had paid a ransom to get them back. As a result, talented fighters competing in tournaments might increase their wealth. Tournaments were occasions for celebration in addition to actual combat. Knights and nobles had an opportunity to socialize during the feasts, dances, and ceremonies that accompanied these events. In contrast to war, young knights could learn from veterans, develop friendships, or perhaps rivalries, and establish themselves in a setting that was comparatively safe. Tournaments were valued by their rulers too, as ways of keeping knights occupied and entertained while honing their actual skills for combat. To put it briefly, it was a good thing for them. They enjoyed the competition, excitement, and the platform to exhibit the martial skills that characterized knighthood through jousting and tournaments. It also kept them from getting drunk down at the tavern and causing trouble. Although knights are typically thought of as action-oriented, rather than being intellectually inclined, you might be surprised they were not without education or intellectual pursuits. The upbringing of many knights included at least a basic education, and in their spare time, some of them developed sophisticated intellectual and cultural interests. Noble children raised to be knights frequently learned more than just fighting skills, even though formal education was uncommon. As squires and pages in noble homes, they learned how to run a household, how to be courteous, and occasionally how to read and write, which was a big deal back then. A young page might read simple texts or religious prayers with a tutor or the castle's noblewoman to learn his letters. A squire's ability to read simple texts in his native tongue and keep, possibly, accounts by the time in his mid-teens would be helpful to a future landowner. By the beginning of their knighthood, many knights might have what we'd call at least a functional literacy and a familiarity with courtly culture, though not all of them achieved full literacy. As adults, knights frequently continued to pursue intellectual and cultural endeavors, particularly in times of peace. In noble society, a knight was expected to value the arts, music, and literature in addition to fighting. Manuscripts of well-known chivalric romances and epics might be owned or borrowed by knights with literacy. Among the works they enjoyed were heroic, romantic, and adventurous stories about the old characters. Think of Lancelot, Roland, and other mythical heroes. Knights and their families often spent their evenings listening to a cleric or minstrel read aloud these stories. For example, in medieval France, some knights were troubadours who wrote about poetry and songs, honoring love and chivalry. In other places, knights themselves became patrons or authors of literature. Knights appreciated practical knowledge, in addition to poetry. In order to navigate the intricate web of nobility and identify friends and enemies in combat, they studied heraldry, which includes coats of arms and family ancestry. Since managing a manor required knowledge of legal contracts, feudal rights, and fundamental finance, they also studied law and administration. A knight with an intellectual bent might occasionally go deeper into learning, studying classical works of history or philosophy, or learning additional languages. A popular one, of course, was Latin for official matters, but perhaps even foreign tongues encountered during travel. A knight frequently sought advice, too, from educated clerks, gaining insights into topics such as estate management, local customs, and even the fundamentals of politics and philosophy. Although warriors rarely attended formal universities, knights could learn by reading any books in their lord's library or talking to an educated clergyman. The characteristics of a courtier, and even a scholar, were being incorporated into the ideal of a knighthood by the late Middle Ages. Therefore, a truly successful knight embodied the idea of the gentleman warrior, being as at ease discussing literature or law as he was brandishing a sword. But on to a little bit of the community relations. As we mentioned at the start, knights had families too. A knight's private life, of course, focused on his family and his home, while public life was dominated by battle and feudal service. In order to gain alliances or property, knights were usually married to women of similarly noble birth. During times of peace, a knight and his spouse collaborated to manage their property and bring up the kids. When the knight was not present, the lady of the house frequently assumed responsibility for managing the household, and that includes supervising the servants, keeping an eye on the food and supplies, and occasionally even managing the finances of the estate. A solid alliance was crucial. In order to maintain daily operations, the knight's wife would step in for him when he had to travel to court or perhaps to a far-off tournament, hopefully not without giving him a little ribbon for good luck. Children were raised to maintain the family's prestige and carry on noble heritage. It was customary for sons of knights to pursue knighthood themselves. A boy may be sent as a page to another lord's castle at an early age, starting a journey akin to his father's. It would be there that he would learn riding, basic literacy, manners, and maybe some combat skills here and there. He became then a squire when he was a teenager, and frequently returned to work for his father or another knight. He assumed greater responsibility as a squire too, taking care of horses, polishing armor, and honing his weaponry skills, until he was judged ready or not to be knighted, which usually happened when he was around 21 years old. A knight took pride in watching his son grow, of course, and making sure he learned the qualities that characterized knighthood, such as bravery, loyalty, and courtesy. Knights' daughters, on the other hand, received education in the expected skills of noble women, including household management, needlework, and fine crafts, possibly too reading and writing, though it's a little hard to tell. When they reached adulthood, their unions would be planned to strengthen the family's ties and reputation. Beyond the immediate family, a knight was the head of a larger household and community. He took great care to ensure his daughters had happy marriages, negotiating with other noble families to secure matches that brought prestige or new connections. Pages, squires, men-at-arms, and domestic servants were all members of his extended family who shared his home. Everyone owed the knight loyalty, and he was in charge of their welfare in exchange. They gave their labor and service, whether it was cleaning the castle, serving at the table, or standing ready in arms, and he gave them food, shelter, protection, and direction. Close ties could exist within a knight's household. Squires and men-at-arms frequently developed a loving, almost paternal attachment to their lord, particularly if he was kind and generous. The knight ruled over the peasant families who cultivated his estates as part of his lordship. He dealt with them on a regular basis during peacetime, collecting rents, hearing petitions, and seeing to their welfare. A shrewd knight recognized that a stable and fruitful realm was synonymous with happy peasants. Protecting the weak and impoverished was one of these chivalric ideals, and many knights took this seriously when it came to local government. In order to prevent oppression or conflict among their people, they attempted to administer justice fairly in the manorial court, and would step in if outside soldiers or bandits threatened their villagers. This could range from something as basic as personally settling a dispute between neighbors to something as significant as planning relief efforts during a famine or plague, i.e., opening the Lord's granary to feed the starving villagers. Together with their household and tenants, knights attended the village church and shared in the worship of holy days, further demonstrating their involvement in the community's spiritual life and well-being. Generous deeds like providing alms to the underprivileged, organizing a festival meal for the entire village, or financing a new parish church roof, perhaps, served to strengthen the bonds of friendship and allegiance between the knight and his subjects. Essentially, a knight served as a protector and caretaker of everyone in his territory during times of peace. His reputation was based on his ability to be a just lord, a good husband, and a responsible father, in addition to his valor in combat. These connections, fostered during times of peace, established a solid base of loyalty and support that would endure the storm of war if it finally returned. In times of peace, a knight's everyday existence was of course a patchwork of duties and roles. When they weren't engaged in combat, they had a wide variety of tasks on the table, managing the lands that supported their livelihoods, and undergoing that intense training to keep their skills sharp. Through polite behavior and devotion to their lords, they participated in courtly society and upheld the chivalric code. In order to make sure their homes and communities thrived, they worked closely with their wives and advisors as estate stewards, and, of course, did their best to be good family men at home. They continued to be pious people who based their deeds on their faith and looked to the church for honor and direction. In their leisure time, they pursued activities that bolstered their minds and spirits, hunting, jousting, supporting arts and education. In addition to being essentially to the stability of medieval society, all of these pursuits helped them to define their own identity. Thus the reputation of the knight as a noble leader and protector was developed through everyday duties and behavior as much as it was through brutal combat. The quiet heroism of a knight's daily labor, training, governing, and caring for those under his charge, was just as important to the medieval world as was in times of war. They upheld the structure of feudal life and embodied the ideals that we associate with chivalry through their peacetime roles. Even when the swords were all put away, medieval knights earned their place in history by carrying out their duties, preserving the stability and morals of their time. The figure of Saladin Yusuf ibn Uyub, known to the Latin West as Saladin, loomed large in Crusader history. As the Kurdish Sultan who united Syria and Egypt and recaptured Jerusalem from the Christians in 1187, Saladin became at once the scourge of Latin Christendom, but paradoxically, one of its most respected adversaries. Medieval European writers, churchmen, Crusader knights, and later historians had a hard time characterizing this formidable Muslim leader. Was he a cruel enemy of Christ, an instrument of God's punishment for Christian sins, or was he a chivalrous and gallant foe worthy of a respectful admiration? The answer varied over time and across sources, and that's what we're going to be exploring today, drawing on primary accounts from the 12th and 13th century with later medieval reflections noted for context. We'll trace a thematic yet chronological path, from early grudging respect in the 1170s through to the shock and trauma of the Battle of Hattin and the fall of Jerusalem, into the era of the Third Crusade, where Richard the Lionheart's complex relationship with Saladin became something of legend, and onward, there are subsequent generations of Crusader chronicles, and even medieval poets remembered this sultan. Throughout, we'll let the voices of the contemporaries speak for themselves, revealing a nuanced tapestry of fear, respect, but also hostility and admiration. Despite Saladin being the nemesis of the Crusader states, some Latin writers could not deny his military genius and other personal virtues. Others vilified him as the incarnation of a heathen evil, a new Nebuchadnezzar, a cruel enemy of God, sent to scourge the faithful. Many reconciled these views by casting Saladin as a scourge allowed by God due to Christian failings, even as they noted his honorable conduct. Well, by examining the chronicle entries, battlefield anecdotes, and diplomatic correspondence, I think by the end of it we'll see how Saladin's military reputation, his reputed chivalry and magnanimity, the religious prism through which the Crusaders saw him, and the diplomatic interactions he had with the Christian lords, all leave us with a very complex portrait, in particular the famous rivalry and mutual respect with King Richard I during the Third Crusade. I think it reveals both a fierce antagonism and genuine esteem. So, let's begin with all that in mind. But let me welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers, and hello to anybody returning. Good to see you all, and I hope you can tell me in the comments where you're listening from. What time is it in your part of the world? And thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and the merch store. Like and subscribe. Let us begin. Saladin. He first entered the fray of the Crusades as a young commander under his uncle, Shirkuh, and then as a vizier of Egypt in the 1170s. The Kingdom of Jerusalem's chronicler, William of Tyre, writing in the late 12th century, provides one of the earliest Latin assessments of Saladin. William was aware of Saladin's rise in Egypt and Syria, and when he died in 1186, before Saladin's capture of Jerusalem, his chronicle notes Saladin's character in striking terms. William describes Saladin, when he succeeded Shirkuh in Egypt in 1169, as, quote, a man of keen intelligence, vigorous in war, unusually generous. And he illustrates this generosity with an anecdote. After Saladin overthrew the Fatimid Caliph in 1171, he seized the treasury of Cairo, but he gave everything away to his soldiers, emptying the coffers within days. Praise like this, it's notable coming from a Christian prelate. It suggests that even earlier on, observers in Outremer recognized Saladin's military vigor and largesse, qualities admired by that knightly ethos. But William's tone is pretty measured, acknowledging Saladin's strengths without overt disdain, an implicit respect for a rising adversary. At the same time, William sounded the alarm about the growing power of Saladin's empire. He noted that the union of Egypt and Syria under Saladin posed, I quote, an obvious and immediate peril to the Latin states of the East. Thus, even before 1187, Saladin was respected as a formidable foe, vigorous in war, and feared as the architect of a new, united Muslim front, threatening the Crusader kingdom. Throughout the 1170s and 80s, Saladin and the Crusaders had intermittent clashes. Latin chroniclers of this period often frame Saladin as the principal antagonist of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, yet sometimes with grudging admiration for his leadership. For instance, William of Tyre records how Saladin and King Baldwin IV, the leper king, negotiated truces in the early 1180s to halt continuous war. Despite being an infidel enemy, Saladin is portrayed as a ruler who could be reasoned with, a rational actor in diplomacy. A treaty in 1180 guaranteed free commerce between Frankish and Muslim lands through raiders like Reynald de Chatillon, one of the more reckless Crusader lords. He notoriously breached it. William chastises these Latin sons of Belial who provoked Saladin by attacking Muslim caravans during truces. And this acknowledgement is significant. It shows a Crusader chronicler implicitly recognizing Saladin's sense of justice. Saladin lodged formal complaints over the treaty breaches, and only went to war when the Franks failed to rein in their rogue lord. In other words, Saladin doesn't really appear as a mere bloodthirsty invader, but as a ruler responding in firm fashion to transgressions. William's account even suggests that had the Latins had been more united and law-abiding, Saladin's advance might have been checked. Instead, their internal discord and greed gave Saladin plenty of openings to exploit. And by 1185, after years of skirmishes, a fragile truce prevailed. But when King Baldwin IV died, and factionalism paralyzed the Crusader court, Saladin watched for an opportunity. Latin writers sensed the storm on the horizon. Patriarch Heraclius of Jerusalem and others sent letters to Europe pleading, begging for aid, portraying Saladin in apocalyptic terms, trying to provoke a response. One contemporary letter called him, quote, Saladin himself the cruel enemy of Christ, gathering forces to besiege Jerusalem. Language like this certainly lays bare the religious dimension of how Crusaders viewed Saladin, not just as a political foe, but as the enemy of the Christian faith incarnate, a scourge permitted by God to test the faithful. The papal bull, Audita Tremendi, of 1187, issued after Jerusalem's fall, likewise painted the calamity as a judgment on Christian sin, with Saladin as the, quote, savage barbarian executing God's punishment, though the bill did not name him directly. It was pretty obvious who they were referring to, though. Thus, on the eve of Hattin and Jerusalem's loss, the prevalent Crusader view oscillated between fearsome respect for Saladin's prowess and a theological framing of him as this enemy of God. This set the stage for the cataclysm to come, which would sear the name of Saladin into the Crusader memory. In July 1187, disaster struck the Crusader kingdom at the horns of ad-Dīn. Saladin's army practically annihilated the flower of Frankish knighthood, capturing King Guy of Lusignan and many nobles. Soon after, Jerusalem itself was taken. These events generated numerous Crusader accounts that both demonize and paradoxically praise Saladin. The Old French continuation of William of Tyre, also known as the Chronicle of Ernol, written in the early 13th century by a participant squire, provides a vivid narrative of ad-Dīn and its aftermath from the Christian perspective. The chronicler attributes the defeat partly to divine wrath for the sins of the Christians, explicitly stating that after the tactical missteps, quote, the anger of God was so great against the Christian host because of their sins that Saladin vanquished them quickly. Of course, this reflects a pretty common trope. Saladin is the instrument of God, triumphant, not purely by his own merit, but because of the Crusaders' moral failures, disunity, breaking truces, arrogance, this kind of thing. All of this came together to incur God's punishment. Thus, God sent Saladin to get them. But even so, the detailed description of Saladin's strategy at ad-Dīn shows begrudging admiration for his generalship. The chronicler describes how Saladin ordered his men to collect brushwood, dry grass, and early the next morning he ordered the fires to be lit, using smoke and thirst to break the Crusaders' resistance. It notes how he denied water to the Frankish host, and even dumped water in front of them to worsen their anguish. A cruel, but effective psychological tactic. Such details show how Saladin's shrewdness and tactical ingenuity on the battlefield, as acknowledged by his foes. The aftermath of ad-Dīn produced one of the most iconic anecdotes in Crusader chronicles, Saladin's handling of the captured lords, especially King Guy and Renaud de Châtillon. The Old French continuation relates that Saladin invited the thirsty King Guy to drink from a golden cup, an act signifying mercy, since in Muslim custom to give a captive drink was to assure his life. But when Guy handed the cup to Renaud, Saladin did not like it. He became enraged, perhaps because he had not personally extended this mercy to Renaud. In fact, Renaud de Châtillon was infamous for his atrocities. He had harassed Muslim caravans, and even attempted to raid Islam's holy cities. Saladin had sworn to kill him. The chronicle dramatically records Saladin's word and deed. He confronted Renaud, calling him a pig, and asked what Renaud would do if their roles were reversed. Renaud's defiant answer, that he would kill Saladin, prompted Saladin to draw his sword and execute Renaud on the spot. The scene is related with a kind of horrific awe. Saladin comes across as both chivalrous and sternly just. He honored King Guy as a fellow monarch, but meted out deadly justice to Renaud, whom even Christian writers admit had broken truces and behaved dishonorably. The continuation doesn't shy away from depicting Saladin's harshness, beheading a prominent captive, yet it implies that this was retribution Renaud brought upon himself. They seemed to be almost kind of embarrassed that Renaud de Châtillon was on their side. Well, in fact, in the earlier account, when Saladin offers Renaud a final chance to repent, Renaud's insolence seals his fate. Apparently he'd said, "So help me God, I would cut off your head." It's not a good way to get Saladin to change his mind. So to the Crusader readers, Saladin's action, though brutal, could be seen as that of a righteous avenger punishing a villain that even the Franks had mixed feelings about. Soon after ad-Dīn, Saladin swept through the kingdom, reclaiming as many cities as he could. His siege of Jerusalem in September of 1187 forced the Holy City's largely civilian defenders into desperate negotiations. Crusader chroniclers here highlight that Saladin's reputation was one of mercy and chivalry, especially in contrast to the bloody capture of Jerusalem in the First Crusade of 1099, about 100 years before. The French continuation and Latin eyewitness letters recount how Balian of Ibelin led Jerusalem's defenses, but ultimately bargained for surrender. Initially, Saladin offered generous terms. He promised that if the city capitulated peacefully, he would spare the people and allow them to leave with their possessions. He, quote, did not want to risk damage to the holy places in an assault. The chronicler notes that the Jerusalemites refused these terms out of a kind of misguided zeal, declaring that they would never surrender the city. Only after Saladin breached the wall on the 29th of September, and the situation became hopeless, did negotiations resume. The accounts describe a dramatic parley. Saladin, initially intent on taking the city by storm and sparing no one, angered that his earlier mercy was spurned, is met by Balian under a flag of truce. Balian warns that if no mercy is given, the cornered Franks would inflict a final slaughter, killing their own families, destroying the Muslim holy sites including the Dome of the Rock, and dying to the last man in a futile battle. This dire threat of a citywide destruction pact and desecration forced the hand of Saladin. According to Ernol's chronicle, Saladin capitulated in the face of this blackmail and agreed to spare the populace, but he did demand ransom payments, 10 dinars per man, 5 per woman, 2 per child. Those who paid would be free. Those who couldn't would be enslaved. Here is where the Crusader sources emphasize Saladin's pragmatism, tempered with a little bit of compassion, at least compassion for the 12th century. Balian protested that most in the city were poor refugees who could never afford such sums. Moved by these pleas, and after much haggling, Saladin compromised. He accepted a lump sum of 30,000 bezants to free thousands of the poor. Even after this, when 15,000 Christians still remained destitute and slated for slavery at the expiration of the ransom period, Saladin showed further clemency. He gifted 1,000 of them to his brother Al-Adil and 500 to Balian and the Patriarch, effectively freeing those 2,000 out of charity. Medieval Christian writers took careful note of these acts. The image of Saladin graciously allowing women and children and the poor to depart Jerusalem unharmed stood in a stark contrast to the massacre that followed the conquest in 1099 by the other side. Frankly, it astonished and impressed contemporaries. The 12th century English historian William of Newburgh, writing a few years later in far-off England, remarked with a tinge of shame perhaps, that the Muslims' mercy at Jerusalem in 1187 outshone the Christians' deeds there before. In Crusader narrative, Saladin at Jerusalem emerges as both a feared conqueror and a merciful liberator. He fulfilled his vow to reclaim Islam's holy city, yet largely spared the inhabitants' lives, thus winning a reputation for chivalrous restraint even among his enemies. But hold your horses. Not all accounts were glowing. Some Latin commentators still stressed Saladin's cruelty in victory. An anonymous Christian tract titled On the Conquest of the Holy Land by Saladin, written in the 1180s, lamented the plight of the enslaved and exiled, casting Saladin as a cruel tyrant, despite the negotiated surrender. Likewise, a Latin chronicle of the Third Crusade compiled in the 1190s, often simply called the Itinerarium, describes Saladin's conquest of 1187 in hostile tone. Its prologue, refers to Saladin as, quote, the enemy of Christendom, and it launches into a moral critique of his rise. Interestingly, the Itinerarium author digs up sordid rumors to tarnish Saladin's character, accusing him of moral degeneracy in his youth, licensing prostitution in Damascus to fund his ambitions, and of treacherous opportunism, i.e., marrying Nur al-Din's widow and disinheriting Nur al-Din's young son to seize power. Well, such allegations, whether they be true or not, show the propagandistic effort by Latin writers to present Saladin as morally illegitimate, a way to reconcile how a wicked man could triumph over the people of God. The Itinerarium even compares Saladin to infamous tyrants. One passage likens his cruelty to that of Nero and the wickedness of King Herod. Clearly, in the immediate wake of Jerusalem's loss, many Crusaders vilified Saladin to stoke outrage and piety among the European audience. He was the new Babylonian, the infidel sultan, who trampled the Holy Cross, the true cross relic captured at Hattin. Yet even this same source concedes a theological point. Saladin could not have exceeded, except that although Saladin is God's tool to punish sin, the real cause of Christian defeat was internal discord and their own sinfulness. Thus, within a single chronicle, we find a dual image, Saladin as a scourge of God and a bone-chilling villain, but his success ultimately attributed to the Christians themselves, rather than his inherent superiority. This nuanced blame reflects the Crusaders' struggle to explain their defeat, while still maintaining faith in divine favor. So to sum it all up, the period of 1187 to 89 solidified Saladin's image in the Crusader mind. He was the mighty conqueror who shattered their realm, an object of both hatred and reluctant esteem. Chroniclers from the Levant like Ernol's remember him as a just and even merciful person at Jerusalem, while polemical writings circulating in Europe painted him in darker tones. Still, across these accounts, common threads emerge. Saladin is brave, sagacious, and pious in his own faith, and his victories are seen as a humbling lesson for Christendom. His ambivalent reputation only grew during the Third Crusade, when Western princes personally encountered the legendary Sultan on the battlefield and in diplomacy. Of course, the Third Crusade brought King Richard I of England, that being King Richard the Lionheart, face to face, albeit never sword to sword in combat with Saladin, spawning stories of mutual respect that really became the stuff of legend. Contemporary Crusader chronicles devote extensive pages to the duel of wits and arms between the two famed leaders. And through their eyes, perhaps we see the most nuanced view of Saladin, that of a worthy adversary. A significant corpus of primary evidence comes from the Third Crusade, the Latin Itinerarium Peregrinorum, the Old French verse chronicle of Ambroise, who accompanied Richard, and the chronicles of Roger of Howden in England, and letters written during the campaign. These sources consistently depict a relationship between Richard and Saladin, marked by fierce hostility and a curious personal admiration. From the outset, Latin authors emphasize that unlike previous crusades, this campaign pit the Christians against an, quote, excellent military leader and even better diplomat, Saladin. The implication's pretty clear. The Franks knew they were up against no ordinary foe, but one whose tactical skill and statesmanship demanded respect. When Richard arrived in the Holy Land in 1191, he found that Saladin's reputation preceded him. The Sultan's very name galvanized the Crusaders' zeal, even as it commanded their caution. The chronicles of the Siege of Acre, 1189 to 1191, and subsequent battles highlight Saladin's prowess and the difficulty the Crusaders faced facing him. During the long siege of Acre, Saladin's forces encircled the besiegers, effectively turning the siege into a two-front struggle. An anonymous Christian eyewitness notes how Saladin's banners and brightly colored tents dotted the hills around Acre, a constant reminder of his innumerable army that harassed the Crusaders day and night. Richard's arrival turned the tide at Acre, but even after the city fell, Saladin remained a formidable opponent in the field. In the campaign of 1191, Richard led the Crusader armies south along the coast. Saladin shadowed them inland, waiting for Richard to make some kind of mistake. This reflects the actual strategy recorded by contemporaries. Saladin repeatedly tried to provoke or exploit any weakness in the Crusader march, knowing a rash move could give him victory. The climactic Battle of Arsuf, September 1191, demonstrates how Latin writers credited Saladin with tactical skill. They describe him following constantly through the hills and choosing the battlefield, forcing Richard into a pitched encounter. The battle narratives often praise the generalship of Richard, but implicitly they praise Saladin too, for it required all of Richard's skill to win a hard-fought victory at Arsuf against the forces of Saladin. Notably, at Arsuf, despite defeat, Saladin preserved most of his army and continued to resist. The Crusader chronicles acknowledge that Saladin's resistance frustrated Richard's hopes of a quick march upon Jerusalem. And so, as the campaign wore on, the mutual respect between the adversaries became a dominant theme in the Christian accounts. One famous episode, recorded by the chronicler Ambroise and repeated in later tales, involves Saladin's chivalrous gestures towards Richard. During an encounter possibly at Arsuf or Jaffa, Richard's horse was killed beneath him in battle, and Saladin, seeing the English king on foot and vulnerable, swiftly sent him 2 replacement horses, so that the fight could continue on equal terms. Pretty remarkable, isn't it? Of course, this act astonished both sides and was taken as proof of Saladin's chivalry. But don't worry, some modern historians want to ruin the fun and question whether it literally happened or was later romanticized. But either way, contemporary Crusaders certainly believed it. The story circulated widely enough to be recorded in multiple sources. Similarly, when Richard fell seriously ill with fever in the winter of 1191-92, Saladin is said to have sent him fresh fruits, pears, and snow-cooled sherbets to aid in his recovery. These instances were cited in chronicles, even as evidence that Saladin and Richard, for all their enmity, esteemed each other as noble warriors. Saladin won the reputation for being exceptionally chivalrous. He and Richard I each became each other's favorite opponent. The very fact that such gestures were reported by Christian writers shows how eagerly they latched onto narratives of honor. It allowed them to cast the war not merely as a clash of barbarians and civilization, but almost a contest between 2 peer champions who both shared a warrior code. The Third Crusade, however, was not all battle. It was punctuated by negotiation, truces, and proposals, which Crusader sources detail with great interest. Perhaps the most extraordinary diplomatic episode was the proposal to unite Richard's family with Saladin's, an event so startling that some chronicles even omitted it, but it is confirmed by reliable near-contemporary accounts. In late 1191, Richard suggested a marriage alliance. His widowed sister, Joan, the Queen of Sicily, would marry Saladin's brother Al-Adil, with Jerusalem to be their joint kingdom. The old French continuation of Tyre is the lone Frankish source to mention this, and even there it's hinted that perhaps Saladin himself initiated the idea, which is frankly doubtful. Eastern writers, like Baha al-Din, make clear that it was Richard's gambit. The very seriousness with which this most implausible scheme was treated speaks volumes about the respect between the leaders. Saladin was willing to consider peace through kinship with his foe, and Richard trusted Saladin's honor enough to entertain handing Jerusalem to Saladin's own family by marriage. Ultimately, the plan fell apart. Apparently, Richard's sister refused to marry a Muslim unless he converted, and political opposition on both sides was it was too strong. It was never going to work. But Crusader chronicles, who do discuss it, convey a sense of the almost camaraderie that had developed. Richard and Al-Adil met in person repeatedly, developed a rapport and traded gifts. They even shared a few meals together. Through Al-Adil acting as an intermediary, Richard and Saladin exchanged proposals and courtesies. This did not mean an end to war, far from it, but it created a foundation of mutual respect that undergirded later treaty talks. Even the negotiation process impressed the Latins. They saw Saladin, unlike some fanatical caricature. He could engage in pragmatic and even cordial diplomacy, when it suited his goals, I suppose. Yet for all the chivalry, don't forget, the war was bitter. Crusader accounts do not shy away from criticizing Saladin when he and Richard clashed fiercely. A notorious incident was the massacre of Muslim prisoners at Acre in August of 1191. After that city's capitulation, thousands of Muslim garrison troops became prisoner. Richard agreed to release them for a ransom in exchange for Frankish captives, but negotiations dragged as Saladin stalled on some terms. Impatient and growing suspicious, Richard finally lost faith that Saladin would fulfill the deal. So, in a grim decision, Richard ordered 2,600 Muslim prisoners to be executed before Saladin's eyes. The Itinerarium Peregrinorium includes Richard's own justification and a letter to the abbot of Clairvaux. He wrote, "The time limit expired, and as the pact with Saladin had agreed was entirely made void, we quite properly had the Saracens put to death." Crusader chronicles largely defend Richard's act as a harsh necessity, laying blame on Saladin for delaying ransom payments. They report that Saladin, outraged, retaliated by executing such Christian prisoners as he still held. These bloodier episodes show that respect certainly had limits. Neither side hesitated to act ruthlessly when they felt that it was strategically or perhaps honorably justified. However, importantly, even this dark moment did not collapse the underlying esteem. Richard's letters refers to Saladin in a matter-of-fact, almost courteous terms amid the reproach, and Saladin's brother, Al-Adil, continued parleys with Richard shortly after. The episode did not tarnish Richard's image among the Muslims. His reputation fell in the eyes of Saladin himself, notes one account. Yet the war did go on, undiminished on both sides. Through 1192, as Richard and Saladin maneuvered around Jerusalem. By the way, Richard never managed to seize the Holy City, while Saladin could not decisively defeat Richard in battle. The chroniclers increasingly focused on the personal rivalry and the near mythic quality that it assumed. There is an oft-cited anecdote that at one point Richard, frustrated, remarked that he would sooner turn Jerusalem over to Saladin than any rival among the Franks. Now that is an interesting way to put it. It's certainly a comment that reflects his grudging regard for the Sultan's rights and honor, as opposed to the infighting Latin claimants. Whether or not Richard actually said this, whether it was recorded in later chronicles as a testament to Saladin's integrity even in the enemy's eyes. Ultimately, the campaign ended, not with one vanquishing the other, but with a peace treaty, the Treaty of Jaffa, September of 1192. Richard and Saladin never met in person, but their emissaries, chiefly al-Adil, negotiated a settlement respecting each other's dignity. The treaty allowed the Crusader kingdom to survive in a coastal strip and guaranteed Christian pilgrims access to Jerusalem, while the city itself remained under Saladin's control. Crusader chronicles note that Richard's departure was met with mixed feelings, relief at the truce, but also disappointment that Jerusalem was not won. However, many writers pay tribute to Saladin's honor in upholding the truce. The Itinerarium Peregrinorum account of the peace talk emphasizes Saladin's reasonable nature. It describes how Richard, weakened by illness and pressing troubles in Europe, finally chose to seek a truce and sent word via al-Adil. Saladin, for his part, was exhausted by years of war too, and had his own difficulties holding this coalition together. He too sought an honorable respite. The treaty is often summarized as a balanced outcome, and indeed a Latin chronicler writes that when the accord was struck, Saladin agreed to confirm an inviolate peace between Christians and Saracens, guaranteeing free passage to the Holy Sepulchre. Even the usually hostile Itinerarium betrays the conclusion without really any bitterness. Saladin allowed the Christians to refortify Jaffa and other cities as part of the truce, and Richard ordered the strategic fort of Ascalon razed to satisfy Saladin's terms. The respect was mutual. Each ceded something to the other. When Richard fell gravely ill in September of 1192, Saladin even sent his own physicians to tend to him, a final gesture of goodwill between two weary champions. But perhaps the most telling indicator of Richard's view of Saladin comes not from the official chronicles, but from the tone of the correspondence and narratives. Richard never disparages Saladin's personal honor in the records, reserving his scorn for other Christian princes or lesser emirs. Likewise, there's an oft-quoted line from Saladin's side. Baha al-Din, Saladin's biographer, reports that Saladin once said that no Crusader leader gave him as much trouble as Richard did, praising the English king's courage and military skill. The compliments echoed in the Christian memory. An English chronicler, upon relating Richard's exploits, tactfully acknowledges that only a leader of Saladin's caliber could withstand him. By the end of the Third Crusade, the Crusader view of Saladin had evolved from a purely dreaded infidel to a flesh and blood monarch, one who could be wise, honorable, and even likable, albeit still an adversary to the faith. Running through the narratives of battles and treaties are deliberate appraisals of Saladin's character traits. Medieval writers were keen to judge not just what the enemy did, but who he was. Several recurrent themes emerge in Crusader portrayals of Saladin's character: military bravery, chivalry, mercy, generosity, cunning, and devoutness, or lack thereof from a Christian standpoint. These qualities were sometimes paradoxical in the Christian depiction. He could be praised for one virtue in one account and condemned for another vice elsewhere. One prominent theme was Saladin's chivalry and generosity, which became almost legendary in itself. The biography of Richard I by Ambroise, for example, lauds Saladin's noble treatment of opponents. He recounts how after the Battle of Jaffa, 1192, when Richard staged a daring defense of the city against a surprise attack, Saladin was so impressed by Richard's feat of arms that he personally sent fresh mounts to the king, kind of a variant of that horse gift story, and forbade his troops from attacking Richard's entourage during a temporary ceasefire. The Normans and French in the Crusade, steeped in chivalric culture, were fascinated by the idea of a Saracen king who actually embodied knightly virtue. As one modern historian observes, to them, although he was a heathen, he embodied those knightly virtues that their culture was so accustomed to. This helps explain why tales of Saladin's courtesy spread rapidly. Even the common Crusader soldiers took heart in believing that their foe, for all his might, was honorable and merciful, perhaps hoping for better treatment if captured. Chivalric respect, however, coexisted with accusations of treachery and faithlessness. It was standard for each side in a holy war to accuse the other of perfidy. Some Crusader chronicles assert that Saladin could be fickle and faithless when it suited him. They cite, for instance, that Saladin broke truces when advantageous, or he made promises that he later rescinded. One Latin account accuses Saladin of violating an oath made to Raymond III of Tripoli during a brief alliance, though evidence for that is pretty scant. Another point of contention was Saladin's failure to immediately honor that prisoner exchange at Acre. The Franks saw this as duplicity that avoided the pact. Thus, while praising his courtesy in person, Crusaders could still paint him as a typical infidel inconstancy on the grand scheme. Of course, we see this duality in the itinerarium. After lambasting Saladin's moral character, the author nonetheless includes episodes of Saladin behaving with courtly honor. The contradiction was perhaps not felt as sharply by medieval writers as it is by modern readers. They were content to heap all attributes, good or bad, on this monumental figure. Religious perception also colored depictions of Saladin. To the Crusaders, Saladin's greatest flaw, of course, was that he was not a Christian. Some clerical writers portrayed him as irreligious or impious by their standards. For example, the Itinerarium claimed that he, quote, insulted Christianity and patronized frivolities like plays and the theater, implying a lack of proper piety. They stressed that he was an infidel, and thus irrespective of his earthly virtues, damned without Christ. Yet intriguingly, other accounts acknowledge Saladin's sincere devotion to Islam and even compare it favorably to Christian piety. The chronicles mention how Saladin cleaned and reconsecrated holy sites in Jerusalem according to Islamic rites after 88 years of Christian control, showing reverence for his faith. Matthew Paris, an English monk writing in the 1240s, notes how Saladin, upon capturing Jerusalem, quote, purified the temple area with rose water and dedicated it to Muslim worship, an act of piety from the Saracen point of view. Some writers drew an implicit parallel. Just as Crusaders fought for their faith, so did Saladin for his, a grudging respect for the religious conviction of the Sultan. This is exemplified in the story, found in later romance but rooted in medieval sentiment, that when Saladin once heard Christian priests chant in Jerusalem, he marked upon their devotion, indicating that he understood and respected genuine faith even if it was a different one to his own. A particularly humanizing aspect of Crusader depictions is the inclusion of anecdotes of Saladin's mercy and kindness off the battlefield. We've already talked about his mercy at Jerusalem and the kindness to Richard, but additionally, some sources mention Saladin's fair treatment of ordinary people. The chronicler Ibn Jubayr, a Muslim traveller, though not a crusader, wrote the Frankish prisoners spoke highly of Saladin's humane treatment. Interestingly, this tidbit entered Western circulation via translated accounts, furthering his image as a ruler. The old French continuation even records that after Jerusalem's fall, quote, Saladin welcomed back the Greek and Syrian Christians into the city and allowed Latin clerics to remain temporarily, since they paid ransom, showing a tolerance that must have favorably been surprised by the Franks. Nonetheless, Christian writers never forgot Saladin was their enemy. They often emphasize his role in humiliating Christendom. For example, the Heretics continuation dramatically recounts how Pope Urban III died of shock and grief upon hearing of Jerusalem's loss to Saladin. Such passages cast Saladin as an almost scourge of God-type figure, whose very mention shakes the world. Even years later, when recounting the history of the Crusades, authors like Jacques de Vitry, early 13th century, and Primat of Saint-Denis, late 13th century, invariably refer to the great Saladin with a mix of awe and loathing, awe at his victories, and loathing that a non-Christian could so triumph over the faithful. By the mid-13th century, his legend had grown in the Latin West beyond the bare facts of history. Interestingly, later medieval literature, though not strictly chronicle history, started to romanticize Saladin as an exemplar of a noble pagan. This is somewhat outside of the Crusader chronicles proper, but worth noting to see how perceptions evolved. The evolution can be traced back within historical writing. Matthew Paris includes a drawing of the Battle of Hattin in his Chronica Majora, portraying the Crusaders falling before an ominous black-clad Saladin. Yet Matthew Paris also inserts moral lessons, suggesting that Saladin, despite being an enemy, embodied virtues of leadership that some Christian kings unfortunately were lacking. By portraying Saladin in his manuscripts, Paris signaled that the Sultan had become a fixture in the historical consciousness of Christendom. Saladin died in 1193, but after that, his legend only grew. The immediate Crusader generation had grappled directly with him, sure. Subsequent generations, once the immediacy of loss faded, often took a more idealized view of the Sultan. While strictly speaking, these later sources are not contemporary with Saladin, sorry to tell you, but they do reveal how the Crusaders' view was remembered and perhaps reshaped in the medieval memory. It's important to note that these are retrospective, sometimes romanticized, but they crown the arc of Saladin's image in the medieval West. One significant source is the so-called Templar of Tyre Chronicle, around 1300, the anonymous continuation of Crusade history, written by a resident of the Crusader Kingdom of Cyprus. It looks back on Saladin's era with a mixture of nostalgia and admiration. It recounts how Saladin's deeds, alongside those of the later Crusaders, often highlighting his clemency and honor to contrast with the treachery the writer saw in the Fourth Crusade, or the failings of the later Christian Crusaders. By the author's time, Saladin was almost a yardstick for the ideal Saracen, a foe who was formidable, but honorable, not like the Mongols or other alien enemies that the Franks had encountered since. In literature, Saladin's legend took on a life of its own, The 13th century French romance, L'Orden de Chivalry, depicts a fanciful tale in which Saladin captures a Crusader knight, and impressed by his virtue, asks to be taught the ways of Christian knighthood and chivalry. In the story, Saladin is secretly knighted and shown as deeply honorable, albeit he does remain a Muslim. They didn't push the story that far. Such tales, while fiction, were popular in Europe, and demonstrate that Saladin had become somewhat domesticated in the Western imagination as a model of virtue. Essentially a knight, wearing heathen's clothes. It's a striking transformation. Within decades of his wars, Saladin shifted from the devilish enemy of Christ to a noble pagan, who, if not for his wrong faith, could almost be a Christian hero. The most famous medieval tribute comes from the Italian poet Dante Alighieri. In the Divine Comedy, a tour of the afterlife, Dante places Saladin in limbo among the virtuous non-Christians. In Inferno, Canto 4, Dante sees Saladin seated alone, distinguished among figures like Hector, Aeneas, Caesar, and the great philosophers, all souls who, though not saved, are honored for their virtues. The placement's pretty extraordinary. Dante, a devout Catholic, who was under no obligation to include a recent Muslim sultan in the company of Aristotle and Socrates, still does. And why would he do this? Well, it's likely because by Dante's time, Divine Comedy was circa 1308, 1320, something like that. Saladin had symbolized wisdom, chivalry, and heathen virtue at its highest. By the time Dante's writing, Saladin's pretty much a mythic figure, known for treating captured Crusaders generously, for meeting Christian knights in honorable combat, and for sending gold to support poor pilgrims. Dante's readers would have recognized Saladin's name and understood the implication. He was the quintessential good pagan, an enemy of the church, but still a man of such moral stature that he merited respect. In an analysis of Dante's sources, scholars can note that Dante recognized Saladin's actions as just, even though they were against the Christian world, and thus accorded him a place of honor in the afterlife. It's a far cry from the polemical screeds in the 1180s. It illustrates how the memory of Saladin underwent a rehabilitation of sorts, by defying expectations, sparing the populace of Jerusalem, respecting prisoners like King Guy, showing courtesy to opponents too. He won a kind of posthumous admiration, even from his foes. Of course, we have to say that it's not everybody in the later Middle Ages viewed Saladin with such rosy eyes. Church chronicles still condemned him as an infidel who took the true cross. When the Crusade ideal was preached anew in the 14th century, Saladin's victory was still cited as a cautionary tale of Christian lapse. Yet, often the blame was cast more on the Christians of that time for their sins than on Saladin's wickedness. The narrative had shifted. Where once authors piled incentive on Saladin's person, a century later they tended to criticize Christian failings and almost wistfully regard Saladin as a warrior of a bygone golden age of crusading valor. For example, the Burgundian chronicler Jehan de Boivrin, 15th century, compiling earlier sources, called Saladin, quote, a wise prince, valiant in arms, pointing out how even the Knights Templar respected him in their writings. Such commentary, though late, drew from earlier accounts and cemented the duality of Saladin's betrayal. He was a great enemy, but also the model of what medieval nobility could look like. Through the primary eyes of the 12th and 13th century, we've seen him described in many ways: an able general, a generous lord, devout infidel, the merciful savior of Jerusalem. the second Herod, the new Alexander, the courteous knight. The chronology of the sources is the key. The closer to the events, the more raw the anger and grief, hence calling him that enemy of Christ, or chroniclers detailing every single moral fault they can find. But even then, respect shines through in battlefield reports and negotiations. As time passes, the tone softens. Saladin, the man, is separated from the trauma he caused. What remains in many later medieval minds is the idea of Saladin, a courteous warrior king. Richard the Lionheart's Crusaders, who actually fought Saladin, perhaps encapsulated the best. They cursed him on the field, but some at night in their camps could be heard singing songs that oddly celebrated his valor as much as Richard's. They knew better than anyone that to defeat a foe like Saladin was an honor indeed, and to have been defeated by him was a fate that one could accept without shame. In the end, the Crusaders' view on Saladin was as complex as the era itself, forged in blood and faith, tempered by personal contact and communication. It's a testament to Saladin's impact that even his own sworn enemies wrote of him not as like a caricature, but often very three-dimensional. This nuanced legacy in Christian sources may owe as much to Saladin's own character as the chivalric ideals of the age. Saladin had, in effect, won a kind of victory in narrative. He lived on in Crusader chronicles, not only as the conqueror of Jerusalem, but a symbol of chivalry and magnanimity that transcended all religious boundary. The Republic of Venice was officially founded in the early Middle Ages and had lasted all the way until 1797. It is a remarkable example of maritime skill, political savvy, and cultural flourishing. You see, Venice became a major trading hub, enabling extensive trade between Europe and the Byzantine Empire, or Eastern Roman Empire, and the Islamic world, mainly thanks to its advantageous location on the northeastern coast of Italy along the Adriatic Sea. Its longevity and resilience against many enemies, well, to name a few, the Ottoman Empire and, of course, the other Italian city-states, were made possible by its unique oligarchic system, which was centered on the Doge and the Great Council. The Republic's strong navy and strategic control of important sea lanes, which supported its economic supremacy, further increased its wealth and power. But in spite of its remarkable history, the Republic of Venice was ultimately overthrown by Napoleon Bonaparte himself in 1797 as a result of changing trade dynamics, internal conflict, and external pressures from the new European powers. Regardless, Venice's architectural beauty, artistic contributions, and complex political systems all bear witness to this enduring legacy, and it continues to influence contemporary governance and cultural appreciation. And let's talk all about it today. Welcome to the channel, everybody. For the newcomers, good to have you with me for the first time. Those returning, good to have you back. Especially the gentleman, I assume, who keeps commenting, "Do a history of Venice," over and over again in many of these videos. I do appreciate your comments, so I have eventually gotten around to it. I'm not sure if by the time this video is released you're still commenting, but if you are, this is for you. And so, let's start, not from the traditional founding, but a little bit before. Of course, Venice wasn't just some empty plain before its traditional founding. In fact, the early history of the Republic of Venice is traditionally dated to the dedication of the city's first church, and that was supposedly on March 25th,
AD 421. But there is a bit of a problem with that. There's no contemporary documents that survive to confirm this exact founding date, but legend holds that officials from Padua established a trading post in what is now Venice to secure their commercial interests. On that very same day, a church, later identified as St. Giacomo de Rialto, was founded. So there could be a little bit of dramatic license with this, but it doesn't seem to be politically motivated at all. So there's no need to really make strong arguments against it. Let's just take it in our stride. However, there is historical and archaeological evidence that suggests that the church was actually constructed much later. And I mean much later. We're talking the 11th and the mid-12th century. And if we are going to take the establishment of the Republic of Venice on the date of the dedication of the city's first church, well, that throws us around 600 or 700 years out of whack, doesn't it? But regardless, the earliest settlement at Rivo Alto, which is modern-day Rialto, is associated in the 11th century Chronicon Altinate with the dedication of the same church. So, of course, we have the legendary story, much like we have in Rome with Romulus and Remus. Well, Venice has a slightly less exciting one. But everybody wants to make their city seem a bit older than it actually is. Either way, according to long-held tradition, the first Venetians ever were refugees fleeing from successive waves of barbarian invasions. We're talking Huns, Lombards, Visigoths, all the bad guys if you ask the Romans. They were pouring into northeastern Italian mainland between the 2nd and the 5th centuries AD, and they were not the most respectful house guests. That is to say a little about it. They came from nearby Roman towns, these refugees, such as Padua, Aquileia, Treviso, Altinum, and many more. Many of those would form the original Venetian patrician lineages, trace their descent from the old Roman families. And then, of course, we go back a little bit further. The devastation wrought by the Quadi and Marcomanni in AD 166 to 168, and especially Attila and his Huns in 452, pushed the inhabitants of the mainland into the lagoon's safer and more defensible islands. And then we have the Lombard invasion in 568, further restricted the Byzantine or Eastern Roman territories to a narrow strip along the coast, and the lagoon dwellers became an increasingly distinctive community, defined by salt-making, fishing, and the careful engineering of embankments. And so, by the 7th century, as Byzantine power in northern Italy waned and Lombard pressure mounted, the lagoon settlements united to defend themselves, and they formed the Duchy of Venetia. Now this duchy encompassed the region stretching from the lagoon of Grado and Carol to the east of modern Venice, and included the patriarchal seats of Aquileia and Grado. It remained nominally under Byzantine authority, however. But it was its isolation that began to give it this growing autonomy. I mean, it was a bit of a pain to get to. I'm sure you can imagine. Even in our modern day, it's not that easy. Well, at least we have trains and everything else now. A set of leaders, known as the Tribuni Maiores, established the first central governing body of these lagoon islands. Eventually, the first ducal ruler recognized by both the local population and the Byzantine Empire emerged. Urso Hippato, or Ursus, confirmed as Hippatus and Dux titles formally recognized the union of local authority with Byzantine imperial sanction. According to an 11th century tradition by John the Deacon, there was an even earlier duke, Paolo Lucio Anafesto, who was chosen in AD 697. But this tradition is not very well substantiated. Now, early doges, including those legendary figures, likely based their power in Heraclea, an older settlement among the lagoon region. In essence, Venice's origins were not marked by this single founding act or a clearly documented event. You see, rather they unfolded rather gradually as these scattered lagoon communities, first shaped by Roman and Byzantine traditions, then by the necessity of defending themselves against Lombards and other barbarians, began to forge this shared identity that was different from Roman, different from Greek. It was really something quite new. In Venice's earliest centuries, settlements in the lagoon did not yet focus on the Rialto Islands that would later form the city's core. Instead, some of the earliest known inhabited areas included Olivolo, at the lagoon's eastern end, that is, today's San Pietro in Castello, and it was a little bit closer to the sandbars. Archaeological evidence indicates Olivolo was inhabited by the 5th century, and its political importance is confirmed by the 6th and 7th century, mainly in Byzantine seals. It may have had a fortress as early as the 6th century, and by the late 8th century, Olivolo had become home to a bishopric, established under Doge Maurizio Galbaio, 764 to 787, and also a cathedral at San Pietro, completed in 841. Further underscoring the area's religious and political significance. I mean, you can't have a city without a cathedral, can't you? While evidence suggests that islands in the Rivo Alto or Rialto group were settled early on, the serious urbanization of the Rialto region didn't really begin until the 9th century, and we'll get into that soon. But first we must mention that early Venetian leaders moved their seats of power among the lagoon's communities. Teodato Hippato, successor to Urso Hippato, transferred the ducal seat from Heraclea to Malamocco on the Lido in the 740s, reflecting the ongoing attempts to establish hereditary dynasties. But these attempts failed repeatedly due to internal factional struggles, shifting political alliances, and, well, the assassinations didn't really help either. Nothing messes up a dynasty like assassinations. By the early 9th century, Venice's political identity and independence had begun to solidify somewhat through all of its internal struggles and external challenges. Don't worry, there's still plenty of barbarians around, that's for sure. Perhaps they're not very good at swimming. Initially, factional alignments, pro-Byzantine, pro-Frankish. We're talking about the French side of things. This is moving into the time of Charlemagne, of course. Republican and even pro-Lombard. That caused frequent shifts in leadership. Attempts by the early doges to found lasting dynasties invariably failed due to the complexity of these ever-shifting rivalries. It was never easy. I suppose it's never meant to be. But a turning point did come with the pro-Frankish faction's ascendancy under Doge Obelerio degli Antoneri in 804. Excuse me as I struggle through the names. Venice temporarily entered the Carolingian orbit as Obelerio welcomed the protection of Pepin, the son of Charlemagne. But there was a problem. The decision seems to have backfired somewhat, in the form of Pepin laying siege to Venice. Pretty much the worst thing that could have happened. But don't worry, there was a secret weapon that they didn't even know that they had. That was the lagoon's marshy environment, which unleashed disease on the Frankish forces, taking many of them out, without even needing to fight them. After 6 costly months, the army of Pepin retreated, and as for Pepin himself, he died not long after. Possibly, and, well, probably, from illnesses contracted during the siege. I mean, there's nothing worse than a humid, stinking marsh with all of its mosquitoes and all the rest of the filth that Mother Nature can bring up from that kind of climate. Well, of course, it was a big victory for Venice, especially going up against the Carolingians, a small city-state, versus what was effectively an empire. In defending itself against this threat, Venice demonstrated its ability to resist even the strongest. An agreement between the Byzantine Emperor Nicephorus and Charlemagne recognized Venice as part of the Byzantine sphere, and finally affirmed its trade rights. While Venice remained nominally subject to the Eastern Empire, both emperors implicitly acknowledged its de facto independence. Of course, this misadventure of Obelerio left Venice more united than ever before. The failure of outside powers to subdue the lagoon cemented its distinct position in Italy. With the city's independence secured, the Doges who followed could focus on development. It's time to make something of this place. And so, under the rule of Agnello Participazio, 810 to 827, and his 2 sons, Venice began to undergo significant transformations. Let us say that it's going through its adolescence, I suppose we can put it like that. The first thing that Agnello did was move the ducal seat from Malamocco to the Rivo Alto Islands, still then lightly settled, not quite empty, but it was a move that signaled the beginning of the intensive urbanization in the heart of the lagoon. Bridges, canals, embankments, and fortified structures began to shape the future city, weaving its islands together and integrating them more deeply with the sea. This era saw a profound cultural and religious milestone when Agnello's son, Giustiniano, brought the relics of St. Mark the Evangelist from Alexandria to Venice, establishing St. Mark as the city's patron saint. Thus, by the mid-9th century, Venice had shed this fragile uncertainty of its early centuries, and was well on its way to becoming a stable, prosperous maritime republic, one guided by commerce, diplomacy, and political independence, all under its unique cultural identity, instead of conquest and war. But of course, this does not mean that Venice did not get its hands dirty from time to time. Well, it was also around this time that Venice had signed a trade agreement with the Holy Roman Emperor Lothair I, whose privileges were later extended by Otto I and secured the sea by fighting Saracen and Narentine pirates during the reign of Pietro Tredonico, the Participazio's successor. Tredonico's military might would influence the many later Crusades and dominate the Adriatic for centuries to come. After his long and prosperous rule between 1837 and 64, the participatio took over, and it seemed, though a dynasty might finally be established. Venice had pledged also not to purchase Christian slaves within the Carolingian Empire, or sell Christian slaves to Muslims in the Pactum Lothari of 840. Later, the Venetians started selling more Slavs and other non-Christian slaves from Eastern Europe. The Venetian slave trade was split up into multiple routes, including the Black Sea and the Balkan slave trade. Slave caravans made their way from Eastern Europe to Venice via Austria's Alpine passes. According to surviving records, male slaves, who were more common, were valued at much less than a female slave. In Venice and other major slave markets, castration houses emerged to meet the demand for eunuchs, which were particularly valuable. While the Republic of Venice attempted, but was unable at this time to help the Byzantines drive the Arabs out of Crotone in 841 by sending a fleet of 60 galleys, each carrying 200 men. And this would become a bit of a trend, that Venice is called upon for their naval help pretty much when anything goes wrong. Don't worry, they'll be charging for it. After all, they are businessmen. Cities in the Istrian region signed an oath of allegiance to Venetian governance under Pietro II Candiano, in order to ensure safe passage to Venetian fleets and traders near Croatian Dalmatia. His father, Pietro Candiano I, tried to attack and destroy Marania, Pagania, or Narentines. The admiral of the Maranian navy captured and killed Candiano September 18th, 887. I'm sure it was not a quick death either. In an effort to secure the Dalmatian coast for Venice, he became the first and only Duke of Venice to die. Not the title that he wanted, I'm sure. Either way, after a revolt in 972 overthrew the autocratic Philo-Imperial Candiano dynasty, the people elected Doge Pietro I Orsiello. However, his conciliatory approach proved to be unpopular, and he resigned in favor of Vitale Candiano. Beginning with Pietro II Orsiello, who ruled from 991, the focus on the mainland was unquestionably eclipsed by a determined effort to gain control of the Adriatic Sea. The favorable treaty with Emperor Basil II quelled internal conflict and increased trade with the Byzantines by granting Venetian traders exemption from taxes paid by both the Byzantines and other foreigners. To combat Narentine pirates, a strong fleet set sail from Venice on Ascension Day in the year 1000. The fleet travelled to all the major Istrian and Dalmatian cities, where the populace swore allegiance to Venice after becoming weary of the conflicts between the Croatian king Svetoslav and his brother Kresimir. But despite their best efforts, the main Narentine harbours, L'Agosta, Lisa, and Cruzola, were overrun and destroyed. The Narentine pirates vanished after being put down for good, and good riddance. Although Dalmatia was still officially ruled by the Byzantines, Orsiello became the Dux Dalmatiae, the Duke of Dalmatia, and this solidified Venice's dominance over the Adriatic Sea. In 1008, Orsiello finally passed away, and by 1017, when Venice had become a major player in the balance of power between the Byzantine and the Holy Roman Empires, an expedition led by Pietro's son Ottone further cemented Venice's dominance over the Adriatic. Venice did maintain its neutrality during the extended investiture controversy, an 11th century conflict between Pope Gregory VII and the Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV over who would have authority over the appointment of church officials, which of course resulted in some loss of support from the popes. But you have to take a side, don't you? By gaining a bull declaring, well, a bull is kind of like a written censure that comes from the Pope, declaring Venetian supremacy along the Adriatic coast up to Durazzo, and granting his merchants tax exemption through the Byzantine Empire, Doge Domenico Selvo helped the Byzantine Emperor Alexios I Komnenos win the war against the Normans of Apulia. This helped the city-state later amass wealth and power by acting as a middleman for the lucrative spice and silk trade that flowed through the Levant and Egypt along the Kingdom of Aksum and the Roman Indian routes via the Red Sea. And with that, the city achieved complete independence, even though the war was not really a military victory of sorts. Either way, Domenico Selvo led a fleet against the Normans in 1084, but he lost 9 great galleys, the biggest and most powerfully armed vessels in the Venetian navy, and he was ultimately defeated. Looks like the Normans were getting back on top. While Venice's domination of trade between Europe and the Levant made it wealthy from the High Middle Ages onwards, and it started to spread into the Adriatic Sea and beyond. Nearly from the start, Venice was involved in the Crusades. Following the First Crusade, 200 Venetian ships helped capture Syria's coastal cities, and in 1123, the Pactum Warmundi gave them virtual autonomy in the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Well, as long as they had the Kingdom of Jerusalem in their hands, I suppose. Ordelafo Faliero personally led a 100-ship Venetian fleet in 1110 to help Baldwin I of Jerusalem seize Sidon. The Venetian arsenal, a sizable national shipyard, was constructed by the Republic in the 12th century. The Republic seized control of the eastern Mediterranean by constructing new and potent fleets, with all the best new technology. To assist traders from throughout Europe, the world's first exchange company was also established in Venezia. In the Byzantine Empire, the Venetians also enjoyed great trading privileges, and their ships frequently served as the empire's navy. The Venetians were the primary victims of an anti-Catholic massacre too in 1182 by Constantinople's Orthodox Christian populace. Perhaps, maybe the memories of that were fresh in the Fourth Crusade. We shall see. The Doge Enrico Dandalo offered to postpone payment in exchange for the Crusaders' assistance in taking Zara, that is modern-day Zadar, which had rebelled against Venetian rule in 1183 and placed itself under the due protection of the papacy and King Emmerich of Hungary. This was mainly because the Crusaders were unable to pay for their chartering of their shipping, and Zara had proven too well defended for Venice to retake all on its own. They were going to need a bit of help with that one. You see, getting onto the ships was very easy for Venice, but doing anything off them, well, they had their moments. But this was a naval power. Let's not say that they were lining up and fighting people out on the fields. There's more than one way to win a war, you know. Well, back to it when this was achieved in 1202, taking Zara, that is. The crusade was once more redirected to the Byzantine capital, Constantinople. In exchange for the Crusaders helping to reinstall him as Emperor, Alexios IV Angelos offered them 10,000 Byzantine soldiers to aid in the crusade, 500 knights to be kept in the Holy Land, the assistance of the Byzantine navy, 20 ships to transport their army to Egypt, and 200,000 silver marks to help settle the Crusaders' debt to Venice. I mean, it all sounds pretty good, doesn't it? It's not a bad deal. So Alexios was reinstated to power in 1203 after the Crusaders agreed. But there was a problem. He failed to fulfill his end of the bargain. Yes, one of those turning points in history that it really upsets me, actually. Well, in response to it, the great city of Constantinople was besieged by the Venetians and the French Crusaders, who took control of the city and sacked it in 1204. Several works of art, including the well-known 4 bronze horses, were actually saved from the sack and returned to Venice by the Venetians. Following the fall of the Byzantine hegemony, Venice acquired strategic lands in the Aegean Sea, which included the islands of Crete and Euboea, and accounted for 3/8 of the Byzantine Empire. Furthermore, the central architecture of some modern cities like Chania on Crete is largely Venetian in origin. It's still there too. You can take a good look at it. Hopefully it's as well preserved as I've seen in the photographs. There was also the Venetian Duchy of the Archipelago that was made in that same time from the Aegean Islands, and that little agreement that they signed with the Mongols in 1241 to facilitate trade. Of course, everybody was hoping that the Mongols would sweep in and win the crusade for them, but, well, that didn't really work out for either sides in any of the crusades. Well, we move on now to the 14th century, where Venice encounters a few more challenges, particularly under Louis I of Hungary. He attempted, but failed, to free Zara from Venetian suzerainty for the first time in 1346. The Dukes of Austria, Nicholas, and the Patriarch of Aquileia, and his half-brother Emperor Charles IV, Louis I, Francesco I de Carrara, the Lord of Padua, and the Counts of Gorizia formed an alliance in 1356, and in that same year the League's forces took control of Grado and Muggia, and Louis deprived Venice of Dalmatia. His army had attacked the cities of Zara, Trau, Spalato, and Ragusa along the Dalmatian coast. Treviso's siege, which lasted from July to September of 1356, ended up being a complete and utter failure. After losing quite badly, well, very badly, at Nervesa on January 13th, 1358, Venice was compelled to leave Dalmatia and return it to the Kingdom of Hungary. On February 18th, 1358, the Treaty of Zara was signed, and the Venetians accepted the unfavorable terms it contained. Venice also engaged in sporadic warfare with the Genoese from 1350 to 1381, which was also a bit of a naval empire. You know what they say, this town ain't big enough for the both of us. At the expense of Genoa, the Venetians maintained their dominant position in the eastern Mediterranean affairs after first defeating the Genoese fleet at the Battle of Chioggia in 1380. Nevertheless, the peace resulted in Venice losing a number of lands to other warring nations. For example, the Byzantine Empire seized Tenedos, the Austrians seized Conegliano, Carraresi seized Treviso, the Patriarch of Aquileia seized Trieste, and Serenissima lost Dalmatia to Hungary. Early in the 15th century, the Venetians increased their holdings in northern Italy and took total authority over the Dalmatian coast, which they had purchased from Ladislaus of Naples. To run the region, Venice appointed its own aristocrats, such as Count Filippo Stipanov in Zara. The Duke of Milan, Gian Galeazzo Visconti, threatened to expand, so the Venetians took action against him. To protect traveling merchants, authority over the northeast cross-country routes was also required, and by 1410 Venice had controlled most of Venetia, including major cities like Padua and Verona. And they also had a navy of about 3,500 ships and about 35,000 men. Not bloody bad, I will say. Now, this little situation in Dalmatia was solved by a truce in 1408 with Sigismund of Hungary. Venice had actually conquered the Patriarchate of Aquileia as soon as his truce expired, then capturing Durazzo, Sparato, Trau, and other Dalmatian cities. Hungary's challenges made it possible for the Republic to unite its Adriatic territories. And so, by the mid-15th century, under Doge Francesco Foccari, Venice attained the pinnacle of its mainland power, having carved out a substantial domain that stretched from the Veneto through the Friuli, Bergamo, and Cremona, all the way to Ravenna, Istria, and Dalmatia. The Peace of Lodi, 1454, provided the culminating settlement and acknowledged Venice's prominent position in northern Italy. Yet, this territorial expansion came just as the Republic faced grave maritime challenges from, guess who? The ascendant Ottoman Empire. Although Venice retained certain trade privileges after the fall of Constantinople in the previous year, 1453, the Ottoman push into Albania and the Aegean eroded Venetian outposts, culminating in the loss of Negropont in 1470. Efforts to counter the Ottomans through alliances with Persia and other European states produced limited results. And despite heroic defenses, like Antonio Loredan's at Scutari, Venice was forced into a peace treaty in 1479, surrendering critical strongholds and agreeing to pay annual tribute. This outcome reshaped the Republic's geopolitical stance, reducing its capacity for bold maritime ventures and cementing a more cautious, defensive posture. But even as the Ottomans challenged Venice's naval empire, the Republic maintained deeply enmeshed in Italian politics. In contrast to major powers like Florence, Naples, and Milan, Venice supported Pope Sixtus IV in his 1482 offensive against Ferrara, an endeavor that backfired somewhat when the Pope reversed allegiances after the papal Venetian force suffered a setback at Campomorto. Although Venice suffered deaths, such as Alfonso of Calabria's victory in the Veronese, its maritime strength enabled it to seize Gallipoli on the Apulian coast. A shift in Milanese policy under Ludovico Sforza, who sided with Venice, paved the way for the Peace of Brescia in 1484, and this treaty allowed Venice to acquire the Polesine and Rovigo, enhancing its reputation in Italy, especially at the expense of Florence. In the following years, Venice undertook brief forays against Sigismund and Pope Innocent VIII, continuing to assert its influence on the peninsula. Its troops also joined the Italian League at the Battle of Fornovo in 1495 against King Charles VIII of France. An alliance with Spain, or more particularly with the Spanish region of Aragon, formed amid the reconquest of the Kingdom of Naples and secured Venetian control of the Ionian Islands, key Apulian ports, and other strategic positions controlling the lower Adriatic. Thus, by the end of the 15th century, Venice had adjusted its priorities, balancing a powerful mainland presence with a more guarded maritime stance, deftly engaging in Italy's complex political maneuvers and shifting alliances, all to maintain its stature as a formidable but now more cautious Mediterranean power. Long gone were the gutsy days of old. Well, with about 180,000 residents at the end of the 15th century, Venice was actually the second largest city in Europe. The first was Paris. But Venice was arguably the richest city in the world, and that was even despite the defeats in the war against the Turks. With 2.1 million people, the Republic of Venice's territory covered about 70,000 kilometers. That's about 27,000 square miles. And by contrast, at the same time, England only had about 3 million people. Italy as a whole had 11 million. France had 13 million, Portugal 1.7, Spain with 6, and the Holy Roman Empire, which was not very holy, not very Roman, and not much of an empire, still managed to have 10 million people, give or take. Of course, the region was split into 3 administrative sections. First, we have the domain of the Doge, and I can't stop thinking of that little Shiba dog when I say that word. Now, the Doge's domain was called the Dogado, which includes the city's islets and the original land surrounding the lagoon. Then we have Istria, Dalmatia, the Albanian coast, the Apulian ports, the Venetian Ionian coast, Crete, Cyprus, as well as fortifications and trading posts scattered through the southeast European region and the Middle East, are all part of the Strato de Mar, that being the state of the sea. And then we have the state of the mainland, or Strato di Terraferma, which includes East Lombardy, Romagna, Friuli, Veneto, and Venetia Iulia. So those were the 3 domains: the Dogado, the state of the sea, and the state of the mainland. Venice also gained Cremona in 1499, when it sided with Louis XII of France against Milan. The Ottoman Sultan launched a land invasion of Lepanto that same year and dispatched a sizable fleet to aid in the naval assault. Antonio Grimani, who was more of a diplomat and businessman than a sailor, lost the Battle of Zonchio at sea in 1499, and Friuli was once again sacked by the Turks. Venice gave up the bases of Lepanto, Modon, and Coron because it preferred peace to full-scale conflict with the Turks, and one can hardly blame them. The Turks were on a bit of a roll at that time. During the early 16th century, Venice faced grave challenges as it struggled to maintain its wealth, influence, and independence. Although its economy had flourished on maritime trade and the production of fine goods, such as silks, jewelry, gold articles, delicate glassware, etc., political pressure pulled the Republic away from its traditional commercial focus. Now, one major concern was the situation in Romagna, formerly a papal territory, but in reality divided into numerous lordships that neither Rome nor Venice could easily control. Under Pope Julius II's leadership, a coalition known as the League of Cambrai 1508 was formed against Venice, uniting the Pope with Spain, France, Emperor Maximilian I, and the King of Hungary. Of course, each power sought a share of the Venetian territories. Apulian ports were promised to Spain, Cremona to France, Dalmatia to Hungary, Friuli and Veneto to Maximilian, and Romagna essentially to papal suzerainty. By the early 16th century, Venice's attempts at territorial expansion on the Italian mainland had pretty much came to a decisive end. The dramatic defeat in 1509 at Anadello and the subsequent 7 years of wars forced Venice to release its ambitions and focus on preserving what little it had left. Though a combination of successions, like ceding Apulian ports to Spain, and judicious diplomacy, The Republic managed to recover its mainland territories up to the Ada River. Yet the events of 1509 effectively signaled a transition from outward-looking aggression to a determined and more inward-focused stability. You see, this new stance went hand in hand with reflections on Venice's constitution and governance. Intellectuals like Gasparo Contarini praised the city's balanced political system, uniting elements of monarchy, democracy, and oligarchy in a way that seemed to impress a lot of the foreign observers. But there were some who weren't on that same team. Local observers, such as Marino Sanudo, noted increasing internal corruption and fierce competition among the impoverished noble families. Thus, while Venice's political arrangements were much admired, there was masked growing tensions and inequalities within the patrician class. On the political stage, on a global scale, the end of French-Spanish rivalries in Italy left Venice caught between two commanding forces, that being Spanish Habsburg dominance on land and the Ottoman Empire's surging naval power. Venice adopted a cautiously neutral approach, collaborating minimally with Spain to avoid strengthening Madrid's hand too much, but it couldn't wholly disengage from the regional conflicts. It was too close to home. Decisions had to be made. During 1537 to 1540, their war against the Ottomans continued. Venice allied with Charles V and Spain. The defeat of the Allied fleets at the Battle of Preveza, 1538, a crushing blow administered under the Ottoman skilled naval leadership, guaranteed the new Ottoman naval supremacy. By 1540, Venice was forced to relinquish the control of the Duchy of Naxos, reflecting the Republic's shrinking maritime ambitions and its shift to a more defensive posture. And so, against this backdrop of changing fortunes, and perhaps lost fortunes too, Venice still managed to remain independent and resourceful. But they faced an altered reality. You see, this era of confident expansion and uncontested maritime dominance had faded. Instead, the Republic aimed to maintain a more careful balance, navigating the Spanish-dominated Italian peninsula and an eastern Mediterranean ruled by Ottoman fleets. The period also brought changes to Venice's own maritime practices. You see, until 1545, the Republic's galleys relied on free, paid oarsmen, initially Venetians themselves, but over time supplemented by Dalmatians, Cretans, and Greeks. Labor shortages and growing logistical difficulties led Venice, like other maritime powers, to turn to conscription and forced rowers chained to the oars. The first Venetian to command such a galley was Cristoforo de Canal. By 1563, Venice's population had dropped to about 168,000, showing a broader demographic and economic strain as the Republic sought to safeguard its sovereignty amid formidable challenges. And during this prolonged struggle against the Ottomans in the later 16th century, the Republic formed the Holy League of 1570, together with Spain and the papacy, to face a renewed Turkish threat. Commanded by Don John of Austria, with Venice under Sebastiano Venier, the League's fleet of over 200 galleys matched the Ottoman armada in strength. Finally, they had a chance to fight back. Though the Christians won a renowned victory at the Battle of Lepanto in 1571, the triumph had faced a few strategic dividends. Well, not very many for Venice at least. Spanish priorities prevented a follow-up offensive in the Levant, and the loss of Cyprus, where the Ottomans had seized Famagusta and savagely executed its Venetian commander, was confirmed by the peace treaty in 1573. As the Republic came to term with these setbacks, Venice's population declined from around 175,000 in 1575 to roughly 124,000 in 1581. That's only in the space of 6 years. Now that is catastrophic. So in 1605, Venice's efforts to limit the Church's temporal influence sparked a direct confrontation with the papacy. 2 clergymen were arrested for minor offences, and Venice passed a law restricting the Church's ownership of land, and the Church was not going to like that, weren't they? So Pope Paul, of course, regarded these as infringements of canon law, and thus placed Venice under interdict. However, under Doge Leonardo Dona, the city refused to yield, ignoring the ecclesiastical sanctions and continuing religious life as normal, just basically ignoring the Pope completely. Once again, he wasn't going to like that. Paolo Salpi, a theologian and advisor to the government, strongly defended the Republic's stance, and after a year of stalemate, the French managed to mediate a compromise. Venice got to maintain its principle that no citizen was exempt from state law, while the Pope lifted the interdict. Still, it didn't make them look very good in the eyes of the papacy. Agreements notwithstanding, memories are harder to sign off on paper. From 1613 to 1617, Venice had another crisis to deal with. This time, it focused on the Adriatic and its long-standing claim to dominion over the Gulf. The Austrian Habsburgs had settled Uzkoks, Christian refugees turned maritime raiders along the coast. Their piracy threatened Venetian trade and risked souring relations with the Ottoman Empire. When Venice acted against the Uzkoks, she found herself confronting the Austrian Archduke, who protected them. Venice financed operations against Austria's possessions and leaned on Savoy to divert Spanish forces. Finally, the peace settlement of 1617 forced the Habsburgs to relocate the Uzkoks inland, but the broader eastern frontier disputes remained inconclusive. Well, in that same year, the Spanish Viceroy of Naples sent a naval squadron into the Adriatic to challenge Venice's maritime supremacy, perhaps independently or with the express support from Madrid. Either way, it was mixed results, and they decided to withdraw, but tension lingered. Within Venice, mercenaries of various nationalities employed in the Gradisca campaign brawled, and rumors of conspiracies began to spread. The Spanish ambassador, the Marquis of Bedmar, was implicated, if not indeed, then by association. A Huguenot captain warned the Venetian Council of 10, prompting swift actions. 3 bravos, which is a word for hired killers or conspirators, were hanged, and the Senate demanded the immediate recall of the Spanish ambassador, averting a potential coup or sedition plot. In these events, ranging from maritime wars and grand alliances to diplomatic standoffs and personal intrigues, Venice continued to display its tenacity and subtlety. The city's power on the seas faced persistent tests, both from the Ottomans and from European rivals like Spain. The Republic's careful navigation of these crises, including defying the papacy and exposing conspiracies, shows their commitment to preserving its sovereignty and a unique political tradition in an increasingly contested world. but by the late 16th and into the 17th centuries, the fortunes, rather, of Venice continued to fluctuate. The Republic, having survived the upheavals following the League of Cambrai and the wars of the early 1500s, still faced the ongoing tensions, most prominently with Spain and the Ottoman Empire. Internally, the execution and posthumous rehabilitation of Antonio Foscarini in 1622 revealed how deep and dangerous the Venetian-Spanish rivalries had become. In the early decades of the 17th century, Venice reasserted itself in Italian affairs for the first time in a century. The succession in Mantua and Montferrat after Duke Ferdinando I Gonzaga's death shifted the balance of power in northern Italy again. Venice took France's side against the Spanish-aligned powers, hoping to prevent Spanish hegemony from hardening any further. But this gamble backfired. Better luck next time, kid. Venice's attempts to aid besieged Mantua failed, and the brutality of the city's sack underscored the Republic's weakened position on the Italian mainland. The comeback had failed. And then, of course, there was a devastating plague in 1630 that claimed a third of Venice's population. Now that ought to hit them pretty hard. It strained the Republic's resources. And though Venice erected the magnificent church of Santa Maria della Salute in gratitude for the plague's end, the demographic and economic toll was, well, that problem was not going to be solved by building a giant church, now wasn't it? Meanwhile, Venetian naval supremacy faced renewed challenges. Corsairs from the Barbary states, allied loosely with the Ottomans, raided the Adriatic in 1638, provoking a Venetian counterstrike. The Ottomans, offended by Venetian attacks near their strongholds, arrested the Venetian bailo in Constantinople. Diplomacy managed to prevent immediate war, but it proved only to be a temporary reprieve. In 1645, the Ottomans attacked Crete, Venice's great overseas possession, ushering in the long and grueling Cretan War. How long? Well, it lasted between 1645 and 1669. That's too long. Venice's Adriatic defences generally held, thanks to superior sea power, but Crete's strategic port of Canda, also known as Heraklion, came under relentless Ottoman siege. Venetian strategy focused on blockading the Dardanelles to interrupt the Ottoman supply lines. Despite some notable successes, such as victories in 1655 and 56, Venice could not decisively cut off the Ottomans' lifeline. With European allies providing only limited and, frankly, inconsistent help, and attempts to relieve Candia failing, Venice finally had no choice but to capitulate in 1669. It surrendered nearly the entire island, except for a few minor bases. The loss of Crete ended Venice's days as a great Levantine power, although it did keep the Dalmatian territories taken during the war and retained Tinos and Cergo in the Aegean, but, well, once they lost Crete, it was pretty much most of the nails in the coffin. But don't worry, there's a few more final nails in the coffin. The very sad and slow death of Venice is only just getting on its way. Well, in the late 17th century, things shifted again after the Ottomans' failed siege of Vienna in 1683. Venice joined Austria, and eventually Russia in a new Holy League. Under Captain General Francesco Morosini, Venetian forces achieved dramatic successes in the Mauryan War, seizing Levkas and dominating the Peloponnese, briefly resurrecting its maritime dominion in the Greek waters, but I do say briefly. Morosini's campaigns saw Venice at Athens, where a cannon shot famously caused the Parthenon's partial destruction. Thanks for that, you can blame Morosini for that one. Although Venetian possessions in Dalmatia expanded, attempts to retake key islands like Negropoint failed. Ultimately, at the Treaty of Karlowitz in 1699, the fruits of Morosini's victories were overshadowed by Austria and Russia's larger gains at Ottoman expense. Venice, after nearly a 2-century struggle against the Turks, ended up with less than it had once possessed. The Republic remained a resilient maritime state, but the ambitious imperial reach of the Middle Ages and Renaissance had long since diminished. By the close of the 17th century, Venice was a seasoned survivor, its diplomatic finesse intact, but the empire reduced and its strategic options increasingly constrained by the emergent great powers of Europe and the inexorable rise of the Ottomans. The issue of Spanish succession was another source of a new conflict. In 1700, both France and the Habsburg Empire sent envoys with authorities to Venice in an effort to establish an active ally. Instead of accepting fictitious benefits from the interested parties, the Venetian government chose to maintain its neutrality. Despite its inevitable decline, the Republic lived out its days in a luxury that was well known throughout Europe, remaining true to its policy of neutrality until the very end. The kingdom of the Morea on the Peloponnese, Venice's principal overseas possession, was without any of those supplies which are so desirable even in countries where aid is near at hand, which are not liable to attack from the sea. When the Turks declared war on them and the Republic in December of 1714, people started to panic. The islands of Tinos and Aegina were captured by the Turks, who then crossed the Isthmus and captured Corinth. The Venetian fleet's commander, Daniel Dolfin, which is a great name for a naval commander, believed that saving the fleet was preferable to risking it for Morea. By the time he reached the scene, Malvasia, Coron, Modon, and Nauplia had all fallen. The Ionian islands of Lefkas and the Crete base of Spinalonga and Suda, which were still under Venetian control, were actually completely deserted. When the Turks finally touched down on Corfu, its defenders were able to drive them away. Meanwhile, on August 3rd, 1716, the Austrians had decisively defeated the Turks at Petrovaradin. However, new Venetian naval attempts in the Dardanelles and the Aegean in 1717 and 18, they weren't very successful. Austria gained a lot of territory with the Treaty of Passorowitz, 21st of July, 1718, but Venice lost the Morea, for which her meagre gains in Albania and Venetian Dalmatia were hardly enough. This was the Republic's final conflict with Turkey. Livorno, a new port on the Tyrrhenian Sea established by the Grand Dukes of Tuscany and selected as a staging post for the British trade in the Mediterranean, contributed to Venice's decline in the 18th century in addition to Genoa, its long-standing rival. Even more harmful were the Habsburg Trieste, a free port in the Adriatic Sea since 1719, and the papal town of Ancona, which no longer qualified as a Venetian Gulf. A prominent Venetian politician of the time stated, "Apart from the residue which is left to us, Ancona robs us of the trade from both the Levant and the West, and from Albania and the other Turkish provinces. Trieste takes nearly all the rest of the trade which comes from Germany. even the eastern mainland cities, including Verona, relied on Leghorn and Genoa for their supplies. The situation was made worse by the presence of pirates, again from the Maghreb coast. Carlo Contarini, declared in the Maggior Consiglio in December 5th, 1779, "Everything is in disorder. Everything is out of control." He was referring to a commotion calling for reform plan that Giorgio Pisani also supported. In order to benefit the vast majority of the poor patricians, the monopoly of power, held by a select few wealthy patricians, was to finally be eliminated. Fears of overturning the system consequently arose, and Paolo Rainier, the Doge, was of course against the plan. The final Venetian naval expedition took place between 1784 and 1786, following demands for compensation for losses incurred by Tunisian subjects in Malta, losses that were not caused by the Venetians. The Bay of Tunis pirates resumed their piracy. The government, what was left of it, was compelled to use force after the diplomatic attempts to come to a consensus failed. Sousse, Sfax, and La Goleta and Bizerta were all bombarded by a fleet led by Angelo Imo when it blockaded Tunis. The Senate called Imo and his fleet back to Corfu after these outstanding military triumphs failed to produce any comparable political outcomes in their turn. The Bey's dues were raised in order to make peace with Tunis following his passing. The once vast Venetian merchant fleet had shrunk to just 309 merchantmen by 1792. Remember when I told you they had 36,000 at one point? Good Lord. Of course, by 1796, the Republic was completely unable to defend itself. The army was composed of only a few brigades of mostly Dalmatian mercenaries, and the Republic still had a fleet of 13 ships of the line, but only a small number of men were prepared for the sea. Piedmont fell in the spring of 1796, and the Austrians were mounted from Montenot to Lodi. Napoleon's army pursued the enemy across the boundaries of neutral Venice. By the year's end, the French were occupying the French state all the way to the Adige. The Austrians controlled Vicenza, Cadore, and Friuli. Napoleon's next year's campaign were directed towards the Austrian territories on the other side of the Alps. The Austrians were supposed to accept the Venetian possessions in payment for peace in the preliminary stages of the Peace of Leoben, the details of which were kept a secret. However, the peace called for the Venetian state to continue to exist, albeit limited to the city and a lagoon, possibly in exchange for compensation from the Papal States. Meanwhile, anti-French movements were growing elsewhere, and Brescia and Bergamo went in all-out rebellion against Venice. On the 9th of April, Napoleon issued a war threat. He said, "I want no more Inquisition, no more Senate. I shall be an Attila to the state of Venice," he declared to the Venetian delegates in Grasse on April 25th. A French ship attempting to break in from the Lido forts was shot at by Domenico Pisamano, and Napoleon declared war on the 1st of May. At the lagoon's edge were the French, and they had even revolutionized the cities of Veneto, creating temporary municipalities. A motion to transfer power to the system of the proposed provisional representative government was approved by Maggior Consiglio, on May the 12th, despite the lack of a quorum. 512 votes in favor, 10 against, 5 abstained. The Magyar Consiglio Hall hosted a meeting of the interim municipal government on May 16th, and the Treaty of Campo Formio made the preliminary terms of the Peace of Leoben even more severe, and Venice, with all of her possessions, were annexed by Austria. On October the 18th, 1797, the agreement was signed in the last Doge's villa at Passariano. And just like that, with a whimper and a slow close of the door, our history of Venice comes to an end.
The Kingdom of Asturias, established in 718 AD by the nobleman Pelayo in the rugged northern regions of the Iberian Peninsula, recognized as the first Christian polity to emerge following the Umayyad conquest of Visigothic Spain. Originating from the resistance led by Pelayo at the Battle of Covadonga, the kingdom served as a pivotal center for the Christian reconquest. Under successive monarchs such as Alfonso I and Pelayo's successors, Asturias gradually expanded its influence. The kingdom's strategic location in the Cantabrian Mountains provided formidable defense against Muslim incursions, fostering a resilient and enduring legacy. Additionally, Asturias became a cultural and political nucleus, fostering the development of the early medieval Spanish identity and governance structures. But by the late 9th century, the kingdom had evolved into the more expansive Kingdom of Leon, continuing its foundational role in the long-term efforts to unify the Iberian Peninsula under Christian rule. Thus, the legacy of Asturias is important to understand the formation of medieval Spain and the broader narrative of Christian resistance and resurgence in medieval Europe. And that's what we talk about today. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Today we're talking about the Kingdom of Asturias. One of those things that kind of gets ignored, but once you've read about it and researched it all, you realize, oh, that's why Spain is the way it is. So if you want to understand Spanish history, you really can't go past it. And so today we're going to be talking about the general history, some timelines, then we're going to be looking into some of the Christian movements that came out of it, the different eccentricities that were developed in the Kingdom of Asturias, remembering, of course, it's a very, very long way from Rome, and that lets creativity go a little bit wild. So, let us begin. Nice and relaxed. So the Kingdom of Asturias originated in the western and central Cantabrian Mountains, but particularly in the Picos de Europa and central Asturias. These two areas were the backdrop for a significant military and political development during the kingdom's formative years, never really a dull moment. In fact, even before then, historical accounts from Greco-Roman biographers and geographers, such as Strabo and Cassius Dio, reveal that several Celtic-descended peoples inhabited Asturias at the beginning of the Christian era. Now, that includes the Paesici, who had settled along the western Asturian coast, between the Navia River and modern-day Gijón, the Astures in a more narrow sense, occupying inner Asturias between Pilonia and Cangas del Narcea, the Saelini, whose settlement was centered in the Sella Valley of the Astures, the Lugones, living between Sella and Nalon rivers with their capital at Lucas Asturum, the Orgenomesci, located along the eastern coast of Asturias, and then we have the Vadinienses, who originally resided in Picos de Europa region of Cantabria, but gradually migrated southward. Now those are the 6 main ethnic groups that had made up the area, at least according to these classical geographers. But of course, they differed on the exact territories and borders of these groups. Ptolemy had described the Astures as occupying the land between the Navia and Sela rivers, marking the latter as a border with Cantabrian territory. But Julius Honorius's Cosmographia placed the Astures' eastern boundary closer to the sources of the Ebro River. Well, despite such disputes, the clan-based divisions of pre-Roman societies in the Cantabrian mountains diminished under Roman influence, as a more uniform political and administrative system became just the norm. And so by the time we get to the late Roman Empire and moving into the early Middle Ages, we see this more distinct Asturian identity gradually begin to develop. Long-standing conflicts among Visigothic and Suebi elites likely played a role in unifying the Cantabrian population. Archaeological evidence from the Castro of La Carissa in the municipality of Lena reveals a defensive line constructed between 675 and 725 AD. Now what does this all mean? Well, the fortification aimed to protect central Asturian valleys from incursions through the Pajare Pass, with carbon 14 dating, linking it to 2 campaigns. The first was by the Visigothic king Wamba from 762 to 780, and another by the Muslim governor Musa bin Nusayr during the Umayyad conquest. Asturian identity solidified following Pelagius's coronation and the defeat of Muslim garrisons at Covadonga in the early 8th century. The Chronica Albidense emphasizes the significance of these events, stating, "Divine providence brings forth the King of Asturias." Of course, it is here where we typically mark the traditional establishment of the Kingdom of Asturias, at the victory of Covadonga. And now on to Peleo. In Latin, we say Pelagius, but of course, Spanish rendering will continue to use Peleo. He was a nobleman who may have been Asturian, and he's typically seen as the person who had founded the kingdom. Before the Battle of Covadonga, there could not have been a significant refugee movement from central Iberia, and Musa bin Nusayr conquered Asturias in 714 with no known, or at least any effective, resistance to him. But after the Battle of Guadalete, where he was chosen by the other nobles to lead the Astures in the Gothic tradition of Theas, he is said to have retired to the Asturian mountains, while at first Peleo's kingdom served as a unifying symbol for the already existing guerrilla resistance groups. Well, the Muslims, of course, were not going to take it lying down. It was always a fight, especially on those frontiers of the Islamic world, Spain, Iberia, certainly being one of them. Muslim forces took control of the major cities and administrative hubs during the Islamic conquest of the Iberian Peninsula. The newcomers used the pre-existing Visigothic administrative structures, which in the most part were ultimately of Roman origin, and they had very little trouble controlling the central and southern regions, including the Ebro valleys and Guadalquivir. Urban centers like Gijon, however, were essentially non-existent in the northern mountains.
and the country's submission had to be accomplished piece by piece, valley by valley. In order to guarantee the pacification of the recently conquered territory, Muslim troops frequently turned to the taking of hostages. Nothing unusual, just the way it was. The Yemeni viceroy of Ifriqiya, Musa bin Nasir, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar the following year and launched a massive conquest operation that resulted in taking capture of Mérida, Toledo, Zaragoza, and Lérida among other cities, following Tariq's initial incursion, which reached Toledo in the year 711. He advanced to the northwest of the peninsula in the final stages of his military campaign, seizing the towns of Astorga and Gijon. He assigned a governor named Munuza to a small Berber detachment in the latter city with the goal of strengthening Muslim rule over Asturias. Some nobles had to turn over hostages from Asturias to Cordoba as a condition of the region's submission. And according to legend, not confirmed, but there was an alliance with the local Berber leader that was sought, and his sister was requested. Later, when he rebelled against his Cordoban Arab superiors at another mountain post in the Pyrenees, Munuza would attempt to do the same to bring a diplomatic situation to a close. Only a generation before, the Berbers had converted to Islam and were viewed as, inferior to Arabs and Syrians. Think of it like the converso situation with Jews converting. Yes, it was easy enough to just click your fingers and say you were a Catholic, but there was still a lot of animosity. There were also racial elements to it with the Berbers. But that's a conversation for another time. The most widely accepted explanation for the battle, which was a mere skirmish in Muslim texts, but quite epic in later Christian and Asturian sources, is that the Moorish column was attacked from the cliffs, and then it fell back through the valleys towards what is now Gijon. However, the retinue attacked it in retreat and almost destroyed it. The incident is actually not mentioned in the Christian Chronicle of 754, the only near-contemporary account of the events of the time. But, according to the Rotensian Chronicle and Ahmed Mohammed al-Makari, Pelayo fled Cordoba when al-Hur was governor. That was around 717 to 18, and his return to Asturias led an uprising against the Muslim rulers of Gijon. That is just one theory, though, and Pelayo's identity is still somewhat up for debate. And so, under Al-Qama, Munuza dispatched troops to Bresse, in the district of Pilonia, where the Asturias leader lived at the time. Upon learning of the Muslims' arrival, Pelayo and his friends quickly crossed the Pilonia and made their way up to the small, easily fortified valley of Mount Oseva, where they sought safety in one of the caves, Covadonga. The troops reportedly left through the high ports to the south to continue their search and destroy operation against other rebels, after an attempted siege was called off due to weather and the exposed location of the Deep Valley Gorge. Well, the Muslims almost had them there, but the locals managed to organize an ambush. The Asturian maritime districts, however, were left vulnerable, as the few survivors headed south to the Leon Plains. Pelayo gained a great deal of prestige from the victory, which was relatively small because only a small number of Berber soldiers were involved. But it also sparked a massive uprising by other nobles, leading by example in Asturias and Galicia, who immediately united behind him and elected him the king. Attacks on the Berbers escalated under Pelayo's command. Feeling alone in a hostile environment, Menusa made the decision to leave Gijon and traveled the Mesa Trail to the plateau. But he didn't get too far. At Olalies, in the present-day district of Grado, the Astures intercepted and killed him. After driving out the Moors of Asturias' eastern valleys, Pelayo fortified the mountain passes to keep the area safe from Moorish assaults and launched an attack on Leon, the principal city in the northwest of the Iberian Peninsula. In reaction to the broader uprising against Arab rule in Cordoba, the Berbers largely abandoned their garrisons. But Pelayo persisted in attacking those who stayed north of the Asturian mountains until they fled. After that, he wed his daughter Ermesinda to Alfonso, the son of Peter of Cantabria, the head of the state of the Visigothic Duchy of Cantabria, which at that time was still independent. Fortifications dating from the end of the 7th to the start of the 8th centuries have been discovered during recent archaeological excavations in Mount Homon and La Carissa, which are close to Huerna and the Pajares valleys. Hundreds might have contributed to the construction and defense of nearly 2-meter-deep moats and watchtowers that were part of the Berber fortifications. That would have needed a great deal of planning, of course, and strong leadership, most likely from Pelayo himself. As a result, experts believe likely that this defensive line was built to keep the Moors from re-entering Asturias through the Mesa and Pajares mountain passes. And so that's the origin story of the Kingdom of Asturias, beginning as this small, autonomous territory following Pelayo's victory at the Battle of Covadonga. Even though it was a relatively small Moorish detachment. But hey, it's still a victory. The Visigothic king's leadership, unfortunately, was superior at that time to Pelayo's, although the latter title was not firmly established until the time of King Alfonso II. The first Asturian kings actually called themselves princeps in the old Roman fashions, and then, of course, rex, meaning king in Latin. For example, princeps cantabrorum over the gravestone of the municipality of Cistierna in Leon. And there was another inscription found with the Principe de los Albiones in the district of Coaña. There are examples of this term of princeps for the indigenous peoples of northern Spain, of course wanting to emulate the very successful Romans. Well, the kingdom was actually founded as a center of leadership over other Cantabrian coast peoples who had opposed both the Romans in earlier times and then the Visigoths in later times, who had refused to submit to the rulers of the Umayyads in even more recent times. Of course, the indigenous people of Spain, very different to the Visigoths who came in after their conquests were all said and done. Alfonso II, however, was not keen on said Visigoths. In his will that he wrote at the start of the 9th century, he accused them of being responsible for the entire loss of Hispania. Well, perhaps they made some poor decisions, but that's a little bit harsh, I think. The Asturian dominance over the various regions of the kingdom was very weak in these early decades, so it needed to be constantly reinforced, not too often through conflict, but more through marriage pacts with other influential families from the Iberian Peninsula's north. And thus, Alfonso, as we've mentioned, married Ermesinda, the daughter of Pelayo. Alfonso's daughter Adosinda wed Silo, a local chief from the region of Flavionavia, Pravia, while his son Fruela wed Munia, a Basque princess from Alava. Fabila, Pelayo's son, was crowned king following Pelayo's death in 737. In one of the bravery tests typically expected of the nobility of that time, kind of like a coming-of-age ceremony, Fafila was, or Favila, if we can render this in both ways, was actually killed by a bear while hunting, according to the chronicles. Though the case is suspiciously similar to the Roman legend of their first king, Romulus, being taken by a sudden storm, no other incident is such known from the long history of monarchs and others at this point, but it seems that perhaps they might have cancelled that coming-of-age ceremony after this disaster. Well, as a direct result of his marriage alliance with Fafila's sister, his brother-in-law, who ruled the nearby independent domain, inherited the Asturian throne. Inheritance rights and female ties were still upheld, and later on they would grant their husbands the regency or crown as well. Alfonso I, who married Pelayo's daughter, succeeded Favila and inherited the Asturian throne. According to the Albidensian Chronicle, Alfonso came to the kingdom to wed her sometime after Covadonga. His accession to the throne and the ascent of the House of Cantabria, one of the most influential families in Asturias, were made possible only by Favila's passing. Only Alfonso, initially, relocated to the court of Cangas de Onís, but the descendants of Duke Peter withdrew from Rioja afterwards towards the Cantabrian region and eventually took control of the Kingdom of Asturias after the plateau and the middle valley of the Ebro, which housed the Duchy of Cantabria's principal strongholds, gradually became depopulated. We're talking principal strongholds such as Amaya, Tricio, and indeed the city of Cantabria itself. It's quite a large population center. Alfonso started the small Christian kingdom's territorial expansion from its original location in the Picos de Europa. He moved it westward to Galicia and southward with constant incursions in the Douro Valley, capturing cities and towns and relocating their residents to the safer northern regions. But in the end, it resulted in the plateau's strategic depopulation, forming the desert of the Duero as a defense against the upcoming Moorish assaults. The Astures' pre-Roman raids in the same region were likely not all that dissimilar from the campaigns of King Fruela and King Alfonso in the Duero Valley. The Kingdom of Asturias was able to effectively occupy the land south of the Cantabrian Mountains until the reigns of Ordoño and Alfonso III. The first Asturian expansion was primarily conducted through Cantabrian territory, from Galicia to Biscaya. Alfonso's son, Fruela I, enlarged and united his father's territories. Members of the House of Cantabria's nobility were responsible for his murder in the end. Politics, infighting, always. Now, regarding the reigns of Aurelio, Silo, Maurogatus, and Bermudo I, we don't have too many written sources, and the ones we do have are quite brief. This 23-year period between 768 and 91 has generally been regarded as the Kingdom of Asturias' protracted period of decline and obscurity. Now, some historians support this, even referring to this historical period as the lazy king's time, because it seems that no significant military operations against Al-Andalus and the Moors took place during that time. Nonetheless, there were significant and pertinent internal changes that laid groundwork for Asturias' development and growth. First, during those years, Mourigato, 783 to 88, led the first internal uprising. Alfonso II was overthrown by this, but he later ascended to the throne once more from 791 all the way to 842. Now this sparked a string of subsequent uprisings, the main leaders of which were landowners and members of the rising aristocratic palace groups who attempted to overthrow the Don Pelayo ruling family based on the region's expanding economic development. The Asturian kingdom underwent a process of economic, social, political, and cultural change in the 8th and 9th centuries, which included the significant uprisings of Nepociano, Aldroito, Pineolo, during the reign of Ramiro I, which was 842 to 850, things getting a little bit difficult after Alfonso II. Now secondly, Asturian kings put an end to the nearby Basque and Gallic insurrections by giving refuge to Alfonso II in Alava after his flight, supporting Nepociano's rebellion in some Asturian regions, and encountering Galicians to support Ramiro I. These rebels exploited the turmoil in central and eastern Asturias and occasionally offered assistance to one or more heirs. Lastly, additional evidence points to the significant internal changes that took place during this period. According to the chronicles, there were uprisings by freedmen known as Serbi, Serviles, Orico, and Libertini during the reign of Aurelio I. The master-slave property relationship gradually deteriorated. Another sign that a new society was developing in Asturias at the end of the 8th century and the start of the 9th is this fact. Along with the expanding role of the individual and the limited family, to the detriment of the extended family. Aurelius, reigning from 768 to 74, the grandson of Fruela of Cantabria and Peter of Cantabria, succeeded Fruela I after the death in 768. He would build the court in what was once Langreu's district, now San Martin del Rey Aurelio. After his death, he was succeeded by Silo, who moved the court to Pravia. Silo was wed to Adosinda, who was Pelayo's granddaughter and one of the daughters of Afonso I. After Silo's death, which occurred in 783, Alfonso II was elected king. But Mourigato mounted a fierce resistance and drove the new ruler to retreat to Alavia, gaining the Asturian throne. Despite the negative image that history has given him, the king had a cordial relationship with Vitus of Liébana, who was arguably the most significant cultural figure in the kingdom. The king also helped Vitus fight against adoptionism. We'll get to that a little bit later. According to legend, Mourigato was the honor of 100 maidens and the bastard son of Alfonso I and a Moorish woman. Aurelius' brother, Bermudo I, succeeded him. He was referred to as the deacon, even though he most likely only received token vows. Following a military defeat, Bermudo abdicated and died in a monastery. So really the kingdom was not firmly established until King Alfonso II, following Silo's conquest of Galicia and the confirmation of territorial gains in the western Basque country. Additionally, relations with the very powerful Carolingian Franks became closer and more frequent, with Charlemagne receiving war booty from Alfonso II's envoys around the campaign of Lisbon, 797. Being referred to as an Emperor Charlemagne's man by Alfonso II implied suzerainty of some sort. Alfonso II's establishment of the order and ceremonies of the former Visigothic kingdom in the Asturian court during his reign was likely a reaction against indigenous customs, intended to solidify his state and hold on to power. At this time it was announced that the holy bones of James, son of Zebedee, had been discovered at Iria Flavia in Galicia. The Pope of Rome was reportedly quite impressed, and at the time regarded them as genuine. But during the Asturian era, the main religious location and object of devotion was Eulalia of Meritia's final resting place in Oviedo. In addition, Alfonso II established control over some Basques and repopulated areas of Galicia, Leon, and Castile, incorporating them into the larger Kingdom of Asturias. Cangas de Onís, close to the scene of the Covadonga battle, served as the first capital city. It was then relocated to Pravia during the reign of Silo. Around 789, Alfonso decided to make Oviedo, where he was born, the capital of the kingdom. There's nothing like your hometown, right? Now, at the start of his reign, Ramiro I imprisoned a number of other heirs to the throne. And that wasn't enough, he also blinded them. They didn't see that coming, and placed them in monasteries. Which I don't know why he did that, because it's not like they'd be doing much Bible reading. Probably didn't think that through. Well, as a warrior, Ramiro I fought multiple battles against the Moors and defeated a Viking invasion after the Vikings had landed at Corunna. And then we have Ordonio I, 850 to 866, who succeeded his father Ramiro, put down a significant Basque uprising in the kingdom's east. Musa ibn Musa of the Banu Qazi, who had rebelled against Cordoba and risen to become the ruler of Zaragoza, Huesca, Toledo, and Tudela, constructed the fortress of Albelda, which Ordonio besieged in 859. With the help of his brother-in-law, Garcia Iniguez, the king of Pamplona, whose realm was in danger due to the Asturian monarchy's expansion, Musa tried to break the siege. But during the ensuing conflict, Musa lost important treasures, some of which were sent to Charles the Bald of France as gifts, and was ultimately defeated. According to the chronicler, Albelda collapsed 7 days after the victory, and its warriors were killed by the sword, and the place itself was destroyed down to the foundations. The Asturian king accepted Musa's son Lub as governor of Toledo for the remainder of Ordonio's rule after Musa died in 862-63 from wounds sustained in battle. And thus the Kingdom of Asturias broke up into Leon, Galicia, and Asturias after Alfonso III was forced to abdicate by his sons in 910. Under Leon's rule, the three kingdoms were finally reunited in 924. After Ferdinand III became joint king of the two kingdoms, it remained by that name until 1230, when it was merged into the Kingdom of Castile. So maybe it's gone, but it's certainly not forgotten. Let's talk about what we have left from Asturias. There was that great religious tradition that developed in not so much of a vacuum, but so far away from Rome that it had some opportunity to become kind of unique without drawing too much ire. So in Asturias, Christianization developed gradually, and it didn't always replace the prehistoric pagan gods. Do remember, Spain is a very, very old place with indigenous customs, just like anywhere else in Europe. The new religion coexisted pretty syncretically with elements of the old beliefs, just like in parts of
Gaul and other places of the empire. Many demons who were expelled from the heavens, settled in the sea, in the rivers, fountains, and forests, would become worshipped as gods by ignorant people, wrote the Bishop San Martin de Braga in his work in the 6th century, in reference to the Galician peasants' attachment to their pre-Christian beliefs. They offer sacrifices to them by calling Neptune in the sea, he goes on to say, the Lamias in the rivers, the nymphs in the fountains, and Diana in the forests. Of course, this is what they're seeing through Roman eyes. They recognize it as nymphs in fountains and Neptune in the sea. But of course, the reality on the ground is a little bit different for those indigenous religious traditions. But yes, seeing them through the eyes of Roman biographers. Now, there was a megalithic dolmen area, so you're talking these big stone monuments in the center of the Sella Valley, where Cancasteonis is situated, probably constructed all the way back between 4000 and 2000 BC. A little hard to date, but it's kind of thereabouts. Here, especially in the Santa Cruz dolmen, chieftains from neighboring areas were ceremoniously interred. Despite the Roman and Visigothic conquests, these customs seemed to have persisted. King Favila and the remains of tribal chiefs were interred there as early as the 8th century. Even though the Asturian monarchy helped Christianize this location by building a church, the Santa Cruz dolmen are still associated with pagan customs even to our modern era. Visitors are reported to see Zanas or Asturian fairies, and the local soil is said to possess magical qualities, but, well, open minds, but citation certainly needed on that one. Now, a vate named Asterio presided over its consecration in 738, according to an inscription in a discovery in the Santa Cruz Church. Catholic epitaphs and documents, and the words vate or vates is rarely used. Instead, presbyteros for Christian priests is a little bit more common and preferable. Now, the ancient Greek authors Strabo, Diodorus Siculus, and Posidonius claim that the vates were one of the 3 classic of the Celtic priesthood, along with the Druids and the Bards. But in Latin terminology, the term vates was used to refer to a more clairvoyant kind of poet. Of course, through the modern filtration of using these words, especially with Druids and Bards and vates, well, it takes on a little bit of a different meaning. Now back to Asterio. He may have been associated with the Brythonic refugees that arrived in Bretonia or Galicia in the 6th centuries, according to some historians, while others believe that he had held a religious position that blended aspects of paganism and Christianity together. According to the Parochia Suevorum, an administrative document from the Kingdom of the Suebi, the Bretonian See owned the Asturian lands, and elements of the Celtic Christianity made their way to northern Spain. The Celtic tonsure, which the Visigothic bishops who took part in the 4th Council of Toledo denounced, serves as proof of this. Like other medieval kings, like Penda of Mercia or Witikund, Asturian kings promoted Christianity while simultaneously basing their authority on indigenous religious traditions. They also drew on Christian sacred texts, particularly the Book of Revelations, Ezekiel and Daniel, as well as the writings of the Church Fathers. These provided the foundation myths for the new monarchy. Since the arrival of the new influences such exiles and prisoners from the central region of Al-Andalus in the 770s, Along with their mixed Berber, Arabic, and Gothic heritage, the Visigothic Code has served as a referential document, negating the need for them to draft new laws. This was coupled with the religious and political concepts brought from the Frankish kingdom of Charlemagne. Gothic Arianism, which denied the divinity of Jesus, and Hellenistic religion, which featured heroes like Heracles, who achieved apotheosis after death, served as the foundation for the adoptionist theology. Now, Beatus was a direct participant in the adoptionism debate, and we have mentioned his name before, which maintained that Jesus was born only as a man, but only after his crucifixion and resurrection did he receive divine adoption. He disputed this theological stance, which was supported by individuals like the Toledo Bishop Elipanto. The development of adoptionism was also impacted by Islamic beliefs that actually did recognize Jesus as a prophet, but not the Son of God himself, since Elipandus' bishopric of Toledo was then a part of the Muslim Caliphate of Cordoba. However, Beatus from his abbey in Santo Toribio delle Liabana fiercely opposed this adoptionist theology. The Pope and his friend Alcuin of York, the Anglo-Saxon scholar who had settled among the Carolingian court at Aachen, helped Beatus in his theological struggle, while also fortifying ties between Asturias, the Holy See, and of course the Carolingian Empire. The Italian author Umberto Eco once remarked, "Their splendid images gave birth to the most relevant iconography happening in the history of mankind." Beatus's commentaries to the Apocalypse were his most transcendental works, and they were later copied into manuscripts. He gives them his own interpretation of the Book of Revelation, complete with intriguing illustrations, quotations from the Church Fathers, and even some throwbacks to the Old Testament. One of the best examples of mappa mundi of the high medieval culture is the Beatus map, which is included in the prologue to the second book of the commentaries. This map was intended to depict the apostles' diaspora during the early decades of Christianity, but not to provide a cartographic representation of the world. Beatus used information from the Bible, Ptolemy, and Isidore of Seville's writings, put it all together, and tried his best to piece the paths of the apostles. Asia was shown as the upper semicircle, Europe as the lower left quadrant, and Africa as the lower right quadrant of a land disk encircled by the ocean. The boundaries between the various continents were established as the Mediterranean Sea, the Nile River, the Aegean Sea, and the Bosphorus. Beatus also thought that the Antichrist would rule for 1290 years after the Apocalypse, which was prophesied in the Book of Revelation, and he thought that this was just about to happen, right around the corner. He shared the opinions of Augustine of Hippo, whose book, The City of God, shaped the commentaries, which predicated on the idea that the world's history was organized into 6 different ages. The first 5 took place between Adam's creation and the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, while the 6th, which came after Christ, concludes with the fulfillment of the prophecies found in the Book of Revelation. For Beatus, the events in Hispania, Islamic domination, adoptionist heresy, and the Mozarab's slow assimilation were all signs of the impending end of the world. The abbot of Santo Toribio even went as far to proclaim that his fellow countrymen, the arrival of the end of time on Easter of the year of 800, as Elipandus details in his letter from the bishops of Spain to their brothers in Gaul,
I can only imagine how that would have been taken. Imagine the panic. Very irresponsible. Well, hundreds of peasants gathered around the Abbey of Santa Toribio at the break of day, fearfully anticipating the prophecy's realization. One of them, Ordonius, cried out, "Let us eat and drink, so that if the end of the world comes, we are full." After they had been inside without food for a day and a half. The Chronica Prophetica, written circa 880s CE, foretold the eventual collapse of the Emirate of Cordoba and the conquest and redemption of the entire Iberian Peninsula by King Alfonso III. Peter's prophetic and millennious visions left a lasting impression on the evolution of the kingdom. The main symbol of the Asturian kingdom, the Victory Cross icon, which derives from a section of the Book of Revelation in which John of Patmos describes a vision of the Second Coming, is another example of millennialist imagery found within the kingdom. Since Constantine the Great used the labarum as a symbol during the Battle of Milvian Bridge, you know that it's kind of like a P with a cross down the bottom of it, you know the one. It was also true that this was not simply limited to Asturias, and you see it everywhere in Asturian iconography. However, the Cruz de la Victoria gained widespread usage in Asturias, where it is engraved in almost all pre-Romanesque churches. The construction of the Camino de Santiago, one of the most significant routes of cultural transmission in European history, is another of the Asturian kingdom's greatest spiritual legacies. The Breviarius de Hierosolima, a document from the 6th century that claimed that the apostle was buried in a mysterious location known as Aca Maramachia, is the first source that makes reference to St. James's preaching in Spain. Isidore of Seville provided evidence in favor of this theory. In the Maurigato era, 150 years later, St. James was portrayed as the golden head of Spain, a protector and national patron. His sermons in the early decades of Christianity in the Iberian Peninsula are also mentioned. But there is a debate as well whether Beatus is the true author of this hymn. I suppose we just don't know. Now, for the Kingdom of Asturias, the establishment of the purported St. James' tomb was a huge political triumph. Asturias could now claim the honor of possessing the body of one of Jesus' disciples, a privilege that is only shared by Asia, in, Ephesus in particular, where John the Apostle was buried, and of course Rome, where the bodies of St. Peter and Paul were interred. Along with Rome and Jerusalem, Santiago de Compostela became one of the 3 holy cities of Christianity by the early 12th century. Through the way of St. James, numerous Central European cultural influences, from the Gothic and Romanesque styles to the Occitan lyric poetry, made their way to Iberia in later centuries. But nonetheless, there are some mysterious aspects to the account of this discovery of the apostles' remains. The body might have belonged to a well-known local figure because the tomb was discovered in an area that had been used as a necropolis since the late Roman Empire. And the remains of Priscillian may actually be in Compostela's tomb. Well, according to one historian, Roger Collins, the identification of the relics, at least nothing approaching a complete body, with St. James has to do with the translation of the remains discovered beneath a church altar from the 6th century in Merida, which lists several saints' names, including St. James. Several Galician locations, including Pico Sacro, Pedra de Barca, and San Andres de Teixido, were already popular destinations for pagan pilgrims in pre-Roman times, according to other academics like Constantino Cabal. According to pagan beliefs, these locations were gateways to the Celtic otherworld. The pilgrimage routes were gradually converted to Christianity following this discovery of St. James's tombs. Of course, amazing tales abound about the Covadonga region, including one that is said to have taken place in a shepherd village where Lakes Ainol and Ergina now stand. It is said that Mary, the mother of Jesus, went to that village while posing as a pilgrim and begged every home for food and shelter. Everybody treated her rudely, with the exception of a shepherd who took her in and generously shared everything he owned. The very next day, a flood of divine origin ravaged the village, covering everything except the good shepherd's cottage as a retribution for their lack of hospitality. The enigmatic visitor began to cry in front of him, and when her tears hit the floor, they turned into flowers. Subsequently, the shepherd knew this pilgrim was indeed Mary herself.
The Cathars. You might have heard them also be referred to as the Albigensians. They were a mysterious and radical religious movement in the 12th and 13th centuries around the Languedoc region of southern France, daring to defy the might of the Catholic Church with provocative and dualistic beliefs. You see, they view the world as a cosmic clash between two equal forces, a benevolent, spiritual god of light and an evil, materialistic god of darkness. Embracing asceticism and rejecting the opulence and corruption they saw in the church, the Cathars attracted many followers, and from all walks of life, igniting a spiritual revolution that threatened the very fabric of medieval society. Of course, the tension culminated in the fiery Albigensian crusade launched in 1209 by Pope Innocent III, which ended in a brutal event such as the Siege of Béziers, where the lines between innocent and guilty began to blur in the chaos of battle. Well, despite facing relentless persecution and the equally relentless machinery of the Inquisition, the Cathars' faith persisted in whispers and shadows, and it leaves us with a legacy of rebellion and mystique that continues to intrigue and inspire us. Perhaps it's that legacy and curiosity that's brought you to this video. If it has, well, fantastic. Good to meet you. As always, the best way to support the channel is just by talking about it. Like and subscribe and tell all of your buddies. Now, with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed. We don't need a long introduction here. I know exactly what you're here for, and that's to learn about the Cathars. But where do we even start? We could start in the 12th and 13th centuries. But it goes back a little bit further than that. And we may as well pay some of the early mentions of Cathars, or what is perceived to be Cathars or Catharism, a little bit of attention. So we go back to the First Ecumenical Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, and it addressed a sect known as the Cathari. In Canon 8, the works in particular, stipulating that if they wished to join the mainstream faith, they must agree to share communion with those who had married twice and offer pardon to those who had lapsed in their faith. Well, that's an early one. Now, centuries later, in the 8th century, John Damascene mentioned a group called the Cathari in his work on heresies. noting their rejection of second marriages and the possibility of penance after baptism. Now, the development of the Cathar movement in Western Europe is believed to be influenced by the teachings from the Byzantine Empire, that is the East Roman Empire, if you don't know. Now, the Bogomils of the First Bulgarian Empire played a significant role in the transmission of these kinds of ideas. It's thought that their teachings spread westward through trade routes, reaching regions such as the Netherlands, for example. Additionally, adherents of the Paulician movements from Armenia and eastern Anatolia, who were relocated to Thrace, particularly Philippopolis, may have contributed to the Cathars' theological foundations. Now, this is a maybe, but when we're trying to trace the roots of things, we try and look at as many possibilities as we can. Now, of course, in Western Europe, the Cathars became pretty hard to ignore and quite notably active around the mid-12th century. So, because of this, scholars generally agree that things identifiable as Catharism, or at least our idea of solid Catharism, emerged around 1143, when Eberwin of Steinfeld, a cleric, reported a group with similar beliefs operating in Cologne. Now, a significant event in Cathar history was the Council of St. Felix Lauriger in 1167. This council was attended by local figures: Nicetas, who was a leader among the Bogomils, the Cathar bishop of northern France, and the leader of the Cathars in Lombardy, highlighting the movement's growing organization and reach. Of course, if you've got a leader, he has to have been voted in, or at least agreed on to be leader by a certain group of people. So, the Cathars began to found substantial success in regions like the Languedoc in southern France and northern Italian cities during the mid to late 12th century, an influence that was particularly strong in the Rhineland cities of Cologne and in northern France. The movement persisted in a diminished form in Languedoc until around 1325 and continued in northern Italy until the Inquisitions of the 14th century ultimately led to their eradication. We'll get to all that a little bit later after the customary introductions. Now, of course, associated with the Cathars were the Albigensians, who were also referred to as Bulgars, a term derived from Bulgarians. Now, this nomenclature reflects their connection to the Bogomils, known as the Friends of God from Thrace. There was a considerable transmission of rituals and ideas from Bogomilism to Catharism. You see, the Cathars shared doctrinal similarities with the Bogomils, Paulicians, early Marcionists, Manichaeans, and even the Christian Gnostics. But despite these similarities, I would advise a little bit of caution, well, a lot of caution rather, in assuming direct historical connections between the groups, noting that such links may be based more on modern theoretical interpretations rather than concrete historical evidence. Now, of course, the Cathar movement faced significant opposition from the Catholic Church, who were not too happy with somebody else taking charge of what was considered the established doctrine, leading to the destruction of most of their writings by the papacy, which viewed their doctrines as a substantial threat. Well, as a result, much of what we know about the Cathars and what we're going to discuss in this comes from the accounts of the enemies, the victors who wrote the history. Equally unfortunate is the very few Cathar texts that were written, well, of them, very few survive till today. but notable among these are the Rituals of the Cathars of Lyon, which provides insight into a few of their practices, and the Book of Two Principles, which outlines their dualistic theology, at least from the perspective of the Cathars themselves. Well, with that being said, we arrive in the traditional time of the beginning of the Cathar movement. So throughout the 12th and early 13th centuries, the Catholic Church made numerous attempts to suppress the growing influence of the Cathars in Languedoc, but these efforts were met with limited success. In 1147, Pope Eugene III dispatched a legate to Cathar strongholds with the aim of halting their progress. But despite this initiative, and the isolated success of figures like Bernard of Clairvaux, the mission was more or less a failure. Of course, it shows the significant power and also resilience of the Cathar sect during that period. It takes a fair bit of guts to say no when the Catholics start showing up telling you what to do in the 12th century. You know what the penalty is for not complying. But of course, if weight of numbers are behind you, you feel a little bit more confident to tell them to go home politely. Of course, they didn't just give up there. The subsequent missions were sent, but they also continued to struggle. Now, Cardinal Peter was sent to Toulouse and the surrounding Toulousian area in 1178, but his efforts, well, they weren't much use either. Similarly, between 1180 and 81, Henry of Marcy, the Cardinal Bishop of Albano, led a mission that included an armed expedition capturing the fortress of Levant. But even this show of military force did not extinguish the Cathar movement. They were only growing stronger. Well, church councils were called, meetings were had, and they attempted to address the issue. Decisions made at the Council of Tours in 1163 and the Third Council of the Lateran in 79 aimed to curb Catharism, but once again all with minimal effects. Recognizing the inadequacy of these measures, Pope Innocent III, upon sending to the papacy in 1198, was determined to confront the Cathars more effectively. Initially, Innocent III pursued a strategy of peaceful conversion, as peaceful as you can get. Well, he sent several legates to Cathar regions, but they had faced all their own different challenges. Not only did they have to contend with the Cathars and their noble protectors, but they also encountered resistance from local bishops who resented the authority granted to papal envoys. The local populace's respect for the Cathars further complicated these efforts. They'd rather be in with them than they would the Catholic Church. In response to the bishop's opposition, Innocent III took decisive action. In 1204, he suspended several bishops in Occitania, and in 1205, he appointed Folquet, a dynamic former troubadour, as the new Bishop of Toulouse. Now, the drive for conversion intensified in 1206 in particular, when Diego of Osma and his canon, the future St. Dominic, initiated a concerted program in the Languedoc region. This initiative included public debates between Catholic representatives and Cathar leaders, held in towns such as Pamiers and Montreal. These debates were part of this broader effort to hit the Cathars from all different sides, ideologically, spiritually, physically, if needed, every way they could to bring the machine down. Now, as for St. Dominic, this wasn't the first time he had encountered Cathars. In fact, he was on a mission to Languedoc in 1203, and he already had plenty of run-ins with them at that time. Engaging in discussions with them, he realized that only preachers who exemplified genuine sanctity, humility, asceticism, could hope to convert dedicated Cathar followers. He observed that the institutional church often lacked these spiritual qualities, which diminished its effectiveness in countering the teachings of Catharism. Now, motivated by this insight, Dominic later founded the Dominican order in 1216. I'm sure you've heard of that. Well, I did a video on that maybe 4 months ago, 5 months ago. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. Now, the Dominican order was established with the aim of embodying the virtues that he deemed essential for successful preaching. Dominic encapsulated this mission with his assertion: zeal must be met by zeal, humility by humility, false sanctity by real sanctity, preaching falsehood by preaching truth. Despite all the efforts, even Dominic couldn't nudge the Cathars out of their beliefs. He only met with modest success. Maybe a few converts here and there. Certainly not what he was expecting. All in all, a wasted trip. Of course, the Catholics were getting a little bit impatient. Of course, the 12th century church is not known for its patience. So in January 1208, they sent Pierre de Castelnau, a papal legate known for excommunicating noblemen who protected the Cathars, but he was murdered after excommunicating Raymond VI, the Count of Toulouse. And when somebody gets murdered, that's a marked escalation in negotiations, I think. Now, his assassination, allegedly by a knight in Raymond's service, certainly marked a turning point. Pope Innocent responded by ordering a crusade against the Cathars and appealing to King Philip II of France for intervention. Now, although Philip II did not lead the crusade himself, he permitted northern French barons like Simon de Montfort and Bouchard de Marly to participate. The ensuing conflict, known as the Albigensian Crusade, lasted for 20 years and pitted northern French nobles against those of the Languedoc. The crusade was fueled in part by a papal decree allowing the confiscation of lands owned by Cathars and their supporters, which of course attracted a lot of nobles who were eager to acquire new territories. Pretty much an annexation. Well, the first major target was the lands of the Transaville family, lords of Carcassonne, Béziers, Albi, and Razay. Without a strong regional coalition, the crusading army captured Carcassonne and imprisoned Raymond Roger Transvaal, who died in captivity. Simon de Montfort was granted the Transvaal lands, inciting the enmity of Peter II of Aragon, who up to this point had remained neutral. And so Simon de Montfort spent the following years consolidating his gains, facing desertions from local lords and attempting to expand his domain. His forces were bolstered by reinforcements from northern France and Germany that seemed to just keep on coming, and his most significant victory came in 1213 at the Battle of Muret, where his smaller cavalry force defeated the larger allied armies of Raymond of Toulouse and Peter II of Aragon, resulting in Peter's death and diminishing Aragonese influence in the region. In 1214, Philip II's victory at the Battle of Bouvines ended the Anglo-French War and allowed him to focus more on the Cathars.
Now, the victory also prevented the Anglo-German setback that could have undermined the crusade. Who knows what it would have ended up like if Catharism had became a big thing. It could have been as big as Lutheranism even, or as big as Protestantism, any of the other denominations. Perhaps there's a, what are they called? Multiple universe? Parallel universe, that's what I'm talking about. Perhaps there's a parallel universe where there aren't any Catholic churches, and there's just Cathar churches everywhere. Perhaps so. Well, full royal intervention also came in 1226, when Louis VIII led a substantial force into southeastern France, which only intensified the efforts against the Cathars. Now, under the dual command, both spiritually and militarily, of the papal legate Arnaud Almery, abbot of Citeaux, the Crusader army launched its campaign against the Cathars. The first major engagement occurred on the 22nd of July, 1209, with the siege of Béziers. Despite being offered safe passage, many Catholic inhabitants chose to remain in the city and even fight alongside the Cathars, rather than simply leave unharmed. In 1209, the Cathars mounted a defense against the Crusaders. An attempted sortie by the Béziers forces was swiftly defeated, however, leading the Crusaders to chase them back through the city gates. According to accounts, when asked how to distinguish Cathars from Catholics within the city, Arnaud Almery allegedly replied, "Just kill them all. The Lord will recognize his own." A statement recalled by fellow Cistercian Caesarius of Heisterbach 30 years later. Well, of course, the aftermath was devastating. The doors of the Church of St. Mary Magdalene were broken down. Refugees seeking sanctuary were then dragged out and dealt with in the most violent of manners. Reports indicate that at least 7,000 men, women, and children perished under the arm of the Catholic forces within the church. Now that's blasphemy, if I've ever seen it. Now, elsewhere in Béziers, thousands more were subjected to torture and met their ends. They faced horrific fates. Some were blinded, others were dragged behind horses, and some were used for target practice. The city was ultimately razed by fire. In a letter to Pope Innocent III, Arnaud Almery wrote, "Today, Your Holiness, 20,000 heretics were put to the sword, regardless of rank, age, or sex." Although Béziers' permanent population was probably no more than 5,000 at the time, the influx of local refugees seeking shelter could have increased the number to around 20,000. One of those tragedies that no one really talks about. Well, except for me, I suppose. Well, there's probably a bunch of videos on it. You can't give me all the credit. I'm not the first one to talk about the Cathars. Well, following this massacre at Béziers, the Crusaders achieved success in the siege of Carcassonne. Later in 1209, Simon de Montfort was appointed leader of the Crusader army after this victory. Prominent opponents included Raymond Roger Transvaal, Viscount of Carcassonne, and his feudal overlord Peter II of Aragon, who held territories and had numerous vassals in the region. But you see, Peter II, he died fighting against the Crusade on the 12th of September 1213 at the Battle of Muret. Simon de Montfort was also killed on 25th of June 1218 after maintaining a 9-month siege of Toulouse. The official conflict concluded
With the Treaty of Paris in 1229, this agreement resulted in the King of France dispossessing the House of Toulouse of most of its fiefs and stripping the Transvaal family of their holdings, bad luck for them, effectively ending the independence of the princes of the Languedoc. Now, despite the widespread massacres during the war, they couldn't entirely extinguish Catharism, and the Catholic forces continued to pursue remaining adherents. You see, back in 1215, some 14 years earlier, the bishops of the Catholic Church convened at the Fourth Council of the Lateran under Pope Innocent III, where combating the Cathar heresy was pretty much at the top of the list of the agenda items. Now, to further suppress the movement, the Inquisition was also established in 1233, operating in southern towns like Toulouse, Albi, which is where we get Albigensian from, and Carcassonne throughout the 13th and much of the 14th century. The Inquisition succeeded in crushing Catharism, at least as a popular movement, forcing its followers to go underground. Those who refused to recant, or who relapsed when found out, if found out, were either hanged or, in a more rarer case, burned at the stake. But most of them were hung. Now, there was a rather notable event that occurred in 1239, 13th of May, to be exact, in Champagne, where 183 men and women were convicted of Catharism and burned at the stake by the order of the Dominican Inquisitor and former Cathar prefect, Robert Le Bourget. Now, this is one case where they did have quite a large burning, but in general, they didn't really do that too much. Now, earlier, Mount Guimard in northeastern France had been denounced as a place of heresy in a letter from the Bishop Liege to Pope Lucius II in 1144. Now, from May 1243 to March 1244, the Cathar fortress of Montségur was under siege of troops of the Seneschal of Carcassonne and the Archbishop of Narbonne. On the 16th of March 1244, over 200 Cathar prefects were burned in a massive pyre, and the field of the burned near the castle's base, a massacre of symbolic importance. Now, the Church, during the 1235 Council of Narbonne, had decreed milder punishments for lay people suspected of sympathizing with the Cathars, only slightly mild. Now, the persistent yet unverified legend suggests that a small group of Cathar perfects escaped from Montségur before the massacre, allegedly carrying with them the Cathar treasure. Speculation about this treasure is it varies quite widely. Some people say it's some sacred Gnostic texts. Others say it's a bunch of gold and treasure. And even some who say that they actually got their hands on the Holy Grail. Now, that's a treasure you certainly have to escape with. Now, it's important to say that the Inquisition, while they did do these big events to put the, lack of better words, the fear of God into people, they couldn't really hang or burn everybody. It's just not practical. They'd rather have people repent and just come back to the more, can't really say orthodox, but the more proper way of worshipping God in the Catholic opinion. Now, as the Inquisition intensified its efforts, noble support began to wane, and the Cathars became increasingly as scattered fugitives, meeting secretly in forests and mountainous areas. Later insurrections emerged under leaders like Roger Bernard II, Aimeri III of Narbonne, and Bernard de Lisieux, a Franciscan friar who was later prosecuted for his involvement with a different heretical movement, the spiritual Franciscans. That was in the early 14th century. And you see, by that time, the Inquisition had grown, well, exceedingly powerful, summoning many suspected Cathars to appear before its tribunals. Around this time was the golden age for the Inquisition, I suppose, before all those witch hunts happened, which were kind of different. Well, there's a distinction we make between inquisitors and witch hunters, that's for sure. Now, detailed records of these proceedings with the Cathars that were summoned before the tribunals are found in registers of inquisitors such as Bernard of Gaul, Jean de Saint-Pierre, and Geoffrey d'Ably. It was noted that the perfects rarely recanted their beliefs, and hundreds of them were executed. Repentant lay believers faced punishment, but they were spared execution, as long as they didn't relapse. Those who recanted were required to sew yellow crosses onto their outer garments and live separately from other Catholics, at least for a period of time. There was a kind of statute of limitations. After they thought they'd learned their lesson, perhaps they could enter what was deemed to be normal society. And so, after enduring decades of relentless persecution, including harassment, forced conversions, and systematic destruction of their religious texts, the Cathar sect became depleted, and no one was really talking about it anymore. The significant blow occurred in April 1310, when Pierre Autier, a leader of a Catholic resurgent in the Pyrenean foothills, was captured and executed in Toulouse. The last chance gone. By the autumn of 1321, the last known Cathar perfect in the Languedoc region, Guillaume Bellibaste, was also executed. 9 years later, following 1330, Inquisition records indicate a sharp decline in proceedings against Cathars, which suggests that the movement had been effectively suppressed. Well, what sets a Cathar apart from the rest? Before we go, we'll talk a little bit about the Cathar beliefs and the practices, trying to understand the differences in theology and the way they were. Now, in terms of Gnostic cosmology, a fundamental belief was the existence of two distinct creator deities. One deity, responsible for the spiritual realm, was depicted in the New Testament, while the other, known as the Demiurge, or the Rex Mundi, the king of the world, created the physical universe as described in the Old Testament. And he was identified as the god of Judaism. Okay, so we got the Old Testament god and the New Testament god. You see how this is going a little bit away from the traditional Catholic beliefs. Now, within some Gnostic traditions, and that includes Catharism, this duality was interpreted as an ongoing conflict between the forces of good and evil. And this is something that goes all the way back to the old times. Think of Zoroastrianism. You talk about Ahura Mazda being the, good guy, if we're going to put it that way, and Angra Mainyu being the bad guy. And the good guy and the bad guy are constantly in this battle for the world, for the hearts and the souls of the people. The more good deeds you do, the more good happens in the world, and the strength of the good God prevails over the evil one. At least that's my quick 30-second explanation of the basics of Zoroastrian belief. But this translates into a lot of later traditions, and a lot of Gnostic stuff pretty much comes down to this sort of dynamic as well. Now, onto this demiurge, that Rex Mundi, king of the world. He was sometimes equated with Satan, or at least considered to be the father of Satan, or a creator, a seducer, though such views were not universally accepted. Now, influenced by their Bogomil predecessors, certain Cathar communities adopted a mitigated dualism, believing that Satan had once served the true God before rebelling. Over time, however, others, and possibly the majority of them, embraced an absolute dualism, as detailed in the Book of the Two Principles, viewing the two gods as twin entities of equal power and equal significance. Now, this Rex Mundi, as the creator of the material world, was thought to have fashioned all visible matter, including the human body, which was considered inherently sinful. According to Cathar teachings, humans were originally angels that had been seduced by Satan prior to a celestial conflict, resulting in their entrapment in the material world that was created by Rex Mundi. To return to their angelic state, they needed to completely renounce the material self. Until achieving this, they were believed to be trapped in a cycle of reincarnation, living multiple lives on a corrupted earth. Now, firmly denying the physical resurrection of Jesus, the Cathars interpreted it symbolically as reincarnation. They also rejected the Christian cross, seeing it as an instrument of torture and evil. Additionally, they viewed John the Baptist, identified with Elijah, as a malevolent figure sent to hinder Jesus' message through the false sacrament of baptism. Now, for the Cathars, references to resurrection in the New Testament were understood solely as symbols of reincarnation, generally dismissing traditional Trinitarian concepts of Christ. The Cathars favored beliefs more closely aligned with non-Trinitarian modalistic monarchianism, such as Sabellianism in the West and adoptionism in the East. Now, this perspective might have been combined with their docetic views mentioned earlier. Some historical sources, including Bernard of Clairvaux's biographer, accused certain Cathar groups of adhering to Arianism, and some scholars believe traces of Arian Christology can be identified in Cathar beliefs. Now, Arianism, if you've watched my video about the First Council of Nicaea, that was kind of the original heresy. They called the Council of Nicaea effectively to decide on doctrine, and Arianism kind of got the short end of the stick. If you want to learn more about Arianism, well, you know to go and search up my video on the First Council of Nicaea, where I explain pretty much everything about it. So, certain Cathar communities may have held that in a spiritual realm known as the land of the living was created by the good God, and that its history and geography served as a template for the evil God's corrupted material world. Now, in this view, the true story of Jesus unfolded in the spiritual realm, while the physical Jesus on earth was considered an impostor, a false Messiah, and a consort of the material Mary Magdalene. Despite this, it was believed that the true Jesus influenced the physical world in a matter akin to the harrowing of hell, possibly by inhabiting the body of Paul himself. This interpretation was recorded by the 13th century chronicler Pierre de Vaudequernay. Now, some Cathars also recounted a variation of the Enochian narrative where Eve's daughters were said to have mated with Satan's demons, giving birth to giants. The flood, in this version, was either Satan's response to demons exposing him as not the true God, or an attempt by the invisible Father to eliminate the giants. The Holy Spirit was sometimes considered a single entity, but in other Cathar beliefs, it was viewed as the collective of unfallen angels who had not followed Satan in his rebellion. Now, here's another aspect, a little bit more of a worldly one. The Cathars saw the sensual allure of women as an obstacle to man's rejection of the material world. However, despite their emphasis on celibacy, certain Cathar groups did make exceptions. In one story, the invisible Father had two spiritual wives, Kolam and Hulebam, which is linked to the biblical Ohla and Oholibah. This father may have instigated the war in heaven by seducing Satan's wife, or vice versa. Cathars who follow this narrative believe that having families and children would not prevent them from entering God's kingdom. Some Cathar groups also believed in a day of judgment, when the number of the just would equal that of angels who had fallen. On that day, believers would ascend to the spiritual realm, while sinners would be cast into eternal fire, along with their master, the devil. They adhered to a pescatarian diet too, avoiding cheese, eggs, meat, and milk, as they were considered byproducts of sexual reproduction, and animals were believed to house reincarnated souls, and the killing of animals was forbidden, except for fish, which were thought to arise through spontaneous generation. Well, in many ways, the Cathars prefigured Protestantism, rejecting the doctrines of transubstantiation, purgatory, and prayers for the dead, also prayers to saints. They also supported the idea that Scripture should be read in the vernacular, further distancing themselves from the established church practices at the time of only ever reading it in Latin. They positioned themselves as an anti-sacerdotal group, opposing the Catholic Church prior to the Reformation. They strongly protested what they viewed as the Church's moral, spiritual, and political corruption. In contrast to the numerous sacraments of the Catholic Church, the Cathars had only one central rite: the consolation. This brief spiritual ceremony was intended to absolve the believer of all sin and elevate them to the status of a perfect, the highest level within the Cathar community. Now, many believers opted to receive the consolation as they neared death, allowing them to complete the ritual of liberation without having to endure the extensive and demanding purity obligations required of the perfecti for an extended period. After receiving this sacrament, some Cathars reportedly refused all food except for cold water, a practice known as the Indura. Certain church writers even claimed that when a Cathar, having received the consolation, showed signs of recovery, they were intentionally smothered to ensure their passage to paradise. Well, however, evidence of this being widespread is pretty limited, with most instances being exceptional ones rather than the norm. You can only imagine it. Oh, I'm getting better, praise God. That's terrible. You can't do that. Well, speaking of sacraments, too, they also rejected the Eucharist, as they didn't believe that it could truly represent the body of Christ, They also refuse the practice of baptism by water, which is of course a big deal in Catholicism. And there we have following two quotes actually, which reflect the experience of the Inquisitor Bernard Gui in his encounters with Cathar beliefs and practices, and we'll read from what he said about it right now. Then they attack and vituperate in turn all the sacraments of the Church, especially the sacrament of the Eucharist, saying that it cannot contain the body of Christ. For had this been as great as the largest mountain, Christians would have entirely consumed it before this. They assert that the host comes from straw, that it passes through the tails of horses, to wit, and when the flour is cleaned by a sieve of horsehair, that moreover it passes through the body and comes to a vile end, which they say could not happen if God were in it. Of baptism, they assert that the water is material and corruptible, and is therefore the creation of the evil power, and cannot sanctify the spirit, that the churchmen sell this water out of avarice, just as they sell earth for the burial of the dead, and oil to the sick when they anoint them, and as they sell the confession of sins as made to priests. End of the account from the Inquisitor Bernard Gui. Now, interestingly, while the Cathars criticized the Old Testament God, often expressing views that could be considered anti-Semitic in these days, they didn't harbor hostility towards Jews themselves. In fact, the Jews that were in those regions enjoyed a relatively stable status, some even elevated to positions of authority, such as bailiffs and public officials. Of course, this tolerance, that seemed to anger the Catholic Church a little more, further intensifying the conflict between the two groups. Also, the Cathars were fundamentally opposed to killing, and this belief extended into their dietary practices, as we have mentioned. Now, the perfecti, their spiritual elite, adhered to a strict code that required abstention from all animal products. That reason, of course, being the aforementioned, that anything linked with sexual reproduction was tainted, but this view also contributed to their opposition of violence, and encompassed war and capital punishment, views that were stark contrast with the normal ways of life in medieval Europe. However, the movement did involve armed supporters willing to commit acts of violence, including the murder of the papal legate Pierre de Castelnau in Provence in January of 1208. So, sometimes exceptions are made. Now, in terms of women in the Cathars movement, they were provided with multiple opportunities and even independent spiritual action, another rare feature in medieval religious movements. Not only did they serve as believers, but they could also ascend to the higher roles of the perfecti, allowing them to administer the central Cathar sacrament, the consolation. Now, this inclusion in the ranks of the perfecti showed the Cathar beliefs that the soul was immaterial, and no distinction between man or woman, with gender holding absolutely no significance in spiritual matters. As a result, Cathars viewed women as equally capable of leading spiritually, and they did, many times. Now, Cathar beliefs about reincarnation also contributed to this view of gender equality. They held that individuals would be reincarnated until they fully renounced the material world, and a person could be reborn as either a man or a woman. Did not matter, you would just come back as a person. Now, the emphasis on the spirit rather than the body meant that women were seen as fully qualified to serve as leaders, making Catharism particularly appealing to women who sought roles that the Catholic Church, denied them. Now, throughout early medieval Christianity, women accused of heresy often included Gnostics, Cathars, and later groups like the Beguines. Many of these women faced torture and execution. Cathars, like the early Gnostics, elevated the importance of Mary Magdalene in early Christianity, crediting her with a vital role as a teacher. This reverence for her as a spiritual leader bolstered the Cathar belief that women could also lead as well as anybody else. The Cathars even considered Mary Magdalene to be a potentially more important figure than St. Peter, emphasizing her significance in the Gospel of John, which of all the Gospels the Cathars held in the highest of regard. Now, widows in particular often received the consolation and became perfecti, further demonstrating the movement's openness to female leadership. Now, though female perfecti seldom traveled to preach, they played a pretty big role in establishing group homes for women known as hostels when they taught the faith. Through this effort, women helped the religion grow, passing their beliefs to the next generation. In these homes, children were raised in the Cathar faith, creating a foundation for future growth. While some rare instances of female Cathars traveling to spread the faith do exist, most women contributed to the movement's expansion by educating and nurturing future believers. Now, quickly before we go, despite the important role women did play in the movement of the Cathars, the faith was not entirely egalitarianism. Now, one later teaching emerging among the French Cathars held that a person's final incarnation had to be experienced as a man to achieve salvation. The belief suggested that women must be reborn as men to break free from the cycle of reincarnation. Toward the end of the Cathar movement, this notion actually gained quite a lot of traction, and the practice of excluding women perfecti began to appear. But once again, that was pretty limited. Women continued to hold leadership roles among the Italian Cathars, who included women among their perfecti until the movement's decline. I mean, if you're not going to break that cycle of reincarnation, well, you may as well just party it up as a woman, right? Go have a steak or something. Do something that a Cathar is not meant to do. All right, well, I hope you enjoyed that. Talking about the Cathars. Interesting. And like I said, alternate timelines. Different universes, perhaps. Maybe there's a Cathar church right around the corner from you, and the Catholics were the ones who got crusaded. Who knows? Vlad the Impaler, born Vlad III around 1431 in Wallachia, modern-day Romania, is renowned for his brutal but effective methods of maintaining power and deterring foreign enemies, of course most notoriously through his epithet, impalement. His reigns in 1448, later in 1456 to 1462, and briefly in 1476, were all marked by fierce conflicts, particularly against the Ottoman Empire to the south. Now, while he's often viewed as a figure of harsh justice in Romania, Vlad's legacy is colored by tales of extreme cruelty, so much, of course, that inspired the modern-day Dracula of Bram Stoker, written in 1897. But either way, even after the impalements and nailing of turbans to messengers' heads, if you ask a lot of modern-day Romanians, they'll tell you that he's a ruler who valiantly defended his principality's serenity and instilled a lasting legacy of resilience. Maybe you'll make up your own mind once you get to the end of the video. But for now, let me welcome you to the channel as is the style. If you're new here, good to meet you. Those coming back, great to see you again. Now, you may have watched my first video on Vlad the Impaler, but that was a long time ago and I wanted to do another one, because no doubt there's probably a few people who were unaware of my first video on him and were probably waiting for me to do one. So here I am, doing a somewhat updated version. Now, you know the whole like and subscribe thing if you want to. But with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed, nice and comfortable. And let's begin. And where do we begin? Well, of course, we know where to begin. That is in the region of Wallachia, which is, I believe, pronounced that way in the Romanian, despite its spelling, or starting with a W. So some pronunciations will be with that Romanian-style phonetics, but the time period that we're looking at for Vlad's birth is going to be between 1428 and 1431. We don't quite know for certain, but there's a general scholarly consensus around these 3 to 4 years. We're not going to harp on too much about that. Now, what you do need to know is that Vlad was the second legitimate son of Vlad II Dracul, himself being an illegitimate son of Mircea I of Wallachia. Now, what about this moniker, Dracul? Sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Well, Vlad II earned that through his membership in a little militant fraternity called the Order of the Dragon, which was actually founded by the old king of Hungary, Sigismund of Luxembourg. Why was it founded? Well, it was dedicated to halting the Ottoman advance into Europe. Remember, at the time, if you know your mid-15th century history, you'll know that it was not a good time, especially for the Eastern Roman Empire. Well, they weren't around too much longer to complain about it, but, well, that's a story for another video, isn't it? Now, after settling in the region known as Transylvania in 1429, Vlad II resided in the Transylvanian Saxon town of Sighișoara, which was then part of the Kingdom of Hungary, from the years 1431 to 1435, living in a quite lovely 3-story stone house. And this is the house where Vlad was most likely born. Now, we have a Romanian historian who chimes in on this, one Radu Florescu, who actually shares the same name with another character we'll talk about soon. That's just a coincidence. But he supports his birthplace. But there are modern historians who debate Vlad's mother's identity, suggesting that she was either a daughter or relative of Alexander I of Moldavia, or Vlad II's unknown first wife. Of course, questioning the identity of the mother also questions the legitimacy of the succession. Once again, perhaps an argument for another time. Now, let's talk now from 1436. This is following the death of his half-brother, Alexander I Aldea. Vlad II Dracul seized control of Wallachia. There is a charter dated 20th of January, 1432, which marks the first recorded mention of Vlad III, being Vlad the Impaler, of course, who obviously wasn't impaling people at this point, and his elder brother, Mircea, referring to them as their father's first-born sons. But it's not just that either. They also appear in 4 additional documents between the years of 1437 and 1439, with the last also mentioning their younger brother, Radu. Now, Radu also had quite an interesting moniker as well, Radu the Handsome. Of course, that's in the eye of the beholder. Now, in comes John Hunyadi, the voivode of Transylvania. Now, a voivode is kind of the same as like a local king of one of these small kingdoms, one of these small regions. We also have the word in Hungarian, ban, which is the same thing, I do believe, in terms of the level of what it is in terms of how much power that ruler has. Now, this is a meeting in March of 1442, and when they had this meeting, they were discussing this Ottoman problem, and at the time, Vlad II Dracul chose not to support an Ottoman invasion of Transylvania. Of course, the Ottomans were not very pleased with this. Sultan Murad II of the Ottoman Empire summoned him to Gallipoli to affirm his loyalty, give him a bit of a shakedown. Now, of course, can't go away on business without the two boys in tow, so along came Vlad and Radu. Unfortunately, it would have been quite unpleasant to see your father locked up and thrown in prison as soon as you arrived to your holiday destination, but that is what happened. And upon his arrival, well, Vlad II got a surprise that he did not want. Now, he was released before the year's end, so that's good news. But the bad news is, the Ottomans wanted hostages. And, well, you can guess who became the hostages. That's right, poor old Vlad and Radu. So they remained there to secure allegiance, make sure he doesn't get too out of line, kind of like a bargaining chip. Pretty common back in the day. They were held in this old fortress in Emit, according to an Ottoman chronicler of the time. Now their situation grew pretty perilous when their father supported Vladislaus, King of Poland and Hungary, against the Ottomans during the Crusade of Varna in 1444, fearing his sons would be butchered for the sake of Christian peace. Vlad II Dracul nonetheless saw neither Vlad nor Radu harmed following his rebellion. In fact, they were reportedly treated quite well when they were in Ottoman custody. Apparently they loved to play chess. They did that quite a lot all day. And they just studied and learned as much as they could. They had good tutors. Living conditions were okay. They weren't thrown in prison or anything like that. Well, at least that's what we know from the sources. Now, back to Vlad II Dracul. By around 1447, he reaffirmed his loyalty to the Sultan, and he agreed to pay an annual tribute. In November of that same year, John Hunyadi, now regent governor of Hungary since 1446, actually invaded Wallachia. Now, Radu and Vlad actually fled to the Ottoman Empire, implying that the Sultan had allowed their return to Wallachia after their father's homage. So there was this brief period where they could go home after their father had promised to, well, grease the wheels with a bit of tribute, as always. But then, of course, when home becomes a place you don't want to be, well, you may as well go back to the Ottomans. Now, both Vlad II Dracul and his eldest son, Mircea, were killed at this time, and Hunyadi installed Vladislav II, son of Vlad II Dracul's cousin, Dan II, as the new ruler of Wallachia. So, where does this leave Vlad? Well, with the deaths of his father and his brother, that being Vlad II Dracul and Mircea, Vlad actually found himself as a contender for the throne of Wallachia, which, well, that changes everything. In September 1448, as Vladislav II joined Hunyadi's campaign against the Ottomans, Vlad seized his opportunity. Leading an Ottoman army, he entered Wallachia in early October. Though he had to concede the Ottoman capture and fortification of Giurgiu fortress on the Danube. Well, you give a little, you get a little. The Ottomans did, however, defeat Hunyadi's forces at the Battle of Kosovo between the 17th and 18th of October. Hunyadi's deputy, Nicholas Vizakny, urged Vlad to meet in Transylvania, discuss things, try to come to a bit of an agreement. But Vlad was not having it. He declined. On the return of Vladislav II to Wallachia with his remaining troops, Vlad was compelled to flee back to the Ottoman Empire by the 7th of December 1448. Now, we're fortunate enough to have a little bit of a letter that was written by Vlad himself at this time that elaborates on the situation. It goes like this. We bring you the news that Nicholas Vizakny writes to us and asks us to be so kind to come to him until John Hunyadi returns from the war. We are unable to do this because an emissary from Nicopolis came to us and said with great certainty that Murad II had defeated Hunyadi. If we come to Vizakny now, the Ottomans could come and kill both you and us. Therefore, we ask you to have patience until we see what has happened to Hunyadi. If he returns from the war, we will meet him, and we will make peace with him. But if you will be our enemies now, and if something happens, you will have to answer for it before God. Well, after this downfall and this hasty retreat away, Vlad first settled in Edirne, within the Ottoman Empire. Soon after, he moved to Moldavia, where his father's brother-in-law and possibly, we're not sure, but there's a possibility, that it was his maternal uncle Bogdan II had taken the throne with John Hunyadi's support in the autumn of 1449. Now in October of 1451, some 2 years later, poor old Bogdan was assassinated by Peter III Aaron. Following this, Bogdan's son Stefan fled with Vlad to Transylvania to seek aid from Hunyadi. However, on the 20th of November 1451, Hunyadi established a 3-year truce with the Ottomans, acknowledging the right of the Wallachian boyars to elect Vladislav II's successor upon his death. Now, Vlad is said to have attempted to find refuge in Brasov, a center for the Wallachian boyars expelled by Vladislav II. Yet, on the 6th of February, 1452, Hunyadi prohibited the townspeople from offering him sanctuary. Consequently, Vlad returned to Moldavia, where Alexandrel had overthrown Peter Aaron. Now, the events of his life during the subsequent years unfortunately aren't very well documented, so we're going to have to skip past a few of them. It is inferred that he must have returned to Hungary sometime before the 3rd of July 1456, however, because on that date, Hunyadi informed the citizens of Brasov that he had appointed Vlad to defend the Transylvanian border. Now, all the specifics of timing of Vlad's return to Wallachia remain pretty mysterious. He invaded Wallachia with Hungarian assistance in either April, July, or perhaps as late as August in 1456. Vladislav II perished during this invasion. Well, on the 10th of September in that same year, 1456, Vlad dispatched his inaugural surviving letter as voivode of Wallachia to the burghers of Brasov. He pledged to safeguard them in the event of an Ottoman incursion into Transylvania, while simultaneously requesting their support should the Ottomans seize Wallachia. Sounds like a pretty good deal. In the same correspondence, he asserted that when an individual or a sovereign is robust and influential, he can dictate the terms of peace. However, when he is weak, a more powerful entity will impose its will upon him. Well, this shows a little bit of an authoritarian disposition, but hey, if you're holding the cards, you're in control of the game, aren't you? Numerous sources, including that of the Chronicle of Launikos Chalkokondyles, documented that hundreds, or thousands even, of individuals were executed at Vlad's command as soon as he came into power. It states that he initiated a purge against the boyars who were involved against the assassination of his father and elder brother, as well as those he suspected of conspiring against him. Well, Launikos asserted that Vlad rapidly investigated a significant transformation and completely revolutionized all matters in Wallachia by bestowing the money, property, and other assets of his victims upon his retainers. Well, the records of the princely council members during Vlad's reign indicate that only 2 individuals maintained their positions from 1457 to 61, so certainly doing some spring cleaning there, it looks like. Well, Vlad did dispatch the traditional tribute to the Sultan, following the death of John Hunyadi on the 11th of August 1456. His eldest son, Ladislaus Hunyadi, assumed the role of Captain General of Hungary. He charged Vlad with lacking any intention to remain loyal to the King of Hungary in correspondence to the burghers of Brasov, simultaneously instructing them to assist Vladislaus II's brother, Dan III, to oppose Vlad. Well, the citizens of Sibiu endorsed an alternative claimant, a Romanian priest who asserts that he is the son of a prince, going for a third party. Well, the latter, recognized as Vlad's illegitimate brother, Vlad Kalugarul, acquired Amlas, traditionally held by the rulers of Wallachia in Transylvania. Now, we got Ladislaus V of Hungary, who ordered the execution of Ladislaus Hunyadi, the son of John Hunyadi, remember, on the 16th of March, 1457. Now, Elizabeth Szilágyi, Hunyadi's mother, and her brother Michael Szilágyi incited a rebellion against the king. Exploiting the civil war in Hungary, Vlad aided Stefan, the son of Bogdan II of Moldavia, in his attempt to capture the region in June of 1457. Vlad also invaded Transylvania and pillaged the villages surrounding Brasov and Sibiu. While the earliest German narratives regarding Vlad detailed that he transported men, women, and children from a Saxon village to Wallachia and subjected them all to impalement. And that's without any exception. Apparently, even the youngest of them were subject to the worst of tortures. At least, that's what the Germans tell us. Now, Vlad's assault on the Transylvanian Saxons, who remained loyal to the king, fortified the standing of the Szilágyis. Representatives of Vlad engaged in peace negotiations between Michael Szilágyi and the Saxons, and per this treaty, the burghers of Brasov consented to expel Dan from their town. Vlad assured that the merchants of Sibiu could freely buy and sell goods in Wallachia, in return for the equivalent treatment of Wallachian merchants who wished to do business in Transylvania. On the 1st of December 1457, Vlad addressed Michael Szilágyi as his lord and elder brother in a correspondence. That's pretty respectful. Well, of course, in we have Matthias Corvinus. What a cast of characters this video has, huh? From Vlad to Hunyadi to Corvinus, we got everybody. Well, Matthias Corvinus was the younger sibling of Ladislaus Hunyadi, and he was crowned the King of Hungary on the 24th of January 1458. And not long after that, on the 3rd of March, he directed the burghers of Sibiu to maintain peaceful relations with Vlad. By the 20th of September 1459, Vlad declared himself as the lord and ruler over all of Wallachia and the duchies of Amlas and Fagaras, signifying his control over these traditional Transylvanian fiefs historically held by Wallachian rulers. It seems like things were going pretty well for Vlad. Now, we get into March of that same year of 1458, where Michael Szilágyi allowed the boyar Michael, an official under Ladislav II of Wallachia, and other Wallachian boyars to settle in Transylvania. But was there somebody you forgot to ask? Vlad eventually orchestrated the assassination of this boyar Michael. Now in May, Vlad requested the burghers of Brasov to send craftsmen to Wallachia. However, by the end of that year, his relationship with the Saxons had deteriorated. One scholarly theory suggests that the conflict arose when Vlad barred Saxon merchants from entering Wallachia, forcing them to sell their goods to the Wallachian traders at compulsory border fairs. And, well, one can imagine that the prices would not be a fair market rate, that's for sure. Now, although we don't have any records, at least none that we've found, of Vlad implementing protectionist policies or border restrictions, in 1476 he did assert that he had always supported free trade throughout his reign. Well, it's one thing to say it. Now, back to the Saxons. The Saxons seized steel, purchased by a Wallachian merchant in Brasov, without compensating him. And this, of course, goes quite against free trade. Now, according to a letter dated the 21st of January 1459 from Basarab Laiota, the son of Dan II of Wallachia, Vlad plundered and tormented several Saxon merchants. Basarab established himself in Sigisaura and staked his claim to Wallachia. Nevertheless, Matthias Corvinus supported Dan III, who had once again taken up residence in Brasov to oppose Vlad. Now, Dan III accused Vlad of impaling or burning alive Saxon merchants along with their children within Wallachia. Of course, public opinion. People either fear you or they love you. That's the main two ways for rulers to get respect. And it seems with impalement, well, nobody wants to go through that. So, in comes Dan III to invade Wallachia. But it did not go as planned. Vlad executed him prior to the 22nd of April 1460. Well, after this, Vlad invaded southern Transylvania, devastated the suburbs of Brasov, and commanded the impalement of every single captured man and woman. Well, during the subsequent negotiations, Vlad insisted on the expulsion or punishment of all Wallachian refugees from Brasov. Things finally calmed down on the 26th of July 1460, when Vlad referred to the burghers of Brasov as his brothers and friends, and peace was, well, at least a fragile peace was observed. Well, on 24th of August, Vlad invaded the areas surrounding Amlas and Făgăraș to retaliate against the local populace that had helped Dan III in his plans. Now, there was a janissary in the Sultan's army, Constantine Mihailovic, who documented that Vlad declined to pay homage to the Sultan in an unspecified year. We have a Renaissance historian, Giovanni Maria degli Angiolelli, hope I pronounced that right, similarly noted that Vlad had neglected to remit tribute to the Sultan for 3 years. Of course, the Sultan would not be very pleased about this. Well, both accounts indicate that Vlad disregarded the suzerainty of the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II as early as 1459, although both documents were composed decades subsequent to these events, so we're not quite sure. And just quickly, this Sultan Mehmed II, that was indeed the one that broke down the walls of Constantinople. So probably not the most popular figure on this channel, I'd say. Well, Tursun Beg, a secretary in the Sultan's court, asserted that Vlad only rebelled against the Ottoman Empire during the Sultan's prolonged exhibition in Trebizond in 1461. That's right, after Constantinople, was taken. Mehmed did quite a lot of conquering in the subsequent territories. Not a huge amount, but he didn't quite stop at Constantinople. Now, Tursun Beg reports that Vlad initiated new negotiations with Matthias Corvinus, but the Sultan had his own spies watching in every place that he could and was promptly alerted. Thus, Mehmed dispatched his envoy, a Greek one at that, Thomas Katobelinos, also referred to as Yunus Bey when the Ottomans are talking about him in their history. He dispatched him to Wallachia, instructing Vlad to immediately proceed to Constantinople. He also dispatched covert directives to Hamza, the Bey of Nicopolis, to apprehend Vlad following his crossing of the Danube. Of course, Vlad was not very keen to go. It was pretty obvious what was happening. He discovered the Sultan's duplicity and cunning, and he then apprehended Hamza and Katibolinos, and both of them were executed. Comes the old saying, don't shoot the messenger, right? Well, subsequent to the execution of the Ottoman officials, Vlad issued commands in, reportedly proficient Turkish. Remember all that study he did? To the commander of Girgü fortress to open the gates, allowing the Wallachian soldiers to infiltrate and seize the fortress. He invaded the Ottoman Empire after this, ravaging the villages along the Danube. On the 11th of February, 1462, he communicated the military action to Matthias Corvinus via a letter, asserting that over 23,884 Turks and Bulgarians had been slain under his command during the campaign. This is interesting because, the number is quite precise, isn't it? So, somebody was counting, and that's quite a big number to count. Well, he requested military aid from Corvinus in the same letter, asserting that he had violated the peace with the Sultan for the honor of the king and the Holy Crown of Hungary, and for the preservation of Christianity and fortification of the faith. By 1462, the relationship between Moldavia and Wallachia had turned pretty cold, as indicated from a letter from a Genoese governor of Kaffa. Well, upon learning of Vlad's invasion, the equally frosty Mehmed II assembled an army, and quite a big one too, reportedly exceeding over 150,000 men. Reportedly second in size only to the one that besieged Constantinople in 1453. Well, there are some other historians, like the aforementioned Radu Florescu, that indicate the army's size implies that the Sultan had the intention to completely occupy Wallachia, put the nail into the coffin, this sort of thing, and just annex the region into the Ottoman Empire. Well, conversely, Mehmed had bestowed Wallachia upon Vlad's brother Radu prior to the invasion, indicating that the Sultan's primary objective was merely the alteration of Wallachia's leader. So there is that too. Either way, an alteration of the leader would only be an alteration in the favor of the Ottomans. When you're paying that much tribute, well, you may as well just be annexed, I suppose. Now, in the May of the same year, 1462 we're talking about here, the Ottoman fleet arrived at Braila, the sole Wallachian port on the Danube. Now, the principal Ottoman army traversed the Danube under the Sultan's command at Nikopol, Bulgaria, on the 4th of June 1462. Outnumbered by adversaries, Vlad implemented a scorched earth strategy and withdrew to Targovist. On the night of June 16th to 17th, Vlad infiltrated the Ottoman camp in an effort to apprehend or eliminate the Sultan. Kind of a covert action. Now, the imprisonment or death of the Sultan would of course have been incited panic among the Ottomans, and that would potentially allow Vlad to come in and just vanquish the entire Ottoman army. Cut off the head of the snake, this sort of thing. Nonetheless, the Wallachians overlooked the Sultan's court and assaulted the encampments of the viziers Mahmud Pasha and Isaac. Well, after failing to assault the Sultan's encampment, Vlad and his followers departed from the Ottoman camp at dawn. Mehmed arrived in Targovist at the conclusion of June, but when he got there, he realized that the town was abandoned. But there was something else that they didn't expect. When the Ottomans came over that hill, they found what they called forest of the impaled. Thousands of suffering individuals on stakes. Suffering, if not dead, that is. Now we have it reported by Launikos Chalkokendiles, and I'll read from there. The Sultan's army entered into the area of the impalements, which was 17 stades long and 7 stades wide. There were large stakes there which, as it was said, about 20,000 men, women and children had been spitted. Quite a sight for the Turks and the Sultan himself. The Sultan was seized with amazement and said that it was not possible to deprive of his country a man who had done such great deeds, who had such a diabolical understanding of how to govern his realm and its people. And he said that a man who had done such things was worth much. The rest of the Turks were dumbfounded when they saw the multitude of men on stakes. There were infants, too, affixed to their mothers on the stakes, and the birds had made nests in their entrails. End of the account from the histories of Laonikos Chalkokindiles. Now, if that wasn't unpleasant enough, the Ottomans also faced severe heat in the summer, and also dehydration that comes along with it during the campaign. All of this prompted the Sultan to withdraw from Wallachia and move towards Brela. Now, at the same time, Stefan III of Moldavia hastened to Chilia, which is near present-day Kilia in Ukraine, I believe, now aiming to seize the important fortress held by the Hungarian garrison. He moved with his large army. Vlad also headed to Chilia, leaving behind a force of 6,000 soldiers to slow the Sultan's advancing army. But it did not go well. The Ottomans defeated the Wallachian troops. Stefan also sustained injuries during the siege of Chilia and retreated to Moldavia before Vlad had a chance to arrive. While the main Ottoman forces exited Wallachia, Vlad's brother Radu and his Ottoman unit remained stationed in Baragan Plain. Radu sent envoys to the Wallachians, warning them of the potential for another Sultan-led invasion. Well, despite Vlad securing victories against Radu and his Ottoman allies in the two subsequent battles, a growing number of Wallachians defected to the other side. Facing diminishing support, Vlad withdrew to the Carpathian Mountains, hoping for assistance from Matthias Corvinus to reclaim his throne. In the mid-August of that same year, Albert of Istemezo, deputy of the Count of the Seceles, recommended that the Saxons recognize Radu. Now, in turn, Radu offered the burghers of Brasov a reaffirmation of their commercial privileges and compensation of 15,000 ducats. Well, Matthias Corvinus arrived in Transylvania in November of 1462. Despite weeks of discussions with Vlad, he was unwilling to start a war with the Ottoman Empire. Under the king's orders, Czech mercenary leader John Žižka of Brandýs arrested Vlad near Rukar in Wallachia. Of course, you can't just arrest people for no reason, so to justify their imprisonment to Pope Pius II and the Venetians, who had funded the campaign against the Ottomans, Corvinus presented 3 letters that were allegedly written by Vlad on the 7th of November 1462 to Mahmud Pasha, Stefan of Moldavia, and Mehmed II himself. Now, in the letters, Vlad had purportedly proposed an alliance with the Ottomans against Hungary in exchange for reclaiming his throne. Now, you don't really believe this, don't you? In fact, not many people do. It's pretty obvious that they were forged just to legitimize his arrest. Well, either way, he was in prison anyway. Now, we do have Radu Florescu as well, who did argue that the letters' submissive tone and also their poor Latin, which you wouldn't have gotten from Vlad, that's for sure, indicate that they were simply just not authored by him. And they think that maybe a Saxon priest from Brasov, may have forged them. Well, Chalkokindiles reported that Vlad was imprisoned in the city of Belgrade, which is now Alba Iulia, Romania, and later moved to Visegrad, where he was held for 14 years. There are no records of Vlad between 1462 and 75. In the summer of 75, Stefan III of Moldavia sent envoys to Matthias Corvinus, requesting Vlad's release to fight Basarab Leoita, who had submitted to the Ottomans. Stefan wanted Wallachia governed by someone who opposed Ottoman rule, noting that the Wallachians were akin to the Turks, from the Moldavian perspective at least. Probably don't tell the Wallachians that. Now, Slavic tales suggest that Vlad was released only after converting to Catholicism, but once again, we're not quite sure about that. If he was going to convert to Catholicism at all to be released, he probably would have done it a little bit earlier. 14 years is a long time to be making your mind up on that. While Corvinus acknowledged Vlad as the rightful prince of Wallachia, he didn't provide military support to reclaim his throne. Vlad resided in Pest, where, according to Slavic narratives, he executed a commander whose soldiers entered his home without permission while pursuing a thief. Well, in June of 1475, he moved back to Transylvania, intending to settle in Sibiu, and sent an envoy to arrange for accommodations. Meanwhile, Mehmed II recognized Basarab-Leoita as Wallachia's ruler. On the 21st of September, Corvinus ordered the burghers of Sibiu to grant Vlad 200 golden florins, but Vlad left Transylvania for Buda in October. He then purchased a house in Pécs, known as Dracula's House in Hungarian. In 1476, John Pongrak of Dengeleg, the voivode of Transylvania, urged the people of Brasov to send him Vlad's supporters, due to a treaty between Corvinus and Basarab-Leoita. Relations between the Transylvanian Saxons and Basarab remained strained even at the best of times, with the Saxons sheltering Basarab's enemies. Early in 1476, Corvinus sent Vlad and Serbian ally Vuk Gurejevic to fight the Ottomans in Bosnia. They captured Srebrenica and other fortresses in February and March. During the campaign, Vlad once again used these tactics of terror, mass impaling captured Turkish soldiers, and in general just massacring as many people as he could, and in as much of a public manner as he could. He also effectively destroyed the cities of Zvornik, Kuslat, and Srebrenica. Now, following this, Mehmed was back in action, and he invaded Moldavia, defeating Stefan III at the Battle of Valia Alba in 1476, roughly on the 26th of July. Well, according to a letter from Matthias Corvinus himself, Stefan Bathory and Vlad invaded Moldavia, forcing the Sultan to abandon the siege of Târgu Neamt in late August. Contemporary accounts also note that Vuk Gurejevic and a member of the Jaksic family participated in the conflict against the Ottomans. Now, moving on, in that same year, 1476, to the 6th of September, Corvinus instructed the Transylvanian Saxons to assist Bathory's planned invasion of Wallachia, and informed them of Stefan of Moldavia's impending invasion. By the 7th of October, Vlad was in Brasov, confirming trade privileges for local merchants. Bathory's forces then captured Targovist on the 8th of November. The 16th of November saw Stefan and Vlad formalize their alliance, and Bucharest was taken, forcing Basarab-Leoita to flee to the Ottoman Empire. Vlad then informed the Brasov merchants of his victory and encouraged them to come to Wallachia, join in the party. Thus, he was crowned before the 26th of November. Now, as for Basarab-Leoita,
he returned to Wallachia with Ottoman support, and Vlad was killed fighting them in the late December 1476 or 1477. I bet you didn't see that coming, didn't you? Well, it all has to end sometime, doesn't it? Well, in a letter dated 10th of January 1477, Stephen III of Moldavia reported that Vlad's Moldavian entourage had been completely wiped out. And we do have other credible sources that suggest that Vlad's force of about 2,000 was surrounded and destroyed by a 4,000-strong Turkish Basarab army near Snagov. Of course, the exact details remain pretty unclear, and, well, perhaps we'll never know exactly what happened. There was one ambassador from Milan, however, Leonardo Botta, that reported that the Ottomans had captured Vlad's body and dismembered it rather unceremoniously. And there was another, Bonfini, wrote that his head was sent to Mehmed II and then displayed on a stake in Constantinople. Reportedly, his decapitated head was also exhibited and buried on Voivod Street in Karakoy. Some allege that Voivod Dahan at Bankala Kadesi No. 19 became the final resting place of the skull of Vlad the Impaler. But, of course, there is the local legends that claim that monks from a nearby monastery found his remains in the marshes of Snagov and gave them a more proper burial. But that burial is still unknown. Well, there was in 1933 an unmarked tombstone in a monastery church that was supposedly belonging to Vlad, but this one man, Rossetti, stated that beneath the tombstone that was ascribed to Vlad, there was simply nothing there, only a bunch of bones and horse jaws, and Vlad was certainly not a horse, as far as we know. Now, historian Konstantin Vresicevici suggested that Vlad was likely buried in the original church of the Comana monastery, which he founded near the site of his death. Once again, hopefully one day we'll find out the truth. Perhaps one day Vlad will simply rise from the dead. Who knows? We'll have to probably wait a little bit longer for that option to happen. But until then, we can talk about a few of the little myths and legends while we're sort of skirting that speculation. Of course, during his lifetime, and of course after his lifetime, stories of his ruthless deeds began to spread. Now, after his arrest, if you do remember, he was locked up for 14 years, these accounts were further disseminated by the courtiers of Matthias Corvinus. By 1462, the papal legate Niccolo Modrosiense had already relayed such tales to Pope Pius II, who actually incorporated them into his commentaries 2 years later. Now, whether or not they were true, well, that's also a point of contention. There was even a rather malicious rumor going around, which I think is pretty unbelievable, that Vlad would actually, when he was eating his bread, dip the bread into the blood of the impaled victims, and then eat it. I mean, come on. That seems a little bit far-fetched to me. I mean, there's no way to prove it wrong, and I suppose we can't ask any of the impaled victims if it was true, but come on. Well, Michael Beerheim composed an extensive poem of Vlad's actions. Now, reportedly, it was based on conversations with a Catholic monk who had actually escaped captivity. Now, it was titled Story of a Despot Called Dracula, Voivode of Wallachia. So we sort of know exactly where it's going. The poem was performed at the court of Frederick III, the Holy Roman Emperor, during the winter of 1463, so not too long after the events. Now, in one account, Beerheim describes how Vlad ordered the impalement of 2 monks to aid their ascent to heaven, and even had their donkey impaled for braying after their deaths. Beerheim also accused Vlad of duplicity of sorts, alleging that he pledged to support both Matthias Corvinus and Mehmed II, but when push came to shove, he threw them both under the bus. Well, always politics, of course. There was also that little incident of the turbans. Now, I did mention at the start of the video about this. Well, basically what had happened was one day 2 Turkish messengers had come to see Vlad, a normal, polite manner, passing on messages, coming to collect the tribute, this sort of thing. But there was a problem with dress codes. You see, when they came into the palace and had their chat with Vlad, they refused to remove their turbans. Of course, Vlad asked very nicely for them to do so, but since it is their religious custom, they preferred not to. Well, this was not very wise. Of course, Vlad was not very pleased with it, and he thought that if they liked their turbans so much, that they should wear them all the time. So he nailed the turbans to their heads. Of course, they won't be taking them off any time soon. Now, of course, the Germans had a lot to say about it, especially after the fact. I mean, giving that talk to the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III, well, things got a little bit out of hand, I think. You know the story about how big the fish was? Well, it keeps getting bigger and bigger every time people tell it, so take it all with a grain of salt. Of course, literary works depicting his brutality were disseminated in Low German within the Holy Roman Empire, even prior to 1480, and they were purportedly composed in the early 1460s. They detail Vlad's campaign along the Danube in 1462, but they make no mention of Mehmed II's incursion into Wallachia in June of that year, which is rather interesting that they left that out. They do offer a pretty comprehensive account of the disputes between Vlad and the Transylvanian Saxons, however, indicating that these conflicts originated in the literary imaginations of the Saxons. Well, maybe so, but there were certainly a lot of dead Saxons with pretty active imaginations, if that is the case. Now, there is another narrative regarding Vlad's marauding incursions in Transylvania that were evidently derived from eyewitness accounts, and they have precise details, including enumerations of the churches ravaged by Vlad and the dates of the incursions. He's characterized in these accounts as a demented psychopath, sadist, a gruesome murderer, and masochist. Well, some even say that he surpassed Caligula and Nero in his cruelty and malevolence, which is quite a title. Nevertheless, the narratives that show these sorts of brutality need to be approached with skepticism. I know I've said it once, and I know that everyone wants to view Vlad as this psychotic person with just no feeling, just going around murdering everyone he sees. But we can't just run away with that narrative. This isn't a horror movie. Right, so we also had this advent of movable type, which helped disseminate these stories around this time. We're talking at the dawn of the 16th century. Now, actually, the works involving Vlad became bestsellers in Europe, if we're going to use that term, popular works. Of course, you know how all the top-rated documentaries on Netflix are those serial killer ones and all of the horrible, violent things? No, times have not changed that much. All of my top videos are of the most horrible times in human history. Really makes you think. Well, one German source wrote of something very interesting and very graphic, and it goes like this. Vlad had a big copper cauldron built and put a lid of wood with holes on top. He put people in the cauldron and put their heads in the holes and fastened them there. Then he filled it with water and set a fire under it and let people cry their eyes out until they were boiled to death. And then he invented frightening, terrible, unheard of tortures. He ordered that women be impaled together with their children on the same stake. The babies fought for their lives until they died. Then he had the women's breasts cut off and put the babies inside head first. Thus he had impaled them together. End of the account. Yikes. Not good. Of course, it's important to hear what the actual Romanians think about him. I mean, he's their guy. What do you have to say for yourselves, Well, there is one chronicle, the Cantacuzino Chronicle. It's regarded as the first Romanian historical work to actually tell the story of Vlad the Impaler, specifically detailed how he impaled the elder boyars of Târgoviste in retaliation for killing his brother, Dan. Now, this account describes how Vlad forced the younger boyars, along with their wives and children, to construct the Poenari castle. The legend surrounding Poenari Castle was later mentioned in 1747 by Neofit I, Metropolitan of Ungro-Wallachia, who added the tale of Mesterul Manol, a craftsman who allegedly entombed his own bride within the walls to prevent the structure from collapsing during construction. Now, many Romanian poets and writers have portrayed Vlad as a just ruler, and a despot, yes, but a pragmatic one, who punished wrongdoers and executed disloyal boyars to strengthen central authority, doing what had to be done. Now, Ion Budai Deleanu authored the first Romanian epic poem focused on Vlad. Now, his work, the Gypsy Epic, completed nearly a century before its publication in 1875, depicts Vlad as a hero, battling the boyars, the Ottomans, and even vampires for some reason, which is quite ironic, considering that just a few years later after its publication, he would be depicted as an actual vampire, or at least his namesake would be co-opted as such, and of course other malevolent forces, leading an army of gypsies and angels. Rather interesting, isn't it? Well, mid-19th century poet Dimitri Bolentiniu emphasized Vlad's victories in his work Battles of the Romanians, viewing him as a reformer whose violent actions were necessary to prevent tyranny of the boyars. Mihai Eminescu, one of Romania's most esteemed poets, wrote a ballad titled The Third Letter, praising the valiant princes of Wallachia, Vlad being among them. Now, we have a very interesting line, which I think is a great way to end the video, from this actual poem, The Third Letter, and it goes like this. You must come, O dread Impaler. Confound them to your care. Split them in 2 partitions. Here the fools, the rascals there. Shove them into the 2 enclosures from the broad daylight. Then set fire to the prison and the lunatic asylum. And finally, in the latest of times, 1999 to be exact, a poll in Romania showed over 4% of Romanians viewed Vlad as a most important historical personality who had influenced the destiny of Romanians for the better. And now, just before we go, we're going to do 2 little bonuses about Vlad that I remember just from memory. Now, there are 2 little stories that are most likely apocryphal, but we're going to tell them anyway. They may be true, they may not, but since it is the bonus section at the end of the video, I'll relay the information from my memory. Now, there are 2 stories. The first one being of a certain golden cup, or some kind of golden ornament. Now, as a test of the people in Wallachia, when Vlad was up there in his fortress, he had a little idea to see how the people respected or feared him, or perhaps a little mixture of both. So, he went down to the village that was under the big balconies and towers of the fortress, and in the middle of the town square, he placed a golden ornament with a little note, so everyone would know that this belonged to Vlad the Impaler. Well, after that he just left it there, and not a single person dared to touch it. Well, after a while, it was collected, and I suppose everybody passed the test. Now, there is also another story that I remember about how Vlad would deal with the homeless problem. Well, around the castle, there was many people complaining about the amount of vagrants and downtrodden people wandering, this sort of thing. So, they were to petition Vlad about what to do about this. Well, he had a great idea to fix the homeless problem. There wouldn't be any homeless people left. So he invited them all to a nice little banquet, made sure everybody was nice and warm and having a nice little meal within this big banquet hall that he had constructed for that very purpose. And while everyone was feasting and drinking and thanking God for the great luck they had had to be brought to such a wonderful place by such a wonderful, charitable ruler, Vlad and the guards snuck out, locked all the doors, and lit the whole place on fire. Of course, it technically fixed the problem. Homelessness was no longer an issue.
Raymond of Toulouse and Adhemar of Lepoy. While advancing into the land of Slavonia, they suffered many losses on the way, especially because it was then winter, for Slavonia was such a desert and so pathless and mountainous that we saw in it neither wild animals nor birds for 3 weeks. The inhabitants of the region were so boorish and rude that they were unwilling to trade with us or to furnish us guidance, but instead fled from their villages and their castles. Indeed, they even butchered like cattle, or, as if they'd done much harm, the feeble aged, and the weak poor, who, because of their weakness, followed our army at a distance. But nor was it easy, amid steep mountains and thick woods, for our armed knights to pursue the unarmed brigands, who were acquainted with the country. But they suffered them constantly, unable either to fight or to keep them from fighting. Let us not pass over a certain illustrious act of the Count. When the Count with some of his knights had been hedged about for some little time by the Slavonians, he made a charge upon them, and captured as many as 6 of them. And when on this account the Slavonians pressed him more violently, the Count was compelled to follow the army. He ordered the eyes of some of them, the prisoners, to be torn out, the feet of others cut off, and the nose and hands of still others to be slashed, so that while the pursuers were thus moved at the sight and preoccupied with their sorrow, the Count could safely escape with his companions. And thus, by the grace of God, he was delivered from the straits of death and this difficult situation. Indeed, what courage and wisdom the Count displayed in this region is not easy to relate, for we were in Slavonia for almost 40 days, during which time we encountered clouds so dense that we could feel them and push them before us with a slight movement. Amidst all this, the Count was fighting constantly at the rear and ever defending his people. He was never the first, but always the last to encamp, and though the others went to rest at midday or at the evening, the Count often did so at midnight. At length, through the compassion of God, the labor of the Count, and the advice of the bishop, the army so crossed Slavonia that we lost no one there from hunger, and no one in open battle. On that account, I bear witness, God wanted his army to cross Slavonia, in order that the boorish men who did not know God, upon recognizing the valor and patience of his knights, might either lose something of their wildness, or be brought without excuse to God's judgment. And then, after many labors, we came to the king of the Slavonians at Scutari. The Count swore friendship with him, and gave him a large tribute, so that the army might buy or seek necessaries in security. But this was a vain expectation, for we did penance enough for the peace that we had sought when thereafter the Slavonians, raging in their usual manner, killed our men, and took from the unarmed what they could. We sought not vengeance, but a place of refuge. So much about Slavonia. We came to Durazzo. We believed we were in our own country, thinking that the emperor and his satellites were our brothers and helpmates. They, indeed, raging in the manner of lions, attacked a peaceful people who thought of nothing less than arms. They butchered them in secret places. They stole what they could by night, in the woods and in the villages from the camps. Although they raged thus, their leader promised peace, but during intervals of peace they killed Pontius Reynald and mortally wounded his brother Peter, and these were the most noble princes. However, when an opportunity was presented to us for revenge, we chose to continue the journey, not to avenge our wrongs. On the way, we had letters from the emperor about peace, brotherhood, and, as I may also say, about alliance. This, however, was a snare in words, for in front and behind, to the right and to the left, Turks and Cumans, Uzi, Tanakes, Patzinakes, and Bulgarians were lying in ambush, waiting for us. On a certain day, moreover, when we were in the valley of Pelagonia, the Bishop of Puy, who, in order to find a comfortable resting place, had withdrawn a little distance from the camp, was captured by the Patzinaks. They knocked him down from his mule. They robbed him, beat him severely on the head. But since so great a pontiff was still necessary to the people of God, through God's mercy, he was saved to life. For one of the Patzinaks, in order to obtain gold from him, protected him from the others. Meanwhile, the noise was heard in the camp, and so between the delay of the enemy and the attack of his friends, he was rescued. When we had come amidst the treachery of this fashion to a certain fortress called Buchenat, the Count learned that the Patzinaks intended to attack our army in the passes of a certain mountain. Staying in hiding with some of his knights, he came upon the Patzinaks, and after killing several of them, he turned the rest to flight. Meanwhile, pacifying letters from the emperor reached us, and yet by his evil design the enemy surrounded us on all sides. We came to Thessalonica. The bishop was ill, and remained in the city with a few men. After this, we came to a certain city, Rusa by name, where, since its citizens were plainly disposed to do us evil, our usual patience was somewhat disturbed. And so, taking up arms, we destroyed the outer walls, seized great plunder, and forced the city to surrender. Then, having taken our standards into the city, and shouted Toulouse, which was the battle cry of the Count, we departed. We came to another city, called Rodosto. When knights in the pay of the emperor there sought to carry out his vengeance upon us, many of them were killed, and a quantity of plunder was taken. There, also, the envoys whom we had sent ahead to the emperor came to us, and having received money from him, promised that everything boded well for us with the emperor. What more? The message brought by our envoys and those of the emperor was that the Count, leaving his army behind, should hasten, unarmed, with a few men to the emperor. For they said that Bohemond, the Duke of Lorraine, the Count of Flanders, and other princes made this prayer, that the Count should hasten to agree with the emperor about the march to Jerusalem, that the emperor, having taken the cross, should also become leader in the army of God. In addition to this, they reported that the emperor had said that he would make all arrangements with the Count, both about themselves and whatever else should be necessary for the journey. They announced furthermore that a battle was imminent, and that without the support of so great a man, it would be probably unfavorable, and that the Count should therefore go ahead with a few men, so that when his army should arrive, everything would have been arranged with the emperor, and there would be no delay for anyone. At length, the Count was persuaded to go ahead of his army. In this instance, alone, leaving his guard behind him in the camp, and thus he went, unarmed, to Constantinople. Raymond and Adhemar in Constantinople. Although events have likely accompanied the writer so far with happy and favorable step, they now follow with so great a weight of bitterness and sorrow that it grieves me to have begun what I have vowed to finish. What, indeed, is the most important and first manner that I shall proceed to mention, the most false and detestable deceit of the Emperor's admonition, or the most base flight and unthinkable desperation of our army? Or shall I leave a monument of perpetual sorrow by enumerating the deaths of such great princes? Let anyone who desires to know this, however, seek it rather from others than from me. This one very memorable event I consider to merit excuse from silence. When our men thought of abandoning the camp, taking flight, deserting their fellows, and leaving everything that they had brought along from such distant regions, they were brought back by the saving deeds of penance, and fast to such staunch fortitude that only shame at their former desperate condition and flight most deeply affected them. So much may be said about this. Accordingly, when the Count had been received most honorably by the Emperor and his princes, the Emperor demanded of the Count homage and the oath which the other princes had made to him. The Count replied that he had not come hither to make another his lord, or to fight any other than the one whom he bade left his country and his possessions. Nevertheless, if the Emperor would go to Jerusalem with the army, he would commit himself and his men and all the goods to him. But the Emperor excused himself from the journey by saying that he greatly feared lest the Germans, Hungarians, Cumans, and other wild peoples would devastate his empire if he made the journey with the pilgrims. Meanwhile, the Count, upon bearing of the flight of death of his men, believed that he had been betrayed, and through certain of our princes he had vehemently charged the Emperor with having committed treason. But Alexius said that he did not know that our men had devastated his kingdom, and that B and his men had suffered many injuries, that there was nothing of which the Count could complain, except that while the army of the Count in its usual manner was devastating the villages and towns, it took to flight upon seeing the Emperor's army. Nevertheless, he promised that he would give satisfaction to the Count, and offered Bohemond as a hostage for the satisfaction. They went to trial. The Count, according to law, was compelled to give up his hostage. Meanwhile, our army came to Constantinople, and after this, the bishop, whom the army had left ill at Durazzo, followed us with his brother. Alexius asked homage again and again, and promised that he would give much to the Count, if he would do him the desired homage as the other princes had done. The Count, however, was constantly meditating how he might avenge the injury to his men, and drive away from himself and his followers the disgrace of such great infamy. But the Duke of Lorraine, the Count of Flanders, and the other princes deprecated such actions, saying that it would be very foolish to fight with Christians when the Turks were threatening. Bohemond, indeed, promised that he would aid the Emperor if the Count made any attempt against the Emperor, or if he no longer refused homage and oath. Thereupon the Count took counsel with his men, and swore that neither in person nor through action would be sully the life and honor of Alexius. And when asked about homage, he replied that he would not do it at the risk of his head, wherefore the emperor gave him few gifts. Victory at Nicaea. Thereupon we crossed the sea and went to Nicaea, for the Duke, Bohemond, and the other princes had preceded the Count and were engaged in the labors of the siege. The city of Nicaea is very strongly fortified by nature, as well as by art. It has on the west a very large lake flowing up to the wall, and on the remaining three sides a moat filled with the overflow of certain little streams. In addition, it is encircled by walls so high that neither the assaults of men nor the attacks of machine are feared. Indeed, the ballistae of the neighboring towers are so turned with reference to one another that no one can approach without danger. However, if anybody wants to approach nearer, he is easily overwhelmed from the top of the towers without being able to retaliate. Accordingly, this city, such as we have described, was besieged by Bohemond from the north, by the Duke of the Alemanni from the east, and by the Count and Bishop of Lepoix from the middle, for the Count of Normandy was not yet with us. But we believed this one incident should not be passed over, that when the Count was about to encamp there with his men, the Turks, descending from the mountains in 2 squadrons, attacked our army. Their plan, indeed, was that while one party of the Turks assailed the Duke and the Alemanni who were on the east, the other party, entering the middle gate of the city and passing out through another, would easily drive our men from the camp, at a time when they were not expecting such an attack. But God, who is wont to reverse the plan of the impious, so altered their preparations that, as if it had been arranged, he sent the Count, who was preparing to encamp with his men upon the squadron of Turks, which was now about to enter the city. He put them to flight at the first charge, and, after killing several, pursued the rest to the top of the mountain. The other party of Turks, which wanted to attack the Alemanni, was put to flight in the same way and destroyed. After this, machines were constructed, and the wall attacked in vain, for it was very firm against us and was valiantly defended by arrows and machine. So we fought 5 weeks with no result. At length, through God's will, some men of the household of the bishop and the Count dangerously enough approached the Cormer town, which faced the east, and having made a testudo at the tower, they began, after a struggle, to undermine one of the towers, and by digging through it to the ground. Thus the city would have been taken, had not the shadow of night prevented. However, the wall was rebuilt during the night, and this rendered our former labor in vain. At length, the city, terrified with fear, was compelled to surrender. One reason was that the ships of the emperor, which had been dragged over the land and were let down into the lake, they therefore gave themselves up to the emperor, since they now expected no further aid, and saw the army of the Franks increasing daily, while they were cut off from their forces. The Count of Normandy had come, Alexius had promised the princes and the people of the Franks that would be given them all the silver, gold, horses, and goods within the city, and that would be established there a Latin monastery and hospice for the poor Franks. Besides, that would be give to each one of them the army so much of his own possession that they would always want to fight for him. Accordingly, the Franks, placing their faith in these promises, approved the surrender. And so, when Alexius had received the city, be afforded the army such an example of gratitude that, as long as they live, the people will curse him and proclaim him a traitor. We recognize then that the emperor had betrayed Peter the Hermit, who had long before come to Constantinople with a great multitude, for he compelled him, ignorant of the locality and of all military matters, to cross the strait with his men and expose them to the Turks. Moreover, when the Turks from Nicaea saw the unwarlike multitude, they cut them down without effort or delay to the number of 60,000. The rest, indeed, fled to a certain fortified place and escaped the swords of the Turks. But the Turks, made bold and haughty by this, sent the arms and the captives which they had taken there to the Saracens and the nobles of their own race. And they wrote to the peoples and cities far off that the Franks were of no account in battle. The Siege of Antioch. And since, already, in the 3rd month of the siege, food was bought too dearly, Beaumont and the Count of Flanders were chosen to lead an army into Hispania for food, the Count and the Bishop of Puy being left as a guard in the camp. For the Count of Normandy was away at the time, and the Duke was very ill. However, when the enemy learned this, they repeated their customary assaults. The Count, moreover, was compelled to attack them in his usual manner, and after forming the ranks of the foot soldiers, he, with some knights, pursued the assailants. He captured and killed 2 of them on the slope of the little mountain, and forced all the enemy to enter by a bridge. As our foot soldiers saw this, they left their posts and their standards, and ran in a mob up to their bridges. And when there, as if already in safety, they cast stones and weapons upon those who were defending the bridge. The Turks, after forming a long line, began to rush against our men by the bridge and by a path which was lowered down. Meanwhile, our knights chased towards a bridge a certain horse whose master they had overthrown. When our people saw this, thinking our knights in flight, they showed their backs to the enemy without delay. Then the Turks killed without ceasing those who fled. Even if the knights of the Franks wished to resist and fight for their people, they were caught by the crowd of fleeing footmen, by their arms, and by the manes and tails of the horses, and were either thrown from their horses or, out of compassion and regard for the safety of their people, were brought to flight. The enemy, indeed, without delay and without pity, slaughtered and pursued the living, and despoiled the bodies of the dead. Moreover, it was not enough for our men to leave their arms, take flight, despise shame, but they rushed into the river, to be overwhelmed with stones or arrows of the enemy, or to remain under water. If skill and strength in swimming bore anyone across the water, he reached the camp of his companions. However, our flight extended from their bridge to our bridge, and there they killed about 15 of our knights and about 20 foot soldiers. The standard bearer of the bishop was killed there, and his standard was captured. A certain very noble youth, Bernard Raymond of Béziers, also died there. Let the servants of God neither complain or be angry with us, if our men bequeathed such open shame to the memory of our army, since God, who in this way desired to drive to penance the minds of adulterers and robbers, at the same time gladdened our army in Hispania. For a rumour, going forth from our camp, announced to Bohemond and his fellows that all was prosperous, and that the Count had gained a most noble victory. Moreover, this report aroused their spirits no little. After Bohemond had besieged a certain village, we heard some of his peasants suddenly fleeing and shouting. And when he had sent knights to meet him, they saw an army of Turks and Arabs close at hand. Moreover, among those who had set out to determine the cause of the flight and outcry was the Count of Flanders, and with him certain Provençals. For all from Burgundy, Auvergne, Gascony, and all Goths are called Provençals, while the others are called the Frankish race, that is, in the army. Among the enemy, however, all are spoken of as Frankish. Now this Count of Flanders, as we have said, however, thinking it a disgrace to report about the enemy before attacking them, rushed impetuously against the phalanxes of the Turks. The Turks, indeed, unaccustomed to conduct battles with swords, took to flight for refuge. Nor did the Count sheath his sword until he had removed 100 of the enemy from life. When he was now returning to Bohemond as victor, he saw 12,000 Turks coming behind him, and rising up on the nearest hill towards the left, he saw a countless multitude of foot soldiers. Then, after communicating his plan to the rest of the army, he took a number of men back with him and violently attacked the Turks. Bohemond, indeed, followed at a distance with the rest of the guarded and rear lines, for the Turks have this custom in fighting. Even though they are fewer in number, they always strive to encircle the army. This they attempted to do in this battle also, but by the foresight of Bohemond and the wiles of the enemy were prevented. When, however, the Turks and the Arabs, coming against the Count of Flanders, saw that the affair was not to be conducted at a distance with arrows, but at close quarters with swords, they turned in flight. The Count followed them for 2 miles, and in this space he saw the bodies of the killed lying like bundles of grain reaped in the field. The ambushes which Bohemond had encountered were scattered and put to flight in the same way, but the countless horde of foot soldiers, of which we spoke above, slipped away in flight through the places impassable to horses. I would dare, I say, would it not be arrogant to judge, to place this battle ahead of the fights of the Maccabees, since if Maccabeus with 3,000 felled 48,000 of the enemy, more than 60,000 of the enemy were here turned in flight by a force of 40 knights. I do not, indeed, belittle the valor of the Maccabees, nor exalt the valor of our knights, but I say that God, in marvelous in Maccabeus, was now more marvelous in our troops. A strange result of this achievement was that after the enemy had put to flight, the courage of our men decreased, so that they did not dare to pursue those whom they saw headlong in flight. Accordingly, when the army returned victorious and empty-handed, there was such famine in the camp that 2 solidi was scarcely enough to keep one man in bread for a day, nor were other things to be obtained less dearly. The sufferings of the Crusaders at Antioch. And so the poor began to leave, and many rich who feared poverty. If any for love of valor remained in the camp, they suffered their horses to waste away by daily hunger. Indeed, straw did not abound, and fodder was so dear that 7 or 8 solidi were not sufficient to buy one night's food for a horse. Another calamity also befell the army, for Bohemond, who had become the most distinguished in Hispania, announced that he would leave, that he had come for honor, and now beheld his men and horses perishing for want. And he further said that he was not a rich man, whose private resources would suffice for so long a siege. We found out afterwards that he had said this for the reason that he was ambitiously longing to become the head of the city of Antioch. Well, meanwhile, there was a great earthquake on the 3rd day before the calends of January, and we beheld a very marvelous sign in the sky. For in the first watch of the night the sky was so red in the north that it seemed as if dawn had risen to announce the day. And though, in this way, God chastised his army, so that we were intent upon the light which was rising in the darkness, yet the minds of some were so blind, and they abandoned that they were recalled from neither luxury nor robbery. At this time, the bishop prescribed a fast of 3 days, and urged prayers and alms together with a procession. Upon the people, moreover, he commanded the priests to devote themselves to masses and prayers, the clerics to psalms. Thereupon the merciful Lord, remembering his compassion, put off the punishment of his children, lest the arrogance of their adversaries increase. There was, besides, in our army a certain member of the emperor's household, whom he had given to us in his place, Tatius by name, mangled in nose and all virtue. I had almost forgotten him, since he deserved to be abandoned to oblivion forever. This man, however, was daily whispering in the ears of the princes that they should scatter to the neighboring camp, and then assail the people of Antioch by frequent assaults and ambush. However, as all this was made clear to the Count, for he had been sick since the day when he was forced to flee at the bridge, he called his princes and the Bishop of Puy together. After holding a council, he gave them 50 marks of silver on this condition, truly, that if any of his knights lost a horse, it should be restored to him out of those 50 marks and other resources which had been given to the brotherhood. Moreover, this kind of cooperation was of great profit at the time, since the poor of our army, who wanted to cross the river to gather herbs, feared the frequent assaults of the enemy, and since very rarely did any care to go against the enemy because their horses were starved and weak, and, in addition, so few that scarcely 100 could be found in the whole army of the count and bishop. A similar lot had befallen Bohemond and other princes. Accordingly, for this reason, our knights were not afraid to meet the enemy, especially those who had weak horses, since they knew that if they lost their horses, they would simply obtain better ones. Moreover, something else occurred, namely that all the princes except the count promised the city to Bohemond, provided that it was taken. So Bohemond and the other princes swore to this agreement, that they would not withdraw from the siege of Antioch for 7 years, unless the city was indeed taken. While these matters were happening in the camp, rumor also announced that many of the army of the emperor were coming. It was reported to have been assembled from many peoples, namely Slavs, Patzinaks, and Cumans, along with Turcopoles, for they are called Turcopoles, who either were reared among the Turks or were born of a Turkish father and a Christian mother. These peoples, moreover, because they had hurt us on the march, confessed that they were afraid to meet us. All this, however, that mangled Tatius had made up, and he had made such comments in order to be able to get away. This man, after heaping up not only these statements, but even in the very greatest insults, betrayal of his companions, and perjury, slipped away in flight, and having granted to Bohemond 2 or 3 cities, Turso, Mamistra, Adana. Accordingly, after acquiring everlasting shame for himself and his people in this way, he feigned a journey to the army of the emperor, and, leaving his tent and his servants, he set out with the curse of God. It was announced to us at this time that the chief of the caliph was coming to help Antioch with a large army, which he was leading from Khorasan. On this account, after a council had been held in the house of the bishop, it was decided that the foot soldiers should guard the camp, and the knights should go out of the camp against the enemy, for they said that if the many unwarlike and fearful in our army saw a multitude of Turks, they would afford examples of fright rather than boldness. Our men, therefore, set forth at night, lest those in the city should notice their departure, and report it to those who were coming to aid them, and hid themselves among the little mountains about 2 leagues distant from our camp. However, when it became morning, the enemy appeared with the sun. Let them hearken, I beg. Who have at one time and another tried to hurt the army, so that when they recognize the God enlarges his compassion among us, that they may hasten to make restitution by lamentations of penance. Accordingly, after the knights had been formed in 6 squadrons, God multiplied them so much that they who had scarcely seemed to number 70 before the formation, after it were sworn to number more than 2,000 in each squadron. What, indeed, shall I say of their boldness? When the knights even sang the military songs so festively that they regarded the coming battle as if it were a game. Moreover, the battle happened to be fought in this place where the swamp and river are a mile apart. This, however, prevented the enemy from spreading out, so that they could not encircle us in their usual manner. For God, who had given us other things, afforded us 6 successive valleys for advancing to battle. In 1 hour after going forth, the field was taken, and while the sun shone brightly, the battle was committed to arms and shields. Our men, moreover, at first advanced a little, while the Turks, though they scattered to shoot with their bows, yet made a move to retreat. But our men suffered very much until the first ranks of the Turks were pushed into the rear, for as we learned from their deserters, there were said to be not less than 28,000 horsemen in this battle. And when the first line of the Turks was sufficiently mixed up with the following lines, the Franks called upon the Lord and charged. Nor was there delay. The Lord, strong and mighty in battle, was present. He protected his children and hurled down the enemy. So the Franks pursued them, even to their strongly fortified camp, which was about 10 miles from the place of battle. But the custodians of the camp, upon seeing this, set fire to it and fled. We were, however, so rejoiced and exultant at this, that we hailed as a second victory the burning of the camp. And thus, on the same day, the light in the camp was so great that there was no place toward the city where fighting was not going on, for the enemy had arranged that, while we are most fiercely engaged by the besieged, we should be overwhelmed by their unexpected aid from the rear. But God, who granted victory to our knights, fought among our foot soldiers also. And on that day we obtained no less a triumph over the besieged than our knights reported over our helpers. Accordingly, after the victory and the spoils had been won, the several heads of the dead were brought to the camp, and that we might cause fear among the enemy by evidence of the fate of the scattered allies, the heads had been brought along, were suspended on stakes. This we believed later to have been done by the disposition of God. For when the standards of the Blessed Mary had been captured, they put it point downward to the ground, as if to shame us. And thus it happened that they were restrained from taunting us by the sight of the uplifted heads of their men. At this time, there were in our camp envoys from the king of Babylon, who, upon seeing the wonders which God was working through his servants, glorified Jesus, the Son of the Virgin Mary, who through his poor had ground to dust the mightiest tyrants. These envoys, moreover, promised us favor and goodwill with their king. Besides, they told us of very many good deeds with their king toward the Egyptian Christians and our pilgrims. Thereupon our envoys were sent back with them to enter upon a treaty and friendship with the king. The fall of Antioch. Meanwhile, messengers began to come very frequently, saying that aid was coming to the enemy. Moreover, this report came to us not only from the Armenians and Greeks, but was also announced to us by those who were in the city. When the Turks had obtained Antioch 14 years prior, they had converted Armenians and Greek youths, as if for want of servants, and had given them wives. When such men as these had a chance to escape, they came to us with horses and arms. And when this report became frequent, many of our men and the Armenian merchants began to flee in terror. Meanwhile, good knights who were scattered among the fortresses came and bought arms, fitted and repaired them, and when the gradually lessening swelling of pride had flowed from our army, and courage, ever ready to undergo dangers with brothers and forebrothers, had come in its place, one of the converted who was in the city sent word to our princes through Bohemond that would be surrendering the city to us. Accordingly, when the plan had been communicated, the princes sent Bohemond and the Duke of Lorraine and the Count of Flanders to try it out. And when they had come to the hill of the city at midnight, an intermediary sent back by him who was surrendering the city had said, "Wait until the light passes." For 3 or 4 men went along the walls of the city with lamps all night, arousing and admonishing the watchers. After this, however, our men approached the wall, raised a ladder, and began to ascend. A certain Frank, Fulger by name, the brother of Boudiles of Chartres, was the first boldly to ascend the wall. The Count of Flanders, following, sent word to Bohemond and the Duke to ascend, and since all hurried, each to go ahead of the other, the ladder was broken. But those who had climbed up went down into the city and opened a certain little postern. Thus our men went in, and they did not take captive of any of those whom they found. When the dawn appeared, they shouted out. The whole city was disturbed, and the women and small children began to weep. Those who were in the castle of the Count, aroused at this outcry, since they were nearer it, began to say to one another, "Their aid has come." Others, however, replied, "That does not sound like the voice of joyful people." And when the day whitened, our standards appeared on the southern hill of the city, and when the disturbed citizens saw our men on the mountain above them, some fled through the gate, others hurled themselves headlong. No one resisted. In truth, the Lord had confounded them. Then after a long time, a joyful spectacle was made for us, in that those who had so long defended Antioch against us were now unable to flee from Antioch. Even if some of them had dared to take flight, yet they could not escape death. A certain incident occurred there, joyful and delightful enough for us. For when some Turks strove to flee among the cliffs which divide the bill in two from the north, they encountered some of our men, and when the Turks were forced to go back, the repulsed fugitives went with such rapidity that they all fell over the precipice together. Our joy over the fallen enemy was great, but we grieved over the more than 30 horses who had their necks broken there. How great were the spoils captured in Antioch, it is impossible for us to say, except that you may believe as much as you wish, and then add to it. Moreover, we cannot say how many Turks and Saracens then perished. It is furthermore cruel to explain by what diverse and various deaths they died. When those foes who guarded the castle in the middle of the hill saw the destruction of their men, and that our men were refraining from besieging them, they kept their castle. Gracianus, however, who had gone out by a certain postern, was captured and beheaded by some Armenian peasants, and his head was brought to us. This, I believe, was done by the ineffable disposition of God, that he who had caused many men of his same race to be beheaded should be deprived of his head by them. The city of Antioch was captured on the 3rd day before the nones of June. It had been besieged, however, since about the 11th day before the calends of November. Kerboga's attack. In the meantime, while our men, engaged in counting and identifying their spoils, had desisted from the siege of the upper fortress, and while listening to the pagan dancing girls, had feasted in splendor and magnificence, not at all mindful of God who had granted them so great a blessing. They were besieged by pagans on the 3rd day, and the nones of the same June. And so it was brought about that they who by the mercy of God had so long besieged the Turks in Antioch were through his disposition in turn besieged by the Turks, and that we might be the more fearful, the upper fortress, which is a kind of citadel, was in the hands of the enemy. Our men, accordingly, under the stress of fear, took up the siege of the fortress. Kerboga, however, the lord of the Turks, expecting the battle to take place there, fixed his tents at a distance of about 2 miles from the city, and, with ranks arrayed, came up to the bridge of the city. Our men, however, had strengthened the fortress of the Count on the 1st day, fearing that if they proceeded to battle, it would be seized by the enemy who were in the citadel, or if they deserted the fortress, which was before the bridge and the enemy occupied it, that the enemy would shut us off from a chance to fight and block our exit. There was, in the army, a knight of most distinguished and very dear to all, Roger of Barneville by name, who, while pursuing the army of the retiring enemy, was captured and deprived of his head. Fear and grief, accordingly, assailed our men, so that many were led to the desperate hope of flight. Thereupon, when the Turks had once again suffered a repulse in fighting, they besieged the fortress on the 3rd day, and the fighting was carried out there with such violence that the might of God alone was believed to defend the fortress and resist adversaries. For when the Turks were already prepared to cross the moat and destroy the walls, they were taken with fright, I know not why, and rushed headlong into flight. Then, seeing no reason for their flight, they returned to the siege, only after they had run a short distance, blaming their own timidity, and as if to atone for the disgrace of the flight they had made, they attacked more violently, and again were more violently terrified by the might of God. Therefore the enemy returned to their camp on that day. On the next day, however, they returned to the fortress with a very great supply of siege machinery, but our men set fire to the fortress and thrust themselves within the walls of the city. And thus, as the fear of the Franks was increased, the boldness of the enemy grew. Forsooth, we had nothing outside the city, and the fortress, which was the head of the city, was held by our foes. The Turks, emboldened by this, arranged to enter us by the fortress. Our men, however, relying on their favorable and lofty location, fought against the enemy, and at the very first attack overthrew them. But forgetful of the threatening battle and intent upon plunder, they in turn were most vilely put to flight. For more than 100 men were suffocated in the gate of the city, and even more horses. Then the Turks, who had entered the fortress, wanted to go down into the city, for the valley between our mountain and their fortress was not large, and in the middle of it was a certain cistern and a little level place. Nor did the enemy have a path down into the city except through our mountain, wherefore they strove with every intent and all their might to drive us out and remove us from their path. The battle was waged with such force, from morning to evening, that nothing like it was ever heard of. There was a certain frightful and as yet unheard of calamity that befell us, from amidst the hails of arrows and rocks, and the constant charge of javelins, and the deaths so many, our men became unconscious. If you ask for the end of this fight, it was night. The discovery of the Holy Lance. And so, as we said, when our men were in panic, and while they were on the verge of despair, divine mercy was at hand for them, and that mercy which had corrected the children when they were wanton, consoled them when they were very sad, in the following way. Thus, when the city of Antioch had been captured, the Lord, employing his power and kindness, chose a certain poor peasant, Provençal by race, through whom he comforted us, and he sent us these words to the Count and Bishop of Puy. Andrew, Apostle of God, and of our Lord Jesus Christ, has recently admonished me a fourth time, and has commanded me to come to you and give it back to you after the city was captured. The lance which opened the side of the Saviour. Today, moreover, when I had set out from the city with the rest to battle, and when caught between two horsemen, I was almost suffocated on the retreat. I sat down sadly upon a certain rock, almost lifeless. When I was reeling like a woe-begone from fear and grief, St. Andrew came to me with a companion, and he threatened me much unless I returned the lance to you quickly. And when the Count and Bishop asked him to tell in order the apostolic revelation and command, he replied, At first, the earthquake which occurred at Antioch when the army of the Franks was besieging it, such fear assailed me that I could say nothing except God help me, for it was night and I was lying down, nor was there anyone else in my hut to sustain me by his presence. When moreover the shaking of the earth had lasted a long time, my fear had ever increased. Two men stood before me in the brightest raiment. The one was older, with red and white hair, black eyes, and a kindly face, his beard indeed white, wide and thick, his stature medium. The other was younger and taller, handsome in form beyond the children of men. And the older said to me, What doest thou? And I was very greatly frightened, because I knew that there was no one present. And I answered, Who art thou? He replied, Rise and fear not, and heed what I have to say to thee. I am Andrew the Apostle. Bring together the Bishop of Puy, and the Count of St. Giles, and Peter Raymond of Hautepal, and say these words to them. Why has the bishop neglected to preach and admonish, and daily to sign his people with the cross, which he bears before them? For it would profit them much. And he added, Come, and I will show thee the lance of our Father, Jesus Christ, which thou shalt give to the Count, for God has granted it to him ever since he was born. I arose, therefore, and I followed him into the city, dressed in nothing except a shirt. And he led me into the church of the Apostle of St. Peter through the north gate, before which the Saracens had built a mosque. In the church, indeed, were 2 lamps, which were there gave as much light as if the sun had illuminated it. And he said to me, "Wait here," and he commanded me to sit upon a column, which was closest to the stars, by which one ascends to the altar from the south. But his companion stood at a distance before the altar steps. And then St. Andrew, going underground, brought forth the lance and gave it into my hands. And he said to me, "Behold the lance which opened his side, whence the salvation of the whole world has come." While I held it in my hands, weeping for joy, I said to him, "Lord, if it is thy will, I will take it and give it to the Count." And he said to me, "Not now, for it will happen that the city will be taken. Then come with 12 men, and seek it here whence I draw it forth and where I hide it." And he hid it. After these things had been so done, he led me back over to the wall to my home, and so they left me. Then I thought to myself of the condition of the poverty of your greatness, and I feared to approach you. After this, when I had set forth for food to a certain fortress which is near Edessa, at the first day of Lent in the morning, St. Andrew appeared to me in the same garb and with the same companion with whom he had before, and a great blindness filled the house. And St. Andrew said, "Art thou awake?" Thus aroused, I replied, "No, my lord. Am I not asleep?" And he said to me, "Hast thou told these things which I bade thee tell some time ago?" And I answered, "Lord, have I not prayed thee to send someone else to them? For fearful of my poverty, I hesitated to go before them." And he said, "Dost thou know not why the Lord led you hither? And how much he loves you, and why he chose you especially? He made you come hither to rebuke contempt of him and to avenge his people. He loves you so dearly that the saints already at rest, foreknowing the grace of divine arrangements, wished that they were in the flesh and struggling along with you. God has chosen you from all peoples, as grains of wheat are gathered from the oats, for you excel in favor and rewards all who may come before or after you, just as gold excels silver in value." After this they withdrew, and such illness oppressed me that I was about to lose the light of my eyes, and I was arranging to dispose of my very meager belongings. Then I began to meditate that these things had justly befallen me because of my neglect of the apostolic command. Thus comforted, I returned to the siege. Thinking again of the handicap of my poverty, I began to fear that if I went to you, you would say that I was a serf and was telling this for the sake of food. Therefore I was silent instead, and thus in the course of time, when at the port of St. Simeon on Palm Sunday, I was laying down in my tent with my lord, William Peter, St. Andrew appeared with a companion, clad in the same habit in which he had come before, bespoke thus to me: "Why hast thou not told the Count and Bishop and the others what I have commanded thee?" And I answered, "Lord, have I not prayed to send another in my place who would be wiser, and to whom they would listen? Besides, the Turks are along the way, and they kill those who come and go." And St. Andrew said, "Fear not, they will harm thee not. Say also to the Count not to dip in the river Jordan when he comes there, but to cross in a boat. Moreover, when he has crossed, dressed in a linen shirt and breeches, let him be sprinkled from the river, and after his garments are dry, let him lay them away, and keep them with the lance of the Lord. And this, my lord, William Peter heard, though he did not see the apostle. Thus comforted, I returned to the army, and when I wanted to tell you this, I could not bring you together. And so I set out to the port of Mamistra. There, indeed, when I was about to sail on the island of Cyprus for food, St. Andrew threatened me much if I did not quickly return to you and tell you what had been commanded of me. And when I thought to myself how I would return to the camp, for that port was 3 days distant from the camp, I began to weep most bitterly, since I could find no way of returning. At length, admonished by my lord and my companions, we entered the ship and began to row to Cyprus. And although we were borne along all day by oar and favouring winds up to sunset, a storm then suddenly arose, and in the space of 1 or 2 hours we returned to the port which we had left. And thus, checked from crossing a 2nd and 3rd time, we returned to the island at the port of St. Simeon. There I fell seriously ill. However, when the city was taken, I came to you. And now, if it please you, test what I say. The bishop, however, thought it nothing except words, but the Count believed it, and handed over the man that had said this to the chaplain Raymond to guard. Our Lord jest. Christ appeared on the very night which followed to a certain priest named Stephen, who was weeping for the death of himself and his companions, which he expected there. For some who came down from the fortress frightened him, saying that the Turks were already descending from the mountain into the city, and that our men were fleeing and had been defeated. For this reason, the priest, wishing to have God witness of his death, went into the church of the Blessed Mary in the garb of confession, and after obtaining pardon, began to sing psalms with some companions. While the rest were sleeping, and while he watched alone, after having said, Lord, who shall dwell in tabernacle, or who shall rest in thy holy hill? A certain man stood before him, beautiful beyond all, and said to him, Man, who are these people who have entered the city? The priest answered, Christians. Christians of what kind? Christians who believe that Christ was born of a virgin, and suffered on the cross, died and was buried, and that he arose on the 3rd day and ascended into heaven. And that man said, And if they are Christians, why do they fear the multitude of pagans? And he added, Dost thou not know me? The priest replied, I do not know thee, but I see that thou art most beautiful of all. And then the man said, Look at me closely. And when the priest intently scrutinized him, he saw a kind of cross, much brighter than the sun, proceeding from his head. And the priest said to the man who was questioning him, Lord, we say that they are the images of Jesus Christ, which present a form like thine. The Lord said to him, Thou hast said well, since I am he. Is it not written of me that I am the Lord, strong and mighty in battle? And who is the Lord in the army? Lord, replied the priest, I hear never was in the army but one Lord, for rather do they put trust in the bishop. And the Lord said, Say this to the bishop, that these people who have put me are far from them by evil doing, and let them speak to them as follows. The Lord says this, Return to me, and I will return to you. And when they enter battle, let them say this, Our enemy are assembled and glory in their own bravery. Destroy their might, Lord, and scatter them, so that they may know that there is no other who will fight for us except thee, O Lord. And say this also to them, If ye do whatever I command you, even for 5 days, I will have mercy upon you. Moreover, while he was saying this, a woman of countenance radiant beyond measure approached, and upon gazing at the Lord said, Lord, what art thou saying to this man? And the Lord said to her, I am asking him about these people who have entered the city, who they are. And the lady replied, Oh, my lord, these are the people for whom I entreat thee so much. And when the priest shook his companion who was sleeping near him, so that he might have a witness of so great a vision, they had disappeared already from his eyes. However, when morning came, the priest climbed the bill opposite the castle of the Turks, where our princes were staying, all except the Duke, who was guarding the castle on the north hill. And thus, after assembling a gathering, he told these words to our princes, and, in order to show that it was true, he swore upon the cross. Moreover, wishing to satisfy the incredulous, he was willing to pass through fire, or jump from the top of the tower. Then the princes swore that they would neither flee from Antioch nor go out, except with the common consent of all, for the people at this time thought that the princes wanted to flee the fort. And thus many were comforted, since in the past night there were few who stood steadfast in the faith, and did not wish to flee. And had not the bishop and Bohemond shut the gates of the city, very few would have remained. Nevertheless, William of Grandmesnil fled, and his brother, among many others, cleric and lay. It befell many, however, that when they had escaped from the city with the greatest danger, they faced the greater danger of death at the hands of the Turks themselves. At this very time, many things were revealed to us through our brethren, and we beheld a marvelous sign in the sky, for during the night there stood over the city a very large star, which, after a short time, divided into 3 parts, and fell into the camp of the Turks. Our men, somewhat comforted, accordingly awaited the 5th day, which the priest had mentioned. On that day, moreover, after necessary preparation, and after everyone had been sent out of the church of St. Peter, 12 men, together with that man who had spoken of the lance, began to dig. There were, moreover, among these 12 men, the Bishop of Orange, and Raymond, chaplain of the Count, who has written this, and the Count himself, and the Pontius of Balazun, and Feraldus of Tours. And after we had dug, from morning to evening, some began to find despair of finding the lance. The Count left, because he had to guard the castle, but in place of him and the rest who were tired of digging, we induced others, who were fresh, to continue the work sturdily. The youth who had spoken of the lance, however, upon seeing us worn out, disrobed, and taking off his shoes, descended into the pit in his shirt, earnestly entreating us to pray to God to give his lance to the comfort and victory of his people. At length, the Lord was minded through the grace of his mercy to show us the lance, and I, who have written this, kissed it when the point alone had as yet to be appeared above the ground. What great joy and exultation then filled the city! I can't describe it. Moreover, the lance was found on the 18th day before the calends of July. On the second night, St. Andrew appeared to the youth through whom he had given the lance to us, and said to him, "Behold, God has given to the Count that which he never wished to give to anyone, and has made him standard-bearer of this army, as long he shall continue in his love." When the youth asked mercy from him for the people, St. Andrew replied to him that verily would the Lord show mercy to them. And again, when he asked the same saint about his companion, who it was he held so often seen with him, St. Andrew answered, "Draw near and kiss his foot." And so, when he was about to draw near, he saw a wound on his foot, as fresh and bloody as if it had just been made. When, however, he hesitated to draw near because of the wound and blood, St. Andrew said to him, "Behold, the Father who was wounded on the cross for us, whence this wound. The Lord likewise commends that you celebrate that day on which he gave you his lance. And since it was found at the Vespers, and that day cannot be celebrated, celebrate the solemn festival on the 8th day in the following week, and then each year on the day of the finding of the lance. Say also to them that they conduct themselves as is taught in the epistle of my brother Peter, which is read today. And his epistle was this: Humble yourselves under the mighty band of God. Let the clerics sing this hymn before the lance. Lustra sexcigiam per acta tempus implens corporis. And when they shall have said, Agnus in cruce levatus, immolandus stipite, let them finish the hymn on bended knees. When, however, the Bishop of Orange and I after this asked Peter Bartholomew if he knew letters, he replied, I do not, thinking that if he were to say I do, we would not believe him. He did know a little, but at that hour he was so ignorant that he neither knew letters nor had remembrance of any of the things he had learned from letters, except the Paternoster, Credo in Deum, Magnificat Glory in Excelsis Deo and Benedictus Dominus Deus Israel. He had lost the others, as if he had never learned them at all, and though he was able afterwards to recover a few, it was with the greatest effort. The defeat of Kerboga. As we have said, when our men were beaten, discouraged, and in narrow straits, divine aid appeared, and the blessed St. Andrew taught us through the youth that had spoken of the lance how we ought to conduct ourselves before the battle and in the battle. You have all offended deeply, and you have been deeply humbled, and you have cried out to the Lord. The Lord has heard you. And now let each one turn himself to the Lord because of his sins, and let him give 5 alms because of 5 wounds of the Lord. If he cannot do this, let him say the Paternoster 5 times. When this has been done, begin battle in the name of the Lord by day or by night, as the judgment of princes deems best, because the hand of God will be with you. If anyone has doubt of victory, let the gates be opened for him, and let him go forth to the Turks, and he will see how their God will save him. Moreover, if anyone shall refuse to fight, let him be classed with Jude, the betrayer of the Lord, who deserted his apostles and sold his Lord to the Jews. Let him fight in the faith of St. Peter, holding in mind that God promised him that after the 3rd day he would arise and appear to him, and for this reason, also because his land is justly St. Peter's, and not the pagans. And let your battle cry be, God help us. And verily, God will help you. All your brothers who died since the beginning of the expedition are present with you in this fight. You have only to storm the 10th part of the enemy, because they will assail 9 parts in the fight and command of God. And do not put off the battle, because if you do, the Lord will lead as many enemies from the other sides as you have on this side, and he will keep you shut up here until you devour one another. But know certainly that those days are at hand which the Lord promised to the Blessed Mary and his apostles, saying that he would raise up the kingdom of the Christians after the kingdom of the pagans had been cast down and ground to dust. But do not turn their tents in search of gold and silver. And then the power of God was disclosed, in that he who had commanded above the words to be preached to us through his apostles so comforted the hearts of all that each one in faith and hope seemed himself already to have triumphed over the enemy. They urged on one another, and in urging regained courage for the fight. The crowd, too, which in the past days seemed to be consumed with want and fright, now reproached the princes and complained of the delay of battle. However, when the day for the battle had been fixed, our princes sent word by Peter the Hermit to Koboba, leader of the Turks, to give up the siege of the city, because it was right by the property of St. Peter and the Christians. The proud leader replied that, rightly or wrongly, he was going to rule over the Franks and the city, and be compelled Peter the Hermit, who was unwilling to bow, to kneel to him. The question was raised at this time as to who should guard the city against those who were in the citadel, while the rest went forth to fight. They built a stone wall and ramparts on our hilt against the enemy. These they fortified with many rocks, finally leaving Count Raymond, who was deathly ill, and about 200 men there. The day of the fight had come. In the morning all partook of communion and gave themselves to God, to death, if he willed, or to the glory of the Roman Church, and the race of the Franks. Moreover, they decided about the battle as follows. The 2 double lines should be made of the count and bishop's people, so that the foot soldiers went before the knights and halted at the command of the princes, and the knights were to follow them and guard them from the rear. Similar arrangements were made of the people of Bohemond and Tancred, and like the people of the Count of Normandy and the Franks, likewise of the people of the Duke of the Burgundians. Moreover, trumpeters went through the city, shouting out that each man should stay with the princes of his people. It was likewise ordered that Hugh the Great, the Count of Flanders, and the Count of Normandy should advance to the battle first, then the Duke, the Bishop after the Duke, and Bohemond after the Bishop. Thus they assembled, each man to his own standard and kinfolk, within the city before the gate of the bridge. Oh, how blessed is the people whose Lord is God! Oh, how blessed the people whom God has chosen! Oh, how unaltered his face! How changed from the army, from sadness to eagerness! Indeed, during the past days, princes and nobles went along the city, streets calling upon the aid of God at the churches. The common people walked with bare feet, weeping and striking at their breast. They had been so sad that the father did not greet son, nor brother greet brother upon meeting, nor did they look back. But now you could see them going forth like swift horses, rattling their arms and brandishing their spears, nor could they bear to refrain from showing their happiness in word and deed. But why do I grieve about many matters? They were given the powers to go forth, and what had been agreed upon by the princes was fulfilled in order. Meanwhile, Kobara, the leader of the Turks, was playing chess within his tent when he received the message that the Franks were advancing to battle. He was disturbed in mind, because this had seemed beyond expectation, and he called to him a certain Turk who had fled from Antioch, Myrdalin by name, a noble known to us for his military skills. "What is this?" he said. "Didn't you tell me that the Franks were few and would not fight with us?" And Myrdalin replied to him, "I did not say that they would not fight. But come, and I will look at them and tell you if you can easily overcome them." And now the 3rd line of our men was advancing. When he saw the lines were arrayed, Myrdalin said to Kobara, "These men can be killed, but they cannot be put to flight." He replied, "Can none of them be driven back at all?" And Myrdalin replied, "They will not yield a footstep, even if all the people of the pagans attack them." And then, although disturbed in mind, he drew up his many and multiple lines against us. And when at first they could have prevented our exit, they allowed us to go out in peace. Our men, however, now directed their lines toward the mountains, fearing that the Turks might surround them from the rear. However, the mountains were about 2 miles long from the bridge. We were advancing in open file, as the clergy are wont to march in processions, and verily we had a procession, for the priests and many monks, dressed in white robes, went in front of the lines of our knights, chanting and invoking the aid of our Lord and the benediction of the saints. The enemy, on the contrary, rushed against us and shot arrows. Kaboga, now ready to do what he had just recently refused, likewise sent word to our princes, proposing that 5 or 10 Turks should do battle with a like number of Franks, and that those whose knights were conquered should peacefully yield to the others. To this, our leaders replied, "You were unwilling when we wanted to do this. Now that we have advanced to fight, let each fight for his right." And when we had occupied the whole plain, as we said, a certain portion of the Turks remained behind us and attacked some of our foot soldiers. But those soldiers turning about sustained the attack of the enemy with vigor. When indeed the Turks could go in no way to drive them out, they set fire around them, so that those who did not fear the swords might at all events be terrified by fire, and thus they forced them to give way, for the place had much dry hay. When the lines had gone forth, the priests, with bare feet, and garbed their priestly vestments, stood on the walls of the city, calling upon God to defend his people, and through the victory of the Franks in this battle to afford a testimony hallowed by his blood. Moreover, as we were advancing from the bridge up to the mountain, we met with great difficulty, because the enemy had mind to surround us. In the midst of this, the lines of the enemy fell upon us, who were in the squadron of the bishop, and though their forces were greater than ours, yet though the protection of the Holy Lance was still there, they were wounded no one. Neither did they hit us with any arrows. I beheld these things which I speak and bore the lance of our Lord there. If anyone says that Viscount Heretics, the standard-bearer of the bishop, was wounded in battle, let him know that he handed over his standard to another and fell behind our line some distance. When all our fighting men had left the city, 5 other lines appeared among us. For as has already been said, our princes had drawn up only 8, and we were 13 lines outside the city. In the beginning of the march out to battle, the Lord sent down upon all his army a divine shower, little but full of blessing. All those touched by this were filled with grace and fortitude, and despising the enemy, rode forth, as if always nourished on the delicacies of kings. This miracle also affected our horses no less, for whose horse failed in the fight was over, even though it had tasted nothing except the bark or leaves of trees for 8 days. God so multiplied our army that we, who before seemed so fewer than the enemy, were in battle more numerous than they. And when our men had thus advanced and formed in line, the enemy turned in flight, without giving us a chance to engage in the battle. Our men pursued them until sunset. There the Lord worked marvelously as well in the horses as in the men. Forsooth, the men were not called away from the battle by avarice, and those pack horses which their masters had led into battle after a scant feeding were now very easily followed the sleekest and swiftest horses of the Turks. But the Lord did not wish us to have this joy only, for the Turks who were guarding the citadel of the city gave up hope after seeing the headlong flight of their people. Some, on the pledge of their lives alone, surrendered themselves unto us, and the rest fled headlong. And though this battle was so terrible and frightful, yet few knights of the enemy fell there, but of their foot soldiers scarcely any escaped. Moreover, all the tents of the enemy were captured, much gold, much silver, and the greatest amount of spoils, grain and cattle and camels, without measure or number. And that incident of Samaria, about the measures of wheat and barley which were bought for a shekel, was renewed for us moreover. These events occurred on the vigils of St. Peter and Paul, through which intercessors was granted this victory to the pilgrim church of the Franks by the Lord Jesus Christ, who liveth and reigneth God through all ages. Amen. The march to Jerusalem. Meanwhile, the Count and the other princes inquired of the inhabitants of that region how the march to Jerusalem might be better and more easily made. For there are mountains of Lebanon, in which almost 60,000 Christian men dwell. The Christians who were near the city of Tyre, now commonly called Sur, whence they are called Syrians, have possessed that land and the mountains for a long time. But when the Saracens and the Turks arose through the judgment of God, those Syrians were in such great oppression for 400 and more years that many of them were forced to abandon their fatherland and the Christian law. If, however, any of them, through the grace of God, refused, they were compelled to give up their beautiful children to be circumcised, or converted to Mohammedism, or they were snatched from the lap of their mothers after the father had been killed and the mother mocked. Forsooth, the race of men were inflamed to such malice that they overturned the churches of God and his saints, or destroyed his images, and they tore out the eyes of those images, which for lack of time they could not destroy, and shot them with arrows. All the altars, too, they undermined. Moreover, they made mosques of the great churches, but if any of those distressed Christians wished to have an image of God, or any saint in his home, he either redeemed it month by month, or year by year, or it was thrown down into the dirt and broken before his eyes. In addition, too harsh to relate, they placed youths in brothels, and, to do yet more vilely, exchanged their sisters for wine. And their mothers dared not weep openly at these or other sorrows. Why do we say much about them? Surely that people had conspired against the Holy of Holies and his inheritance. Except by command and direction of God, the people of the Franks would have encountered these ills, had not God straightway armed brute animals against the enemy, as he did once in our presence. And so much for this. When those Syrians, who, we have said as above, came to the Count, were asked about their better route, they replied, "The way through Damascus is level and full of victuals, but you will not find water for 2 days. The other way through the mountains of Lebanon, that's safe enough and well watered, but is very bad for the pack animals and camels. There is another way, along the sea, where there are so many and such narrow passes that if 50 or 100 Saracens want to hold them, they could do so against all mankind. And yet it is contained in the Gospel of St. Peter, which we have, that if you are the people who are to take to Jerusalem, you will pass along the sea coast, though because of the difficulty it seems impossible to us. Moreover, there is written that in the Gospel among us not only what you have done, but also what you ought to do about it, this march and many other things." while some were urging in this and other ways, and others were contradicting, William Hugo of Montel returned with the cross of which we spoke. Moreover, when the friends of the Count likewise beheld the cross, they became so eager for the march that, except for the counsel of the Count and the other princes, the servants of the Count would have burned their beds and been the first to leave the siege of Arrebas. Thereupon the Count was disturbed to tears, and even hatred of himself and his people. But the Duke of Lorraine especially wished this journey and admonished the people to it. Accordingly, having set forth from that detestable and hateful siege of Arcas, we came before Tripoli. Even then, Count Raymond, with prayers and gifts, urged all the nobles to besiege the city of Tripoli, but they all opposed him. At this time, St. Andrew appeared to Peter Desiderius, of whom we have made mention, and said to him, "Go and speak to the Count," saying, "Do not molest thyself or others, for unless Jerusalem shall first have been taken, thou shalt have no help. Do not trouble thyself about the unfinished siege of Arcas. Let it not weigh upon thee in this city, or others which are on the journey are not taken at present, because a fight will soon come upon thee in which these and many other cities shall be captured. Furthermore, do not trouble thyself or thy men, but distribute freely in his name whatever God shall grant to thee, and be a companion and loyal friend to your vassals. If thou shalt do this, God will grant thee Jerusalem, and Alexandria, and Babylon. But if thou dost not do this, thou shalt neither acquire these things promised by God, nor have a message until thou art placed in such straits that thou knowest not how to escape." So the Count accepted the words of the priest. He accepted them truly, in words, but he refused them in deeds. For when he had received great wealth from the king of Tripoli, he was never willing to give anyone any of it, but be even daily afflicted by his people with blows and insults. Not only this, however, did the priest tell us, but also many other things, some of which we have added to this work. For once, when we wanted to set out from Antioch, that priest came to me, Raymond, and said to me that a certain person had appeared to him in a vision, and had said, "Go into the church of Saint Leontius, and thou wilt find there the relics of 4 saints. Take them with thee, and carry them to Jerusalem." And he showed him that in the vision that the relics and locations of these relics, and he taught him the names of the saints. When the priest had awakened, not fully believing in his vision, he began to urge God with prayers and entreaties to make known to him a second time if this vision was from him. Several days later, the same saint stood before him in a vision and threatened him much because he had neglected the command of God, and said that, unless he had taken those relics away by the 5th day of the week, it would be a great hurt to him and his lord, Count Isard. Isard, the Count of Die, was a man loyal to God, as far as he knew, and helpful to all of us for his wisdom and uprightness. When the priest had narrated this to me, Raymond, I told it to the Bishop of Orange and the Count of St. Giles and to some others. We took candles, and we went to the church of St. Leontius. We offered the candles and vows to God, and to saints of the same church, praying that Almighty God, who had sanctified them, might give them as companions and helpers, and that those saints might not spurn the company of pilgrims and exiles for God, but rather out of the charity might link us with God. When it became morning, we went with the priest to the places where the relics were kept, and we found everything just as it had been foretold. Moreover, these are the names of the saints: Cyprian, Omechios, Leontius, and John Chrysostom. And furthermore, at the place where the relics were kept, we found a little chest filled with more. When we asked a priest about these, of which saint they were the relics of, he replied that he did not know. But when we inquired of the inhabitants if they knew which saint these were the relics of, some said of Saint Mercurius, others, however, of other saints. But the priest wished to take them and put them in the collection of other relics. To him, I, Raymond, said angrily in the presence of all who were there, "If this saint wishes to come with us to Jerusalem, let him make known his name and wish, otherwise let him remain here. Why should we weigh ourselves with unknown bones and carry them along?" Wherefore on the day those relics were left behind. But when the priest had collected the other relics and rolled them up into clothes and a covering, on the night which followed, as he lay awake, there appeared to him a youth of about 15 years, exceedingly beautiful, who said to him, "Why didst thou this day not take any relics with the rest?" The priest replied, "Who art thou?" "Dost thou not know who is the standard-bearer of this army?" he replied. The priest answered, I do not, sire." When the priest had made the same reply to the same questions a second time, the youth threatened the priest terribly, saying, "Tell me the truth." And then the priest said, "Sire, it is said of St. George, that is the standard-bearer of this army." He replied, "Thou hast said well. I am he. Take therefore relics and put them with the others." When, however, the priest had been deferred doing this for several days, the same St. George came to him and commanded the priest sternly, saying, "Do not delay longer than the morning to take up my relics, and nearby in a little ampoule thou wilt find some of the blood of the Virgin and martyr St. Thecla, which likewise take, and after this chant Mass." And the priest found all this, and so did it. But before we go on to the remainder, we ought not to pass over these men who did not hesitate, for the love of the most holy expedition, to sail through the unknown and very long water of the Mediterranean and the ocean. For when the angels beard the name of the Lord's vengeance against those who unworthily occupied the birthplace of Christ and his apostles, they embarked upon the Anglican Sea, rounding Spain, crossing the ocean, and thus ploughing through the Mediterranean Sea. With great labor they gained the port of Antioch and the city of Laodicea, before our army came thither by land. Their ships, as well as those of the Genoese, were of advantage to us at this time, for during the siege we had trade with the island of Cyprus, and the remaining islands, because of these ships and the security which they offered. Forsooth, these ships passed daily over the seas, and for this reason the ships of the Greeks were safe, since the Saracens feared to encounter them. But when the Angles saw the army setting forth for Jerusalem, and that the strength of their own ships was impaired by the long wait, for they had 30 ships in the beginning, but now had scarcely 9 or 10. Some abandoned their ships or exposed them. However, others burned theirs or hastened with us on the journey. When our princes were entangled in delay before Tripoli, the Lord sent such great desire of going to Jerusalem that no one there could restrain themselves, or another, but setting out at evening against all the decrees of the princes, and at the custom of our army, we walked along all that night, and came on the following day to Beirut. After this, when the narrow passages which are called the Twisted Mouth had been suddenly seized in advance, we came in a few days, and without baggage, to Acre. The king of Acre, however, afraid that we would besiege his city, and hoping that we would withdraw, took oath to the count that if we captured Jerusalem, or were in the region of Judea for 20 days, and the king of Babylon did not meet us in battle, or if we were able to overcome that king, he would surrender himself and his city to us, but that in the meanwhile he would be our friend. Setting forth from Acre, one day at vespers, we pitched camp by the swamps which are near Caesarea. And meanwhile, according to custom, some ran here and there below the camp, as need demanded, and while others were inquiring from acquaintances, while their companions were lodged, a dove mortally wounded by a hawk fell down in the midst of those running about. When the bishop of Agde took it up, he found a letter which it was carrying, and the sense of the letter was as follows. The king of Acre to the Duke of Caesarea. A canine breed, a foolish and troublesome host without order passed me. As you love your law, try by yourselves and through others to hurt them. This you can do easily to them if you wish. Send this likewise to other cities and fortresses. In the morning, when we were commanding the army to rest, the letter was shown to the princes and to all the people, and it was manifest how God had been kind to us, so that not even the birds could cross through the air to harm us, and that he likewise disclosed to us the secrets of the enemy. Wherefore we rendered praise and thanks to Almighty God, and then setting forth securely and willingly, we went forward, frequently in the front rank of the army, and also at the end. But when the Saracens who lived in Ramla heard that we had crossed the river nearby, they left their fortifications and arms, and much grain in the fields and crops which we gathered. And when we came to it on the next day that we found that God was truly fighting for us, so we offered vows to St. George, because he had confessed himself our guide. The leaders and all the people agreed that we should there choose a bishop, since that was the first church on which we found in the land of Israel, and also in the order that St. George might entreat God on our behalf, and might, of course, lead us faithfully through in the land of which he was not worshipped. Moreover, Ramla is about 15 miles from Jerusalem. Therefore, we held conference. Some said, "Let us not go to Jerusalem at present, but towards Egypt. We will obtain not only Jerusalem, but likewise Alexandria and Babylon and very many kingdoms. If we go to Jerusalem and, failing of sufficient water, give up the siege, we will accomplish neither this nor the other afterward." But others said in opposition, "There are scarcely 1,500 knights in this army, and the number of armed men is not great. and yet it is now suggested that if we go to very distant and unknown regions, where we will be able neither to get help from our people nor a place to garrison in a city, if we capture one, nor even if it should be necessary, we would be able to return thence. But none of this. Let us hold to our way, and let God provide for his servants, for the siege, for thirst, for hunger, and for other things. Accordingly, after leaving a garrison in the fortress of Ramla with the new bishop, we loaded our camels and oxen, and then all of our baggage, animals, and horses, and turned to march to Jerusalem. However, the word which Peter Bartholomew had commanded us, that we should not approach Jerusalem except with bare feet, we forgot, and we held in low regard, each one from ambition to occupy castles and villas, wishing to go ahead of the next. For it was a custom among us that if any one came to a castle or villa first and placed his standard with a guard, it was touched by no one else after. Therefore, because of this ambition, they arose at midnight, and without waiting for companions, gained all those mountains and villas which are in the meadows of the Jordan. A few, however, to whom the command of God was more precious, walked with naked feet, and sighed heavily for the contempt of the divine word. And yet no one recalled a companion or friend that ambitious chase. Moreover, when by such arrogant procedure we had come near Jerusalem, the people of Jerusalem came forth to meet the first of our men, and wounded the horses severely. Of those men, 3 or 4 fell on that day, and many were wounded. The fall of Jerusalem. Duke Godfrey and the Count of Flanders and the Count of Normandy besieged the city from the north side, that is, from the church of St. Stephen, located at the center of the city, southward to the angular tower next to the Tower of David. Count Raymond and his army, however, settled down on the west and besieged Jerusalem from the camp of the Duke to the foot of Mount Zion. But since his men could not come close to besiege the wall because of a gully which intervened, the Count wished to move his camp and change his position. One day, while he was reconnoitering, he came to Mount Zion and saw the church which is located on the mount. When he heard the miracles that God had performed there, he said to his leaders and companions, "If we neglect to take this sacred offering, which the Lord has so graciously offered us, and the Saracens there occupy this place, what will become of us? What if through hatred of us they shall destroy and pollute these sacred things? Who knows that God may not be giving us this opportunity to test our regard for him? I know this one thing for certain. Unless we carefully protect this sacred spot, the Lord will not give us the others within the city." And so, Count Raymond, against the wishes of the leaders of his army, ordered his tents to be moved to that spot. As a result of this, he incurred such great hatred from his men that they were neither willing to encamp with him nor do the guard duty during the night. Each stayed where he had first pitched his tent, with the exception of a few who accompanied the Count. However, by great rewards, the Count daily induced knights and footmen to guard his camp. There are, in that church, these sacred treasures, the tombs of the kings David and Solomon, as well as that of the first martyr St. Stephen. There the Blessed Mary departed from this world. The Lord supped there, and after rising from the dead, appeared there to his disciples, and to Thomas. On this spot also the disciples were filled with the Holy Spirit. Thereupon, when the siege had been set, It happened one day that some of the leaders of the army met a hermit on the Mount of Olives, who said to them, "If you attack the city tomorrow in the 9th hour, the Lord will deliver it into your hands." They replied, "But we do not have the necessary machinery for storming the walls." The hermit responded, "God is all-powerful. If he wills, he will storm the walls even with one ladder. The Lord aids those who labor for the truth." So, with such machinery as could be constructed during the night, an attack was made on the city in the early morning, and it lasted until the 3rd hour. The Saracens were compelled to retreat behind their inner walls, for the outer wall was broken down by our men, some of whom even climbed to the top of the inner walls. Now when the city was about to be captured, in the confusion of desire and fear of the attack was interrupted, and we then lost many men. On the next day, no attack was attempted. After this, the whole army scattered throughout the surrounding country to collect provisions, and nothing was even said of the necessity of preparing the machines that were needed to capture the city. Each man was serving his mouth and stomach. What was worse, they did not even ask the Lord to free them from such great manifold evils, and they were afflicted even unto death. Just before our arrival, the Saracens had filled up the springs, destroyed the cisterns, and dammed up the brooks from the springs. And the Lord himself had turned rivers into wilderness, and water springs into thirsty ground for the wickedness of them that dwell therein. Therefore, water was obtained with great difficulty. Now there is a fountain at the foot of Mount Zion, which is called the Pool of Siloam. Indeed, it is a large spring, but the water flows forth only once in 3 days, and the natives say that formerly it emptied itself only on Saturdays. The rest of the week it remains stagnant. We do not know how to explain this, except that the Lord willed it to be so. But when, as we have said, the water did flow on the 3rd day, it was consummate with such great crowding and haste that men pushed one another into it, and many baggage and animals perished. And so, when the pool was filled with the crowd with the bodies of the dead animals, the stronger, even at the price of death, forced their way to the very opening of the rocks through which the water flowed, while the weak got only the water which had been already contaminated. Many sick people fell down by the fountain, with tongues so parched that they were unable to utter a word, with open mouths that stretched forth from their hands toward those who had water. In the field were many horses, mules, cattle, and sheep, most of the animals without strength enough to move. And when they had become parched and died because of extreme thirst, they rotted where they had long stood, and there was a most sickening stench throughout the camp. Because of such affliction it was necessary to fetch water a distance of 2 or 3 leagues, also to drive the cattle to distant watering places. When the Saracens noticed that our people were going unarmed to the watering places through the dangerous passes in the hills, they lay in wait for them in ambush. They killed many and drove away the flocks and herds. The situation was so bad that anyone brought foul water to the camp in vessels. He was able to get any price he cared to ask, and if anyone wished to get clear water, for 5 or 6 numbers he could obtain enough to satisfy his thirst for a single day. Wine, moreover, was never, or very rarely even mentioned. In addition, the heat, the dust, and the wind increased their thirst. As though this was not bad enough in itself. But why say so much about these troubles? None or few were mindful of the Lord, or of such work was needed to capture the city, nor did they take heed to beseech the Lord's favor, and thus would not recognize God in the midst of our affliction, nor did he show favor to the ungrateful. Meanwhile, messengers came to camp, announcing that our ships had arrived at Joppa, and the sailors demanded that a guard be sent to hold the tower of Joppa to give them protection for the port, for the town of Joppa had been destroyed, except the castle, and that was nearly in ruins, with the exception of a single tower. However, there is a harbor there, and it is the one nearest to Jerusalem, being about only 1 day's journey distant. All of our people rejoiced when they heard the news of the ships, and they sent out Count Galdemar, surnamed Calpinellus, accompanied by 20 knights and about 50 men on foot. Later they sent Raymond Pilatus with 50 knights, and William of Sabran with his followers. As Galdemar and his contingent approached the plains that on his side of Ramallah, they encountered a force of 400 chosen Arabs and about 200 Turks. Galdemar, because of the small number of his men, arranged his knights and bowmen in front ranks, and, trusting the Lord, advanced upon the enemy without hesitation. The enemy, however, thought that they would be able to crush this band, and, rushing upon them and shooting arrows, they encircled them. 3 or 4 of Galdemar's knights were killed, including Achard of Montmerle, a noble youth and renowned knight. Others were wounded, and all of the bowmen fell. However, many of the enemy were also killed. Nevertheless, the attack of the enemy did not slacken on account of all this, nor did the courage of our knights, nay, God's knights, falter. Though oppressed by wounds and death itself, they stood up to their enemies all the more fiercely, and the more they suffered from them, the more they stood. When our leaders, rather from weariness than from fear, were about to withdraw, a cloud of dust was seen approaching. Raymond Pilatus was rushing headlong into the fight with his men. However, his men raised so much dust that the enemy thought that there were many knights with him, and thus by the grace of God our men were delivered. The enemy scattered and fled. About 200 of them were killed, and much plunder was taken. It is the custom of this people, when they flee and are hard pressed by the enemy, first to throw away their arms, and then their clothes, and lastly their saddle-bags. Thus it happened in this flight that our few knights continued killing the enemy until they were worn out, and they kept the spoils obtained from the rest, even of those whom they did not kill. After the pursuit was over, our men assembled, divided the spoils, and then marched to Joppa. The sailors received them with great joy, and felt so secure after the arrival that they forgot their ships and neglected to place watchers on the sea, but entertained the Crusaders with a feast of bread, wine, and fish from the ship's supplies. The sailors, careless of their security, failed to post lookouts for the night, and in the darkness were suddenly surrounded by enemies from the sea. When dawn came, they realized that the enemy was too strong to be resisted, and they abandoned their ships, carrying only the spoils. Thus our knights returned to Jerusalem after winning one battle and losing another. However, one of our ships, which had gone on a plundering expedition, was not captured. It was returning to port with the greatest plunder, when it saw the rest of our ships surrounded by so great a fleet of the enemy. By the use of oars and sail, it made its escape to Laodicea, and told our friends and companions at the port what had happened at Jerusalem. We knew that we had deserved this misfortune, for we had refused to place faith in the words sent to us by the Lord. Despairing of God's mercy, the men went to the plain of the river Jordan, collected palms, and were baptized in its waters. They did so chiefly with the intention of abandoning the siege, having seen Jerusalem, and of going to Joppa, thence to return home by whatever means they could. But the Lord looked after the ships for his unfaithful. About this time, a public assembly was held, but the leaders of the army were quarreling with each other. There was a dissatisfaction, because Tancred had occupied Bethlehem, and had placed his standard over the Church of the Nativity, as though it was an ordinary house. An effort was also made to elect one of the princes king to have custody of the city, lest what had been achieved in common should be destroyed in common for want of any one to take care of the city if God should give it to us. The bishops and clergy replied to this suggestion. You ought not to choose a king where the Lord suffered and was crowned. For if a David, degenerate in faith and virtue, should say in his heart, I sit upon the throne of David and hold his kingdom, the Lord would probably destroy him and be angry with place and people. Besides, the prophet proclaims, saying, when the Holy of Holies shall come, unction shall cease, because it will be manifest to all peoples that he has come. But when there should be an advocate to guard the city, and divide the tributes and rents of the region among the guardians of the city, for this and many other reasons, the election was stopped and put off until the 8th day after the capture of Jerusalem. And not in this matter alone, but in other ways our affairs did not prosper, and the troubles of the people increased every day. Nevertheless, the merciful and propitious Lord, both of his namesake and lest our enemies should insult his law and say, where is their God, sent word to us through the Bishop of Puy, Lord Adhemar, how we could placate his anger and obtain his mercy. We, however, preach that this be done without mentioning the command of God, lest if the people transgress this command of the God, they should be especially afflicted, that they would then be the more culpable. For the Lord was so kind to us that he had sent his messengers so often, but because they were our brothers, we had not heeded them. The bishop, Adhemar, appeared before Peter Desiderius, saying, Speak to the princes and all the people, and say to them, You who have come from distant lands to worship God and the Lord of hosts, purge yourselves of your uncleanliness, and let each other turn from his evil ways. Then, with bare feet, march around Jerusalem invoking God, and you must also fast. If you do this, and then you make a great attack on the city in the 9th day, it will be captured. But if you do not, all the evils that you have suffered will be multiplied by the Lord. When the priest had said this to William Hugo, the brother of the bishop, to his lord Count Isard, and to a certain of the clergy, they assembled the princes and the people and addressed them. Brothers, do you know why we undertook this expedition, and what we have suffered, and that we are acting negligently, in that we are not constructing the machines that are needed to capture the city. Likewise, we are not careful to reconcile Thy Lord to us. For we offend him in many ways, and through our evil deeds we have driven him from us. Now, if it seems right to let you each become reconciled to his brother whom he has offended, and let brother graciously forgive brother. After this, let us humble ourselves before God. Let us march around Jerusalem in bare feet, and, through the patronage of the saints, invoke the mercy of the Lord, so that Almighty God, who fears for us, his servants, laid aside his form for his Godhead, assumed the flesh, and humbly rode into the city on a donkey to suffer death on the cross for our sins, may come to our aid. If we make this procession around the walls, for the honor and glory of his name, he will open the city to us, and give us judgment upon his enemies and ours, who now, with unjust possession, contaminate the place of his suffering and burial, the enemy who seek to deny us the great blessing of the place of God's humiliation and our redemption. These words were pleasing to both the princes and the people, and it was publicly commanded that on the next Friday the clergy should lead the procession with crosses and relics of the saints, while the knights and all able-bodied men with trumpets, standards, and arms should follow them, bare-footed. All this we did according to the commands of God and the princes. When we reached the spot of the Mount of Olives, whence the Lord had ascended into heaven after the resurrection, the following exhortation was made to the people. Now that we are on the very spot from which the Lord made his ascension, and we can do nothing more to purify ourselves, let each one of us forgive his brother whom he has injured, that the Lord may forgive us. What more? All were reconciled to each other, and with generous offerings we besought the mercy of God, that he should now not desert his people, whom he had led so gloriously and miraculously to his goal. And thus the mercy of God was obtained, since everything that had been against us was now favorable. Although we had passed over many matters, this one we ought to record. While we marched around the city, the Saracens and Turks made the circuit on the walls, procession, ridiculing us in many ways. They placed many crosses on the walls in yokes, and mocked them with blows and insulting deeds. We, in turn, hoping to obtain the aid of God in storming the city by means of these signs, pressed the work of the siege, day and night. The Frankish victory. Later, all of our people went to the sepulchre of our Lord, rejoicing and weeping for joy, and they rendered up the offering that they owed. In the morning, some of our men cautiously ascended to the roof of the temple and attacked the Saracens, both men and women, beheading them with naked swords. The remainder sought death by jumping down into the temple. When Tancred heard of this, he was filled with anger. The Duke and the Counts of Normandy and Flanders placed Gaston of Bert in charge of the workmen who constructed machines. They built mantlets and towers with which to attack the wall. The direction of this work was assigned to Gaston by the princes because he was a most noble lord, respected by all his skill and reputation. He very cleverly hastened matters by dividing the work. The princes busied themselves with obtaining the material, while Gaston supervised the construction. Likewise, Count Raymond made William Riccau superintendent of the work on Mount Zion, and placed the Bishop of Albarra in charge of the Saracens and others who brought in the timber. The Count's men had taken many Saracen castles and villages and forced them to work as though they were their serfs. Thus, for the construction of the machines at Jerusalem, 50 or 60 men carried on their shoulders a great beam that could not have been dragged by 4 pair of oxen. What more shall I say? All worked with a singleness of purpose. No one was slothful, and no bands were idle. All worked without wages, except the artisans, who were paid from a collection taken from the people. However, Count Raymond paid his workmen from his own treasury. Surely the band of the Lord was with us and aided those who were working. When our efforts were ended and the machines completed, the princes held a council and announced, "Let all prepare themselves for a battle on Thursday. In the meantime, let us pray, fast, and give alms. Hand over your animals and your boys to the artisans and carpenters, that they may bring in beams, poles, stakes, and branches to make mantlets. 2 knights should make 1 mantlet and 1 scaling ladder. Do not hesitate to work for our Lord, for your labors will soon be ended." This was willingly done by all. Then it was decided what part of the city each leader should attack, and where his machines should be located. Meanwhile, the Saracens in the city, noting the great number of machines that we had constructed, strengthened the weaker parts of the wall, so that it seemed that they could be taken only by the most desperate of efforts. Because the Saracens had made so many and such strong fortifications to oppose our machines, the Duke, the Count of Flanders, and the Count of Normandy spent the night the day before to set the attack for them, moving their machines, mantlets, and platforms to that side of the city which is between the church of St. Stephen and the valley of Josaphat. You who read this must not think that this was a light undertaking, for the machines were carried in parts almost a mile to the place where they were to be set up. When the morning came, and the Saracens saw that all of the machinery and tents had been moved during the night, they were amazed. Not only the Saracens were astonished, but our people as well, for they recognized that the band of the Lord was with us. The change was made because the new point was chosen for attack was more level, and thus suitable for moving the machines up to the walls, which cannot be done unless the ground is level, and also because the part of the city seemed to be weaker, having remaining unfortified, as it was some distance from our camp. This part of the city is on the north side. Count Raymond and his men worked equally hard on Mount Zion, but they had much assistance from William Embriaco and the Genoese sailors, who, although they had lost their ships at Joppa, as we have already related, had been able nevertheless to save ropes, mallets, spikes, axes, and hatchets, which were very necessary to us. But why delay the story? The appointed day arrived and the attack began. However, I want to say first that according to our estimates and many others, there were 60,000 fighting men within the city, not counting the women and those unable to bear arms, and there were not many of these. At the most, we did not have more than 12,000 able to bear arms, for there were many poor people and many sick. There were 12 or 1,300 knights in our army, as I reckon it, not more, I say this that you may realize that nothing, whether great or small, which is undertaken in the name of the Lord can fail, as the following pages will tell. Our men began to undermine the towers and walls. From every side stones were hurled from the tormenti and petrae, so that many arrows that they fell like hail. The servants bore this patiently, sustained by the premises of their faith, whether they should be killed or should presently prevail over their enemies. But the battle showed no indication of victory, until the machines were drawn nearer to the walls. They hurled not only stones and arrows, but also burning wood and straw. The wood was dipped in pitch, wax, and sulphur. Then straw and tow were fastened on an iron brand, and when lighted, these firebrands were shot from the machines. They were all bound together by an iron band. I say that so wherever they fell, the whole mass held together and continued to burn. Such missiles, burning as they shot upward, could not be resisted by swords or by high walls. It was not even possible for the defenders to find safety from behind their walls. And thus the fight continued, from the rising to the setting sun, in which splendid fashion that is difficult to believe anything more glorious was ever done. Then we called on Almighty God, our leader and guide, confident in his mercy. The night brought fear to both sides. The Saracens feared that we would take the city during the night or on the next day, for the outer works were broken through, and the ditch was filled, so that it was possible to make an entrance through the wall very quickly. On our part, we feared that only the Saracens would set fire to the machines that were moved close to the wall, and thus improve their situation. And so on both sides, it was a night of watchfulness, labor, and sleepless caution. On one side, most certain hope, and on the other, a doubtful fear. We gladly labored to capture the city for the glory of God. They less willingly strove to resist our efforts for the sake of the laws of Muhammad. It is hard to believe how great were the efforts made on both sides during the night. When the morning came, our men eagerly rushed to the walls and dragged the machines forward, but the Saracens had constructed so many machines that for each one of ours they now had 9 or 10. Thus they greatly interfered with our efforts. This was the 9th day, on which the priest had said we would capture the city. Our machines were now shaken apart by the blows of many stones, and our men lagged because they were very weary. However, they remained the mercy of the Lord, which is never overcome nor conquered, but is always a source of support, even in times of such adversity. One incident must not be omitted. 2 women tried to bewitch one of the hurling machines, but a stone struck and crushed them, as well as 3 slaves, so that their lives were extinguished and the evil incantations averted. By noon, our men were greatly discouraged. They were tired and at the end of their resources. There were still many of the enemy opposing each one of our men. The walls were very high and strong, and the great resources and skill the enemy exhibited in repairing their defenses seemed too great for us to overcome. But while we hesitated, irresolute, and the enemy exulted in our discomfort, the healing mercy of God inspired us and turned our sorrow into joy, for the Lord did not forsake us. while a council was being held to decide whether or not our machines should be withdrawn, for some were burned and the rest badly shaken, a knight on the Mount of Olives began to wave his shield to those who were with the count and others, signaling them to advance. Who was this knight? We do not know. We have been unable to find out. But at this signal, our men began to take heart, and some began to batter down the wall, while others began to ascend by means of scaling ladders and ropes. Our arrows shot burning firebrands, and in this way checked the attack that the Saracens were making upon the wooden towers of the Duke and the two Counts. These firebrands, moreover, were wrapped in cotton. This shower of fire drove the defenders from the walls, and then the Count quickly released the long drawbridge which had protected the side of the wooden tower next to the wall, and it swung open from the top, being fastened to the middle of the tower, making a bridge over which the men began to enter Jerusalem, bravely and fearlessly. Among those who entered, first were Tancred and the Duke of Lorraine, and the amount of blood that they shed on the day was incredible. All ascended after them, and the Saracens now began to suffer. Strange to relate, however, at this very time when the city was practically captured by the Franks, the Saracens were still fighting on the other side, where the Count was attacking the wall, as though the city should never be captured. But now that our men had possession of the walls and towers, wonderful sights were to be seen. Some of our men, and this was more merciful, cut off the heads of their enemies. Others shot them with arrows, so they fell from the towers. Others tortured them longer by casting them into the flames. Piles of heads, hands, and feet were to be seen in the streets of the city. It was necessary to pick one's way over the bodies of men and horses, but these were small matters compared to what happened at the Temple of Solomon, a place where religious services are ordinarily chanted. What happened there? If I tell the truth, it will exceed your powers of belief. So let it suffice to say this much, at least that in the temple and the porch of Solomon, men rode in blood up to their knees and bridle reins. Indeed, it was just a splendid judgment of God that this place should be filled with the blood of unbelievers, since it had suffered so long from their blasphemies. The city was filled with corpses and blood. Some of the enemy took refuge in the Tower of David, and, petitioning Count Raymond for protection, surrendered the tower into his hands. Now that the city was taken, it was well worth all our previous labors and hardships to see the devotion of the pilgrims at the Holy Sepulchre. For they rejoiced and exulted and sang a new song to the Lord, for their hearts offered prayers of praise to God, victorious and triumphant, which cannot be told in words. A new day, a new joy, new and perpetual gladness, the consummation of our labor and devotion drew forth from all new words and new songs. This day, I say, will be famous in all future ages, for it turned our labors and sorrows into joy and exultation. This day, I say, marks the justification of all Christianity, the humiliation of pagans, and the renewal of our faith. This is the day which the Lord Bath made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it, for on this day the Lord revealed himself to his people and blessed them. On this day, the Ides of July, Lord Adhemar, Bishop of Puy, was seen in the city by many people. Many also testified that he was the first to scale the wall, and that he summoned the knights and people to follow him. On this day, moreover, the apostles were cast forth from Jerusalem and scattered over the whole world. On this same day, the children of the apostles regained the city and fatherland of God and the fathers. On this day the Ides of July shall be celebrated to praise and glory the name of God, who, in answering the prayers of his church, gave in trust and benediction to his children and the city and fatherland which he had been promised to the fathers. On this day we chanted the office of the resurrection, since on that day he, who by his virtue arose from the dead, revived us through his grace. So much is to be said of this. The vision of peace. Accordingly, after 6 or 7 days, the princes solemnly began to consider the matter of choosing a ruler, who, assuming charge of all matters, should collect the tributes of the region, to whom the peasants of the land could turn, and whom to see that the land was not further devastated. While this was taking place, some of the clergy assembled and said to the princes, "We approve your election, but if you proceed rightly and properly, you will choose a spiritual vicar, as eternal matters come before temporal, after this a ruler to preside over secular matters. Otherwise, we shall hold invalid whatever you do." The princes were exceedingly angered when they heard this, and proceeded the more quickly with the election. The clergy had been weakened by the departure of Lord Adhemar, the pontiff of Puy, who in his life had held our army together with holy deeds and words, like a second Moses. After him, however, William, Bishop of Orange, a man of good repute, wished to minister to our strength, but he rested in peace at Mara within a short time. Accordingly, therefore, the good men having been taken off, the clergy conducted themselves humbly, all except Bishop of Albara and some others. However, the Bishop of Martirano, advancing by other than the right road, since he had obtained the church of Bethlehem by fraud, was captured by the Saracens on the 3rd or 4th day, and never again appeared among us. The princes, disregarding admonition and opposition, urged the Count of St. Giles to accept the kingdom. But he said that lie abhorred the name of the king that city, though he would consent to have others accept it. For this reason, they together chose the Duke, and placed him in charge of the sepulchre of the Lord. After this, however, the Duke required the Tower of David from the Count, but the latter refused, saying that he wished to stay in that region until Easter, and meanwhile he wanted to keep himself and his men in honourable state. But the Duke said that he would give up other places rather than the Tower, and so the disputes were multiplied. The Counts of Flanders and Normandy favoured the Duke, and almost all land from the Count of Raymond did likewise, in the belief that the Tower was surrendered, he would thereupon return home. Not alone did the Provençals oppose their lord, the Count, in this matter. They also made up many vile statements about him, so that he would not be chosen king. And so the Count, without the help of companions or friends, handed over the Tower to the Bishop of Albara for the sake of avoiding judgment. But the latter, without waiting for judgment, handed it over to the Duke, and when he was called traitor for having done this, he said that he had been compelled to do so, and had suffered violence, I found this out, in truth, that very many arms were brought into the house of the Patriarch, where the bishop was staying near the Holy Sepulchre. But he spoke also of violence done himself, and often secretly charged the friends of the Count with this affair. And so, when the tower had been surrendered, the Count blazed forth into great anger against his people, saying that he could not remain disgraced in that country. Accordingly, we set out from Jerusalem to Jericho, took palms and went to the Jordan. There, as Peter Bartholomew had commanded, a raft was constructed from twigs, and with the Count on it, we pulled it across the river. Since, till this time, we had no ship, this plan seemed better to us. When after this the multitude had been called together, we commanded that they pray for God, the life of the Count and the other princes. Therefore we proceeded to dress only in a shirt and new breeches, as we had been commanded about baptism. But why the man of God so commanded, we still do not know. When these matters had been accomplished, we returned to Jerusalem. At this time, Arnulf, chaplain of the Count of Normandy, was chosen by the Patriarch. By some, the good clergy opposing it, not only because he was a subdeacon, but especially because he was of priestly birth, and was accused of incontinence on our expedition, so much that they shamelessly composed vulgar songs about him and the matter. But, led on by such ambition, and disregarding the decrees and canons and infamy of his birth and conscience, he stirred up the people against the good clergy, and had himself raised upon the patriarchal seat with hymns and chants, and the great applause of the people. The divine vengeance exacted from the Bishop of Maritano, who had been instigator and executor of this affair, not only did not terrify Arnulf, but furthermore did not prevent him from depriving of their benefices the clergy who had altars in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, or those in whose custody indulgence funds had been established. And thus Arnulf, increasing his power, began to inquire from the inhabitants of the city where the cross was which pilgrims had been accustomed to adore before Jerusalem was taken. Although they denied this knowledge, and by oath and other signs were willing to show that they did not know, they were at length compelled to yield. And they said this: "It is manifest that God has chosen you, has delivered you from all tribulation, and has given you figs and many other cities, not by the strength of your valor, but by blinding the impious in his wrath. Your Lord and Guide has opened to you the most strongly fortified cities and has won fearful battles for you. Therefore, why should we stubbornly conceal from you his good gifts, since we see that God is with you?" After this, they led him to a certain hall in the church, and, unearthing the cross, they gave it up. Therefore, our men rejoiced, and we returned praise and thanks to Almighty God, who not only gave us the city in which he had suffered, but likewise the symbols of his passion and victory, that we might more closely embrace him with the arms of faith, the more certain the signs of our salvation that we beheld. Thank you very much. That is the end of the account. Wasn't that interesting? I hope you enjoyed it. Plenty more primary source accounts to come. I like them. They're good fun. Now, I'm going to thank my top-tier patrons, as I'm very tired finishing up this one. It's been a long day. That is, a big thanks to Dark, Kerry, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Fizarbo, Legitmus, Christine, and Maverick. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. And I hope I'll see you back here tomorrow. Good night and lots of love to you all.